ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́ àkọ́bí ewé ayò ewé tún lè jẹ ìtún ló ní ọtún ẹ ṣe ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́ àkọ́bí ewé ayò ewé tún lè jẹ ìtún ló ní ọtún ẹ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrí gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wá fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọn bá lọ gbé fèrè wá fi jóye ẹlòkó bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé wá fi jóye aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pàdé ìyọ̀dà ọmọ àtàràbọ̀bà àkọ́bí wọ́n pàdé ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú mèrè aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ lọ bá ń darí jọ wí àpérò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọ̀bọ ti ṣìgìdì bá gbé àgétì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ aṣíwájú ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ àkọ́bí ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀lẹ̀ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ gọ́fúnà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ dẹ́pútì sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ọ̀túnbá sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ spíkà.
I wish I go back to the old days when I used to be the kid. I wish I go back to the old days when I used to be the kid in the 3rd grade, playing in the street with my homies all day. Cause we live so fast, now we can't relate. We come a long way, money can't wait. And no worry about a thing, happy all days. This is how we live, we cannot complain. And nobody leave, keep the old plans. Hey, when I'm better, Mingari Zude Kari Party. Kodomin Moni Domin Darty, yo go to phone it bunny bucket as a party. And when I'm better, Mingari Zude Kari Party. Kodomin Moni Domin Darty, yo go to phone it bunny bucket as a party. Hey, Chua Gamne Welly focus souvenir film. Hanky wana hande hanky jamon bale sim. Minyala fije nange jamon lengin bada tin. On sa kurang ala wura men ko jaro find. Sifty namo ala chifty ala ind. Idi
Ayanda ba 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 wanna ayanda ba 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 so baby subramia baby subramia soko sunu baby subramia soko sunu baby subramia soko sunu baby subramia ejemo anamana ejemo anamana wana mejemo anamu karatuba jodiri chukuma tukutuba jodiri ndimmo egu mawego Paratuba jodiri chukuma tukutuba jodiri ndimmo egu mawego obodo jisike nubo seruna oyibo
It's everyone, befere,
ayanda ba 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 ayanda
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
We mo. Yeah, we mo. We mo. No basanye ga ponto mo. Iye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
How are you feeling?
Ayandaba.
Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
And there it is right there. There it is right there. I'm glad that Alexander Gomez enjoyed that Fulani rapper. I thought it was excellent myself as well. So there it is right there. There you are, right wherever you are. Here I am, wherever I am. And here we are. So there it is. So you are there, I'm here, but we're here together. So via the portal of the magic that is in the internet, wherever we are in the world, we are at the same place together. So we are at the same place together, and good to be in your company. Always a delight, never a chore. Always a delight, never a chore. So here we go again. Another day, another woman went to more sessions. So it's now really the backdrop to your everyday life now, I suspect. You know, roundabout whenever the time is, you know, you can have one man making his noise in the background as you carry on with your day. So that's just the nature of it now. The usual protocol, click on the like button. It's just amazing, really. We keep asking you to click on the like button every single day, and just significant enough of you to be disturbing. Don't heed to that call. Just click on the damned like button. What skin of your nose is it? How does it torment you so that you click or don't click on the like button? Just click on the damn thing and let us be on our way. So click on the like button, subscribe if you haven't done that already. And then if you want to come and join us on the screen, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, that's your invitation. So if you want to be on the screen, just click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard, and up you pop into a studio space. Soon as I finish delivering the talking points, up you pop again onto the screens, and I'll invite your thoughts. So nothing complex, nothing complicated, no magic to it, no real skill sets required, other than being audible in a coherent manner and having the mental acuity to take on a conversation. You have to have sufficient enough of a knowledge of the topic and be able to express it. That's just all you need. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, that's always pinned on the comment section. So 3 easy steps and away you go. So if you click on the hyperlink that says buy your host cups of coffee, 3 easy steps and away you go. And we're really looking for people to start super chatting again. We're noticing a slowing down in that space somewhat. So light up the comment section like a Christmas tree with a multicolored super chat. So do all those. What are we contending with today? So we're contending with the carryover of narratives from yesterday. When Tinubu was looking, not Tinubu especially, but then of course, everything parks at the desk of the leader. So really, any and everything that happens within this administration, whether Tinubu had foreknowledge of it or not, is still a Tinubu narrative. So the presidential yacht that seemed to have the place agog all throughout yesterday. So there's still narratives going on there. So we'll have conversations around that. The British government, they're also running commentaries on, actually, let me just bring up the headlines. So we kick it off with this. Tinubu is turning Nigeria into a global powerhouse. And by the way, let me remove this from the screen. Because you are my friends, let me just tell you this. Let me check, because I do a bit of currency trading as well. Some of you may wonder what I do when I'm not on screen. I do a bit of currency trading as well. Let me just tell you something, but let me make sure that I've got my facts right. Hold on. Okay, so the British pound was trading for at a pound to 1,430 naira today. So I bought a whole bunch of naira, and I'm inviting you to do exactly the same thing. Even if you have to take money out of your credit card, just buy as much naira as you can leverage funds to afford. The reason why I'm telling you this is because within the next no more than 6 weeks, but and certainly within that 1,400 that 430 that the naira is trading to the pound is going to slash to around about 1,000 and might even get to the 900 space. So if you are saying the naira is $1,000 to one now, by the first quarter, even the first month of next year, the naira will be trading for around about 700-800. So if you want to stockpile naira now to take that value at the back end, do that. That's what I am doing, and that's my advice to you. So let's get on with the session. Tinubu is turning Nigeria into a global powerhouse, UK High Commissioner. So there it is right there. And this is particularly significant because the UK, the city in the UK, they call it the square mile. The city of London, there's the city of London, but then there's a financial hub within that city of London. They call it the square mile. There is no monies that percolate within global financing that the square mile is not aware of. So when London speaks, people tend to listen. Tinubu is turning Nigeria into global powerhouse, and this is the United Kingdom High Commissioner to Nigeria saying this. So what's led him to that thought? Let's find out. Right. The United Kingdom High Commissioner in Nigeria, Richard Montgomery, praised the nation's progress under the leadership of President Bola Tinubu. Speaking at the 2023 Cabinet Retreat, Montgomery commended Nigeria's emergence as a regional and global powerhouse due to the visionary reforms and multi-sector reorganization initiated by the Tinubu administration. So let's just pause on that first paragraph for a moment. A lot of people point to the faults and the failings of the Tinubu administration. I am not one of them. I applaud the successes. I am awe-stricken by the cranial functioning of this particular administration. What Tinubu is essentially trying to do, and what he has essentially actually done within 4 to 5 months of being in government, is to completely rebalance the country and point it on an upward curve trajectory. And that is what has happened. He has removed, just as a matter of policy repositioning, corruption at its most significant and its most rotten, potent end. Just as a matter of policy change, removing arbitrage from the currency exchange, removing arbitrage from the oil sector, those two moves already a curve for the Nigerian state. So, and this is what the international community are seeing, and that is why the British High Commissioner is in standing ovation. Let's pick it from the top again, and I'll try and speed through it this time. The United Kingdom High Commissioner in Nigeria, Richard Montgomery, praised the nation's progress under the leadership of President Bola Tinubu. Speaking at the 2023 cabinet retreat, Montgomery commended Nigeria's emergence as a regional and global powerhouse due to the visionary reforms and multi-sector reorganization initiated by the Tinubu administration. Addressing ministers, presidential aides, permanent secretaries, and top government functionaries, Montgomery acknowledged the daunting economic, security, and social challenges are confronting Nigeria. However, he expressed confidence in the president's reform initiatives, which he believes are vital steps towards overcoming these challenges. Montgomery underscored Nigeria's potential, stating, "Mr. President, I'd like to recognize Nigeria as a growing regional and global powerhouse. You are likely to become the third largest country in the world by 2050. I applaud your plans to stabilize the economy and put it on a higher growth path to prosperity, on which so much else depends." And they understand, of course, that first the money and then everything else follows. You know, even in your own personal life, you should have, that is the basis of life. First the money and then everything else follows. If you don't first get the money right, then very little will be right within your circumstances. And this is what Montgomery is saying that Tinubu is embarked upon. Montgomery underscored Nigeria's potential, stating, "Mr. President, I'd like to recognize Nigeria as a growing regional and global powerhouse. You are likely to become the third largest country in the world by 2050. So that third largest, of course, is not the economic, but the population size. I applaud your plans to stabilize the economy and put it on a higher growth path to prosperity, on which so much else depends." He assured Nigeria of the United Kingdom's unwavering support, emphasizing the importance of mutual respect and partnership between the two nations. The United Kingdom stands ready to support. In the spirit of mutual respect. The United Kingdom stands ready to stand up on our partnership across a range of areas, and I wish you and your government all the best wishes and goodwill in your work ahead, Montgomery affirms. Whilst acknowledging Nigeria's substantial challenges in the realms of security, economy, and society, Montgomery applauded President Tinubu's bold economic reforms and leadership within the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS. He also praised Nigeria's active engagement on the international stage, especially in the G20 and its advocacy for our democracy. Montgomery further highlighted the historical ties and shared commitments between the United Kingdom and Nigeria. Nigeria really matters to the United Kingdom. We share history. We share a commitment to democratic politics. We share interest in defense and security and trade and investment. So there it is right there. And there it is right there. So a round of applause from the United Kingdom. And by the way, of course, it is their language, so they know the efficacy of how words are crafted. So it is not an unwitting sort of statement that that Montgomery guy just made. That was a deliberately calibrated statement, which is to acknowledge the potency and determination and capacity of what is in situation. And that is essentially what he was acknowledging. So that was Montgomery from the United Kingdom telling you then that Tinubu is going to rescue you. So Tinubu is going to rescue you. Uzodinma, Ajaero, playing politics with labor movement in Imo. I am not owing salary. So this is the narrative of the labor union president that got a summary beating in Imo State just as early as yesterday. He made the attribution to Hope Uzodinma. Hope claps back. Hope Uzodinma, governor of Imo State, has accused Joe Ajaero, president of the Nigeria Labour How did this guy even How did this guy become the president of the Nigerian Labour Congress? Somebody that is also obviously sectionalized along tribal leanings. This Joe Ajaero sort of a character. Hope Uzodinma, governor of Imo State, has accused Joe Ajaero or Ajaero, president of the Nigerian Labour Congress (NLC), of playing politics with the labor movement. So he, of course, he has summarily packed the labor movement, the Labour Congress, with the Labour Party, even though members of that Congress might not necessarily be members of the Labour Party. And this is what this guy is doing. Speaking with journalists on Thursday at the presidential villa, Uzodinma said there is an attempt to mix partisan politics with labor issues in the state to blackmail his administration. On Wednesday, Ajaero was reportedly picked up from the Imo State Council Secretariat of the NLC in Owerri by heavily armed police officers. The NLC said Ajaero was beaten and blindfolded immediately after he was arrested by security operatives. The labor union asked President Bola Tinubu to call Uzodinma to order over the event. Denying the arrest, the police command in Imo said the NLC president was taken into protective custody to avoid being lynched by a mob. The police said the NLC president had a heated argument with some individuals who resisted the picketing of the airport in Imo State. The Imo governor added that he has been paying salaries regularly since he assumed office in January 2020, adding that his administration does not owe any state worker. Uzodinma accused the leadership of the NLC of attempting to blackmail his administration. When I came into Imo State as the governor on January the 15th, 2020, from January till date, there is no month we have not paid our salary before the 30th, he said. The situation is that before this time, I thought that the trade union is a democratic entity that allows the opinion of people. I challenge any Imo State civil servant to come out and say that between 2020 January 15 till date, that he has not received salary in any of the month. What has happened in this ugly incident is that the national president of the Nigerian Labour Congress is from Imo State and has not been able to demarcate the difference between being a national leader of an organization and an interested party in local politics. But God will manage the situation. So I understand the sensitivity of this event, but I want people to be very careful, because there's an attempt to mix up partisan politics or an attempt to blackmail my government. So that's Uzodinma did, categorically denying owing anybody any salary. So there it is right there. I'll only give you this one as a headline, maybe a couple of paragraphs. 11 by-elections, INEC chairman defends 18 billion naira supplementary budget. So after all the 2 trillion that they gave him to carry out that election, which he just did recently, is asking for more. The chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, Mahmood Yakubu, on Wednesday defended the 18 billion naira contained in the proposed supplementary budget for the commission when he appeared before the House of Representatives Committee on Appropriations. The INEC chairman was amongst the guests who appeared before the committee. He explained that the 18 billion in the supplementary budget is not entirely for the conduct of Kogi, Bayelsa, and Imo governorship elections, but majorly a personnel cost. According to the INEC chairman, 1.6 billion will be used to conduct 11 by-elections in constituencies and senatorial districts across the country. Yakubu said, the 18 billion in the supplementary appropriation is not all for the conduct of elections. Actually, the substantial part of it is about personnel cost. You will recall that in April this year, there was a 40% increase in peculiar allowance to public servants. It was not provided for in our 2023 budget because the budget was passed in December last year, so it couldn't have made provisions. At the same time, there is another circular from the government dated February where the duty toll allowance and other consequential allowances were increased by the government. There was no provision, so essentially it's an inflation cost that is essentially invoicing to the Nigerian state. Time to address Southeast demands, Ohanaeze to Tinubu. So the begging bowl now goes to Tinubu, passed on from Buhari. Ohanaeze Indigbo has called on President Bola Tinubu to listen to the Southeast people and address their demands. So there it is right there. So what exactly is their demands? What exactly is the demand of the Southeast? Nobody really knows. It's just rage for rage's sake, isn't it? They want Biafra, which is unfeasible. They want additional states, which is unreasonable. And they want to be president, which is at their capacity to go and become that. So I'm not quite sure. They want. That is like Oliver Twist. We should rename the Southeast and call it Oliver Twist region. Always asking for more. Ohanaeze Indigbo has called on President Bola Tinubu to listen to the Southeast people and address their demands for him to write his name in the history books. Secretary General of blah, 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 stated in Abakaliki yesterday that the Igbos were demanding justice and development, warning that failure to address the demands would only deepen animosity and further marginalize the Southeast region. The Igbo Social-Cultural Organization condemned the views of a mere 1% of minority of Igbo population who were crying foul over the political appointments given to the Southeast, informing Tinubu to be aware that 99% of the Igbo population stand firmly behind the Southeast Charter of Demand. So I'm not quite sure. It's just that's just a nonsense, isn't it? Let's just abandon that and move on. Adebayo Shitu says some female ministers dress like beauty pageant contestants. So we're starting to see signs of that, by the way. And they are trying to go, especially that woman for women, that woman that is the Minister for Women Affairs, the one that went to the hospital with the cameras and started to scream and shout. So a lot of them are just there to baby it up. They are just babying it up in Aso Rock Villa. Adebayo Shitu says some female ministers dress like beauty pageant contestants. Boobs out and ass popping. Boobs and ass popping in Aso Rock Villa. Remy, you better go to Turkey and go and do a nip and talk. Adebayo Shitu, former Minister of Communications, says some female ministers in the President Bola Tinubu's cabinet dressed like beauty pageant contestants. Shitu said this during an interview on Channels Television's Politics Today on Wednesday. At the opening of a 3-day retreat for ministers and presidential aides on Wednesday, Tinubu warned that ministers who do not deliver on their assignments and set targets will be sent packing from the federal cabinet. Asked what he made of the president's warning, 2 members of his team, Shitu said, "I am happy that President Tinubu appointed a number of female ministers, but my impression whenever I see them on television is as if they are going to beauty competition based on the type of dresses they wear." So yes, there is elements of that popping through. He said there is a need for all ministers to show they are serious about the business of governance. So that already tells us all that we need to know from there. So we go on to this. Reps move presidential yacht budget to student loan. Well, so a round of applause for the House. Just on that alone, very quickly they took action anyway. Pardon me, following public outcry over the allocation of 5.09 5 billion for the purchase of a presidential yacht in the 2023 supplementary budget. The House of Representatives on Wednesday said it had scrapped the budgetary allocation. Chairman of the House Appropriation Committee, Abubakar Bichi, disclosed this in an interview with journalists on Thursday. He said the budgetary allocation for students' loan was also increased from 5 to 10 billion naira. So there it is right there. But I don't know. Maybe they should have done this in the first. But I don't know if they are actually gaming us with these things, because they create all this hoo-ha and then they do this sort of thing to show you that the government is listening. He said the committee also increased the budgetary allocation of Ministry of Defense from 496 billion to 546 billion. Bichi also disclosed that the minimum wage for workers was considered and approved for onward transmission to the executive. He promised proper legislative oversight to ensure 100% implementation. In the supplementary budget sent to the National Assembly by the President, the federal government had allocated 5 billion naira to purchase a presidential yacht. The proposed sum was under the capital expenditure of the Nigerian Navy's budget. According to the breakdown, the Navy will require 62.8 billion naira for its operations, with recurrent expenditure and capital expenditure gulping 20.4 billion and 42 billion respectively. But Bichi said the 5 billion naira for the presidential yacht has been yanked off the budget. He said, actually, we have submitted a report to the House, and after careful consideration, the House has approved our submission, and the breakdown is as follows. As you know, the budget is about 2.1 trillion naira, and the Ministry of Defense has about 456 billion naira. But currently, the Ministry of Defense has the largest share, because you know how important our security is. And as you are aware, we had interactions with them yesterday. Currently, we have increased their budget from 456 billion naira to 546 billion naira. For the police formation and command, we gave them 50 billion naira, whilst the FCT has about 100 billion naira. You know, the FCT is very important to us. So we want to make sure that the FCT can compete with any state in the world. That is why we gave them 100 billion naira. So those are proper golden boots for Wike. So now, so the pressure now on to see what Wike is able to do with that sort of money. On the office of National Security, they initially budgeted 27 billion naira, but currently we have increased it to 50 billion naira. For the State House, their initial budget was 28 billion, and we maintained that. On the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, you know how important that ministry is. We maintained their initial figure of 200 billion naira as well. For the Ministry of Housing, you know we have a serious housing deficit in the country, and Mr. President's agenda, he wants to build as much as he can. So we approved 100 billion for housing. Service-wide votes initially was 615, but currently we reduced it to 515, and then INEC budget, etc. So they've gone through with a fine-tooth comb, moving money here and there, but did we get any savings is the question. For INEC, initially, their budget was 18 billion, and yesterday we had an interaction with the INEC chairman, and he convinced us with the submission, and we maintained their 18 billion. So far, we have approved 2.17 trillion. We will continue to support the government so we can deliver democracy. On the presidential yacht, Bichi said, actually, as far as we're concerned, we don't have that anymore. We have increased the students' loan. Initially, the students' loan was 5 billion naira in the budget, but we have increased it by 5 billion so that our students can access that facility in order for them to go to school. We don't have the yacht anymore in the budget. He assured that lawmakers will ensure adequate oversight over the ways the funds are spent. So there it is right there. So the yacht has now been moved to the students' loan, which a lot of people will applaud that. A lot of people will applaud that. Obaseki can't stop Shaibu's ambition. PDP BOT member. So the ongoing within Edo State. So we leave that just on the headline. Okay, a lot of this repetitive. Which other one are we going to? Reps move presidential yacht budget to students' loans. So I think we already covered that in that readout. Let's go on. What does this one offer us? So that's still on the yacht. Okay, let me bring you this one. So that little opening monologue that I had, encouraging you to buy the Naira, this backs it up somewhat. Relief for Nigeria as CBN begins to clear FX backlog. So one of the things heightening up the pressure on the Naira is really the forward payment invoices that are yet to be honored. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has delivered over 75% to 80% of outstanding matured FX forwards in the bank. According to the source, who told Business Day, only international banks have been settled, which includes Citi, Standard Chartered, and Stanbic IBTC. We have been directed to inform you that CBN has cleared all outstanding matured forwards forex. A note from Citigroup showed. A top source in Nigeria's Apex Bank confirmed the development to Business Day. I can confirm that backlog in 14 banks have been cleared. Don't quote me as I don't have the details yet. So just buy Naira. If you ever listen to anything I'm saying to you, listen to it now. Just bank Naira and thank me later. So once the money comes rolling in, you can come do super chats here, which nobody seems to be doing at the moment. Let me take you to this final readout, and then we come into the room and then we see what's going on. Yeah, let me take you to this final readout. Right, crude shortage delays Dangote Refinery 5 orders take off. So how can there be crude shortage in the country that's awash with oil? The failure to supply crude oil to domestic refineries, including the multi-billion-dollar Dangote refinery, has stalled the production of refined petroleum products at the facilities. This is also as the 650,000 barrels per day Dangote refinery in Lagos missed the October production projection it had earlier set. The October production target, miss made it the second time in 2023 that Dangote refinery will raise hopes of Africa, especially Nigeria, of a possible end to petrol importation. However, the failure to begin production means that Nigeria will continue to rely on fuel importation. It was gathered on Wednesday that amidst Nigeria's continued imports of refined petroleum products, its domestic refineries that would have helped refine the commodities were being starved of crude oil. About 5 or more modular refineries are ready to commence the production of refined petroleum products, but cannot produce the commodities because of the unavailability of crude oil, according to industry sources. So, is it the case now that Nigerian refineries will now have to go to Saudi to be buying crude to refine in Nigeria? Is this where we're headed? Also, industry sources stated that the Dangote refinery in Lekki, Lagos, had yet to receive the required volume of crude needed to produce refined products. On September the 20th, 2023, correspondents reported that the Dangote Petroleum Refinery was importing crude oil, just as I said, was importing crude oil and expected its first cargo in about 2 weeks, according to the executive director Dangote Group, some Indian guy. The report stated that though the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited trades crude on behalf of Nigeria, in an interview with S&P Global Commodity Insights at the time, Edwin revealed that the NNPCL had committed its crude to other entities. So that is to tell you that the crude being produced by Nigeria is already forward sold. So they don't even have the crude to supply Dangote, is what they are saying. The Dangote refinery boss did not disclose the other commodities receiving the oil company's crude. The other entities rather receiving the oil company's crude. But the NNPCL, as earlier in August, disclosed, let's take that again. The Dangote refinery boss did not disclose the other entities receiving the oil company's crude, but the NNPCL had earlier disclosed in August that it had entered into a $3 billion crude oil for loan deal with African Export-Import Bank. The deal allows the company to pledge future oil production to the bank as repayment for the loan. Also, Edwin pointed out that the importation of crude by the Dangote refinery was temporary, as the firm would receive supply from NNPCL from November. Edwin went ahead to state that the firm would begin the production of up to 370,000 barrels per day of crude that will give rise to automotive gas oil, popularly known as diesel, and jet fuel in October. For Petrol, the Dangote Group boss said the plant would produce it by November the 30th. So there it is right there. 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 I think that's sufficient enough to suffice. So sufficient enough, is that not even a bad use of language? Sufficient enough to suffice. Sufficient enough to suffice. One man coins another phraseology. It's quite amazing. There seems to be only one person that really superchats on this platform. So I wonder if Ayo doesn't superchat, if we will ever get superchats on the platform. So that's Ayo doing. Oh, wow. I thought we had Sally Base for a moment. Sally, come back. It's been a while since we heard your voice. So Sally, come back. It's been a while since we heard your voice. So I'll play the Kegite music and I'll invite that other people actually join Ayo in that super chat space. It's quite ludicrous that only one person super chat. So, but you're not compelled. Maybe I shouldn't even be harping on about super chats. But let me play the Kegite music, and then plenty of room still on the studio if you want to hop on. But let me play the Kegite music, and then the session commences. First, the Kegite.
Only water, where they see ma. Water,
only water, where they see ma.
Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya kekere elemu re o. Obi master kekere elemu re o. Chifu Latif kekere elemu re o. Eruku lele elemu de. Eruku sọ́nà mẹ́yẹ o ó dìde o. Petro ṣọ́dún kẹ́yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìde o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
So there it is right there. Ikuko may death have nothing to do with us. So I cannot imagine a prayer more important than that. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So Ikuko the bishop is in the house, so it's guaranteed to be a banging session. Ajan Lekoko is present, so that guarantees a great session. Man of Prestige is present to share his thoughts with us, and Darati makes an appearance. So, good to have you, gentlemen. Anybody that wants to hop on. The link there in the comment section. How are we kicking this off? Let's kick it off in the order of arrival. Let's kick it off with Bishop, who came in first. And we do it. Bishop Ajanle Koko Prestige, and then Darati. Bishop, good to see you.
Yeah, good evening, gentlemen. There.
How about it?
Well, holding on. No.
Good. So what are you looking at in the news? What's caught your attention in the news cycle?
Okay. When I think about that, yeah, just the reviewing of the president. I mean, for the ministerial retreat and the happenings. I was not around yesterday. The happening around the purchase of the purported budget of the yacht and the supplementary budget. Yeah, it's almost been approached, and the hula baloo about the inclusion of yacht and vehicles for the office of the First Lady. Then Ajaero constituting his Nissans in Imo State, and the unfortunate incidents of his mass handling. How do I call it?
Malhandling.
Malhandling.
Yeah.
It's malhandling. And yesterday 2 days ago, there was a sad news of the discovery of some.
Yes, we didn't talk about that enough. Yeah. Decomposed bodies in was it in Abia State? Was
in Abia State, and the lynching of 2 brothers in broad daylight in Onitsha. Yes.
Is it the one that they are putting a tire round that went viral? I couldn't play it because it's too violent.
Yeah, it's too violent. But at least, I mean, we can condemn it in strongest of terms. And it's so sad considering the part that the usual quarters, the vuvuzelas that's always they're always ready to cry about human rights, whatever, in other places, just turn their blind eyes. And this is not the first time. It's happened over and over and over again. And it just betrayed.
I saw, what was it? Bashir Ahmed, the former spokesperson for the Buhari administration, inviting Peter Obi that why has he not made a comment on this? If the person that sent me that, if you can resend it, it was one of the things. But carry on, Bishop.
So those are the things, and the presidential summit. I mean, ministerial. Retreat was very timely. I'm sure it could have come earlier if not for the bated breath about the the Supreme Court judges, Supreme Court pronouncement on the election. I'm sure that's why they have held it back a little bit. Because if this is not there, some people say, they want to stampede, they want to blackmail, that they are working so that they want to use it to influence the judiciary. So it's coming at the right time. I mean, if not for the court and the election petition and the rest, I'm sure it would have come much earlier. So if you want to take me through them, I'll be glad to.
Yes. I'll take you through some of them, and then we'll come back to the rest of them. But that particular space, it was in Abia State, wasn't it? And I think nearly 90 decomposing bodies was found.
Yeah.
When was it a Hausa market that was shut down, a cattle market? And then when they went inside, they found all of these bodies. which of course, consistent with the culture of kidnapping and disappearing people that seems to have laid siege on the country for many years. What did you make of that, Bishop?
Well, let me start by saying good evening, fellow Nigerians. Once again, please click on the like button. If you have not subscribed, kindly do so. At least if you are not going to do both, do one. Just click on the like button. Like I always say, that's the least you can do to keep this platform going. You are appreciated in advance for doing that. So, like I said, it's gory, it's horrendous, it's sad. I don't care who did it or who, you know. All I'm saying is that it's not something that should just happen and we just pretend as if nothing has happened. And the security agency should be able to find clues as to what happened. I remember sometimes not too long ago, maybe last year or 2 years, they arrested some guys, some young men in a court fight, that something like this, you know, pop up, and it was around that area too. Unfortunately, nothing came out of it. I know they arrested some of the young men that were involved in court fighting because they took some people and actually eliminated them. I don't know if that language is permissible. And dumped them in a pit. You see, this culture of jungle justice is not something new. If everybody remember the days of Bakassi boys, at least I witnessed one. I went to a bar area many years ago, and there's something they used to call burrow pit. I was in a very tall building, about 4 or 5 story building, and a Sienna drove into that burrow pit, and they brought some guys, you know, tied in such an inhuman manner. You know, the way they tied people's elbow to the back. Young men, I was up there. I mean, if it were to be, maybe I would have just taken pictures or recording of them there. And, you know, they brought them out. They called them, they said they were the Bakassi boys. They brought those guys out, put them by the edge of and they shot them and just kicked them into the burrow pit in broad open day. I mean, that was, it took me time to be able to, these are human beings, not just animals. So it is in that same culture of, you know, just anything can happen. And then we are beginning, because people are not being used, you don't investigate it.
Do you think there's sufficient enough policing, a law and order? Let's not even say policing. Do you think there's sufficient enough law and order presence in the Southeast?
No, it's not. Unfortunately, even the little one that is there now, they are not very active because people are afraid. Because the number of security operatives that's been, you know, done away with by these lawless, there's insecurity everywhere. But the one in the Southeast is particularly very troubling, extremely very troubling. And if we want to be very sincere with ourselves, it's not something anybody can live with. People are trooping out of that space every day. People that are remaining are people that cannot stay. It is getting terribly bad. Look at the horrendous thing that happened yesterday. Yeah, that was what we were criticizing during the NSAS. That look, why should people, they were caught on camera and people are still claiming that it's a right to riot. Yeah, your right stops where other people's right begins. Yeah, police were misbehaving. Yeah, they were, but that people were, you know, disposing policemen like that in broad daylight. I saw a video in Lagos where two policemen were being lynched and they were drenched in whatever, where is Petrol, and they were, you know, and they were killed. I mean, they were sorry for that, I'm trying to avoid that language. And there were no consequences. They were, I mean, because I'm saying that look, yeah, treat the issue of the riot and the rest, but the people that were saying openly in broad daylight attacking security operatives should be brought to book, if only to serve as a deterrent to other people that would do it in future. This idea of people linking jungle justice and we just talk about it and nobody is brought to book, it's not right. We see the ones that people, the one that you cannot see people, it's okay, that we don't know who did it. But the one that you saw people, even if you cannot get them, make a serious effort, concerted effort that you want to apprehend them. If they ran away, and they were lucky to, but at least don't let it just sweep it under the carpet. People just condemn it in 2-3 days and everybody forget about it. That is not the way it should be. The sanctity of human life is losing its value. Seriously, everywhere.
I think it has completely lost its value. The human life, it has no meaning in Nigeria anymore.
Yesterday, those 2 guys I learned, they were brothers. Whatever they were doing, they did not steal. They said they were collecting illegal tax or illegal levy. And so what? Is that a crime that is enough? And some people, look at people were just walking casually. How did we get so for me, that really spoiled my day yesterday. I must confess to you. It's really I think when you guys were home, I couldn't just come on. I saw a message. I know I received it. I saw your call. Though I saw it late, I missed your call. It was just horrendous. So for me, I don't know what is happening to us. I don't know what is happening to us. The ones that were, I don't care who did it. The point is that bring somebody to book or make effort to say, look, we must get to the root of this. Not just that, these are not just chickens or goats or cow. Even if I have a farm and somebody come and slaughter 90 of my cows and dump them somewhere, I probably might not be able to recover. We're talking of people, people's children, people's husbands, people's wives, some people's mothers and fathers and uncles and friends. And, you know, the other time we saw in one bush that they recorded when one young man was begging for his life and they pushed him into
I think that guy was actually a chieftain. Was it some guy that was stripped naked and
No, not that one. A young man that was wearing a jean and a top that was even saying, okay, begging for his life. A young man, probably would be in his 30s, was begging that they should let him talk to his wife. And they just shot him and pushed him into something that looks like a deep well. Very deep, openly. And they recorded it. And we saw those guys.
You know what always amazes me? Those guys, then they will go back home, have a shower, and then hug their own children and put them to bed. Put them to bed. I mean, it's unbelievable.
That's how cold-blooded we have come. So, we can only talk. We can only condemn it. We can only pray that someday somebody will pay attention to do the needful. Yesterday's incidents in Onitsha should have called for the governor to address it squarely and say they are going to do everything to at least, if they want to pick people there, they can pick up to 10 of those people that were involved in that insane and barbaric.
All right. Let me move you from there. Let me play you this clip. This is a triumph. This is a clip of triumph. This is a triumphant entry and a celebration. So watch this and react to it.
Oh. Natasha Akpoti Oduagan for her victory at the Court of Appeal. And also wish you a beautiful time in the Senate. We pray that God will grant you wisdom, guidance for you to discharge the onerous responsibility of representing the good people of Kogi State. So congratulations and welcome to the Red Chambers of the National Assembly.
Repeat after me. I, Natasha Akpoti Uduaha,
do solemnly swear
that
I will be faithful
and
bear true allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria,
that
as a member of the Senate
that
I'll perform my functions honestly.
I will perform my functions honestly.
To the best of my ability.
To the best of my ability.
Faithfully in accordance with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Faithfully in accordance with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
And the law.
And the law.
And the rules of the Senate.
And the rules of the Senate.
And always in the interest of the sovereignty.
And always in the interest of the sovereignty.
Integrity.
Integrity.
Solidarity.
Solidarity.
Well-being.
Well-being.
And prosperity of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
And prosperity of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
That I will strive to preserve.
That I will strive to preserve.
The fundamental objectives.
The fundamental objectives.
And directive principles of state policy.
And directive principles of state policy.
Contained in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Contained in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
And that I will preserve.
And that I will preserve.
Protect.
Protect.
And defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
And defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
And that I will abide by the Code of Conduct.
And that I will abide by the Code of Conduct.
Contained in the 5th schedule.
Contained in the 5th schedule.
Of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
So help me God.
So help me God.
I,
Natasha Akpoti Uduaha,
do solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear.
That I will be faithful.
That I will be faithful.
And bear true allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
And bear true allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
And that I will preserve.
And that I will preserve.
Protect.
Protect.
And defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
And defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
So help me God.
So help me God.
I need to sign it. You have
Of
Bible?
course, no, I don't have.
And there it is right there, a case of the beauty and the beast, according to Kolata. But it's been a long and tortuous journey for her to get to that space. She fought tooth and nail to get there. That's why you see her all dressed up like a Christmas tree in her Sunday finest and all that. All the excessive cutscene, grinning from ear to ear like a Cheshire cat. So that is Natasha Akpoti now. Now Senator Natasha Akpoti fought Yahaya Bello to a standstill for her to be able to enter that chambers. Her pet project, of course, has been the Ajaero still. A lot of expectations on Natasha. But what difference do you think she can possibly make at the Red Chambers, Bishop?
Yeah, first, let me congratulate Natasha Akpoti. I said to someone, was it a few days ago when the announcement was made? I congratulate her. I celebrate her resilience, her doggedness, determination, and her victory is very sweet, considering how long and how hard she had fought. I preferred her in one sense because I know she's going to make a more impact than the person she's replacing very far. So she's going to add some. She's brilliant. I've listened to her many years ago. I may not agree with some of the things she said then, because some of them were not really factual. It was just emotion. Then when we're dealing with that issue of Ajaero, she was bringing something. Some of them were just not, but I understand her passion. So I really celebrate her, and I'm happy that she got justice, irrespective of whose source is God. When I was listening to and reading Atiku Abubakar, His Excellency, former Vice President, yesterday, praising her and the rest, I was wondering, but it's the same judiciary that you are so disparaged and you are so condemned and so maligned that you are now saying have made, so we cannot be blowing hot and cold at the same time. It will not always come your way. Now that it's come your way, oh, it's beautiful, it's justice for democracy. But when it goes the other way, and we have that thing, we have that attitude in Nigeria. So just in a nutshell, I expect a lot from her, and I believe that she will deliver. I mean, it's not going to just be drama. She's not going to be a slave queen or a drama queen there. She has something she's bringing. And considering the fact that she know that there are a lot of expectation, people have expectation, especially her constituency, I think she's going to add some colors to the red chamber.
Did you see how pleased they all looked? All the men, they were grinning from it like a cat that saw a fish. They were, all the men, look at that. All these Baba 70s and whatnot.
I did not see that. Sorry, I did not see that. I did not see that side.
All right. Let me take you to another space, but a very brief commentary on this because the room is starting to fill up. So I can get to other voices, but I'll still come back to you. But I take us to the Tinubu yacht, which was inserted by the people will say it was inserted by the Navy, but it couldn't have been inserted by the Navy without the presidency's knowledge, but quickly removed now by the House of Representatives. So what are you making of that faux pas? Yes, and yet another misstep. Yet another not reading the room properly by Tinubu and his acolytes.
I don't think it's a faux pas. I think maybe because of the outrage and because of the way it was probably well handled. Now, I mean, I've spoken to somebody in the Navy, a very senior top man there. This is not the first time we're having it. There's a Nigerian fleet, there's a presidential. They coined it. It's not a yacht. That's the problem. It's not like a luxury yacht, the one that we know. But that is the name that is coined for it. It's part of the presidential fleet. That, and it has been a thing. The fact that it's in the budget does not mean that they're going to fund it, because it's always been in the budget for a couple of years, down the line. So it was part of what the Naval Chief of Defense Staff and the Naval Chief requested for. Like I said, when it came up, I said, what do we need a yacht for? I was irritated by it, but I put a call through someone yesterday, and they said, no, that is not it's not a luxury yacht. Yeah, the president can use it, but it's part of a defense. That's the naval, whatever. What they call it?
It's not a warship.
I'm not saying it's a warship, but
a yacht is a luxury ocean vessel.
That's what I'm saying. It is not a luxury yacht. That's what I'm saying. That's what I was told. That it's not like it's a luxury yacht. It's a boat. It's an armed boat that is suitable for it's the fleet of the. It's going to be in the fleet of the Nigerian Navy. It's not like that the president wants to go on vacation or holiday. That he now hop on it and be going. That is not what. That is the impression many people have. That it's a luxury yacht that the president wants to go on vacation.
It will be a luxury if it's a presidential yacht. We've seen the yachts of the Saudi entourage and
those ones are not naval. Those ones are not Navy. Anyhow, that's what I was told. Maybe if you have better, I spoke with someone, like I said yesterday. I mean, maybe to understand that, know that it's always been there. I mean, part of the presidential, that is the naval fleet. But it's okay because the timing may not be right, considering what we are going through now, But yeah, the hue and cry, it's okay that I'm happy that they removed it. And it was bad that there was no proper explanation. Maybe they should have put it in this time, considering what we were going to, considering the real financial situation, difficulty Nigeria is in at the moment. But when the guy, the gentleman officer explained it to me yesterday, I mean, I calmed down from my anger, my sitting anger kind of, okay, I have a fair understanding. But the question is, who among them, the Navy, will bring it there? Because it was not a request that emanated from the presidency. No, it was a request that emanated from the naval chief, from the naval headquarters, that to complete the complement of their, their, what do you call it? So maybe they would defy it in another time. Some people even went as far as brought it out that, look, it has always been there. It's recorded under Jonathan. It's recorded. I think maybe it came recorded once under. But the question is, when it's recorded under Jonathan, did they really pay for it? I don't think so. And there's a lot of requests from the Navy, from the Air Force, from the armed forces, that they cannot meet all of them at once. It's just, piecemeal, deal with one, maybe postpone the other one. But it's okay, considering where the times we are in. I don't think it's something we can afford now. So if it is something we can do away with for the next 3, 4, 5 years, I think we should just put it in abeyance for now. So it's victory for everybody. You said
and do you think it was particularly a victory that particular item was moved to student loans? Which is what people would think would be the sensible thing to do.
Look,
not to be spending more money on a 5G vessel than education.
Number one, it's a diversionary tactics. The National Assembly just use that one to score a cheap score so that people can remove mouth from the 160 million naira car. You understand what I'm saying? Something that people are praising them now. I was just amused. I was just laughing when I was hearing people. I listened to Ruben and his team this afternoon, and I was just amused. I just laughed. Okay, the National Assembly, House of Rep, now people can praise them to high heavens. I mean, if they had said, okay, you know what? I saw GAC, I saw Nod, I saw Inosun. Say, okay, you know what? National Assembly, let us go and patronize GAC. But give us a guarantee. If anyone breaks down necessarily, you will replace, or a warranty of 3 years or 100,000 miles. Then everybody, you can choose between Nord and GAC and what do you call it? Inosun. People will celebrate them the more. We are talking of 5 billion. They are going to spend almost 57 billion on those cars. So, but they have won people's hearts, because it's easy to pass by people. So it's still a win for everybody. No, even though I don't see it as a big deal. They might not back it eventually.
All right, excellent. Stay with us.
Give me 1 second, if you don't mind. Give me 1 second. I mentioned to you that one of the things that excited me most was this presidential retreat. And I want to point to something particular about that presidential retreat, if you don't mind. Now, when the president... Can I go ahead?
Yeah, go on.
Good. And it's something I've said here repeatedly on the competency of or the otherwise of Budgetary. The president said something yesterday that was a big indictment on Budgetary, because the president practically stripped him of a lot of the responsibility of things that should be ordinary his responsibilities and gave them to Adiza, right?
In fact, no, hold on. Don't open that space here, because I want us to have time to discuss that. So let me go around and then come to you, because what you are saying, I want to build a conversation around it. Yes, let me go on to Ajande Koko. But I'm interested in that, because I did not even see it from that angle. Yes, I want us to unpick that conversation. But let's go on to Ajande Koko, acknowledge his presence. Ajande Koko, good to see you.
Yeah, one man.
Wagwan. Do they say Wagwan in Texas? Do you even know what Wagwan means?
What's Guan? What's Guan?
What's Guan? Yes, what's Guan? Good things are Guan. Good things are Guan. So what Guan in the politics as far as you today, Ajande Koko?
Yeah, greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. Well, yesterday we were talking on the supplementary budget, and I think all of us were furious about this, what do you call this, the money budgeted for presidential yachts. Today, I think it's been cancelled, and that money has been added to the student loan, the budget for student loan, which was 5 billion? How much was it? Is it 50 billion?
Yeah, the student loan was about 5 billion, and the presidential yacht was 5-point-something billion, which very much Buhari style sort of budget.
Yeah, so they've added it to student loan. I think that's a good development. It's a good development. But the money for the First Lady First Lady's office, I think that should be cancelled as well. And the money for the president fleet of vehicle, according to them, the money budgeted for it, I think that should be cancelled as well. We'll be looking forward to them to do that because currently they have.
They're not likely to, because it looks as though they've read through and approved.
They approve it already?
Yes, they've approved it. He said they've approved 2 point something trillion.
I think it's 2 point something trillion that they were asking for in the first place.
Yeah. So everything is done.
So everything is done. So that is the only thing that I think that I really see, the cancellation of the presidential yacht and that money budgeted for that added to the student loan, which is a good thing, which should be commended. I don't. What do you have on the table for us?
Yeah, we're also speaking on the on the spillover from the Ajaero saga. So he was going to protest in Imo State, and they were going to picket the Imo State airport. So that was their plan, and people stopped them from doing that, and it got a little bit out of control, and the police had to step in and take him into protective custody. That is the Joe Ajaero guy, the NLC president. So they took him. They didn't actually arrest him, as was being popularly reported, but they took him into protective custody. So now, the reason why they were protesting, why he was organizing a protest, the picketing of the airport, was due to unpaid salaries in Imo State. But I hope Uzodinma has now come out today to tell us that since January 2020, when he took over as a governor, not one single month did the 30th pass without every single person being paid. And he has invited anybody that's not being paid to come out and say so. Uzodinma went on to add that the Joe Ajaero is an indigene of Imo State, and he was embedding himself in localized politics rather than being the national figure that his position requires him to be. And of course, your friend P2B, very quick to chime in. We're still waiting for him to wave his white flag of surrender. He says, Peter Obi condemns NLC President Ajaero's arrest. Not an arrest, of course, but protective custody detention. So we're speaking on that as well.
Let me tell you, one man, the police, the governor, all of them have not done well. If you want to critically analyze the statement made by the government in defense of what happened, they did not show empathy. They did not say we are going to carry out investigation concerning what happened to the president of the labor union. They didn't. There's nothing that in their statement that show that they really want to take action so that what happened to the president and the molestation of the workers will not happen in their state anymore. And that tells me that they are the one behind, they are the one that sponsor the molestation, the humiliation, and the barbaric, beating of that president and his colleagues. So, you see, sometimes when these thugs and criminals that we have in power, when they are acting in contrary to the law, to the right of the citizen as guaranteed by the Constitution, I think we should speak out against them. Even if the president of labor union, let's even agree, is playing politics. Is it an offense for somebody to play politics? What is wrong in playing politics? They didn't carry arms. They were carrying out peaceful demonstration, and they went. Do you know that is that their secretariat that they went to attack them? They went to attack them in their secretariat, while in their secretariat preparing to go on a protest, peaceful protest. And police too went there to tear gas them, to beat people, to arrest people. So it's just government of criminality and gangism. This should not be tolerated. Look at the way they beat him. They left him with swollen eye, black eye, injury. That is the president of all workers in Nigeria, for God's sake. All workers in Nigeria are beating now. Beating the president is a beating on all Nigerian workers. If you have a country that works, the workers across the federation should down tools.
Down tools?
Yes.
That's a bit, settle down, Nadia. That's a bit excessive. He wasn't acting in his capacity as a labor guy. He was an active participant in a localized politics in his own home state.
Look, number one, that guy is a citizen of that state. Is an, citizen of that state. The workers, look, let me tell you, this is where journalists should come in and do their job, investigative journalism. But what would you see Nigerian workers, journalists, doing in Nigeria? Sit down in studio, all this armchair, analyzing, their political whatsoever, and they won't go on the field to investigate. When you see the workers saying that these people owed us, and the governor said he didn't hold, who are we going to? And they are trying to take up protests because of arrears, salary arrears that have not been paid. Salary arrears and minimum wage that have not been paid by the state government. And the arrears that they are owing pensioners. These are what they are trying to protest for. And the governor is saying, well, I'm not owing, I'm saying to you. So let us invite officials from the government and the labor people. Let us interview them and let us know who is lying or who is saying the truth. This is where Nigerian journalists should wade in and let us know the truth. So, but this is not good for us as people. This is not good for the image of that state. It shows that we have government that promote criminality. We have government that, show no empathy to workers. Show no concern about workers' plight, and it is totally embarrassing to that state, because in the statement that Hope Uzodinma made, everything he said, he didn't even show concern. He didn't even say, "Oh, we are going to set off investigation on this to unravel the truth, to know why the the leader
Yeah,
of the workers.
that's a police matter, though. That's a police matter.
No,
It's not.
he's the one.
Is
He's the
interjection allowed?
officer of the state. He should be able to say something like that. That he should be able to carry out.
It's not allowed, Bishop.
It's not allowed. Okay.
He should be able to investigate, to carry out investigation on this matter.
One man is interjection allowed.
Interjection is allowed.
Okay, Ajaero, can I have a minute interjection?
Yes, first Bishop, then Prestige, then back to Ajaero. Yeah, Bishop.
Ajaero, good evening. I understand your pain and frustration, but the truth of the matter is this. Ajaero is extremely very partisan. If you have listened to him before, even in this Imo issue, he is too partisan. So I am not saying him. And Imo State NLC issued a memo. They don't have any issue. They are not part of any strike or picketing. The state chapter have disowned him. Go and read their memo.
There is a court order.
And there is a court order that there is nothing. So he went ahead against the fact that the state NLC disowned that action. Court order forbade it. If you want to do it, let it not be during election. Election is coming in a few days. You have a party, you have a preferred candidate that everybody know, and you are now coming that you want. No, now let's look for the middle ground.
That is why the state government have to stand talks.
You are alleged. You are now just 1 second. You are now alleging that. Hold on. Now you are now alleging something.
That's the reason why the state government should not even.
I have heard you. Hold on now. You have said it. I'm the one interjecting, so I will be off in 1 minute. Now, you have just alleged now that the state government sent talks. Do you have any proof? They said there were other people that were protesting against what they were protesting, and they had a scuffle. And police said they actually rescued him, that it was those people that mishandled them. You don't have a contrary fact to that. So I think
protective custody.
I think it's not fair for you to just accuse the state government that it's the state government that said.
Who are the people protesting against? Who are those?
I'm not there. I don't know them.
No, that is where we want to know. Who are the people protesting against the
NLC versus NLC, local and national.
Can I come in now?
Yeah, come in, Prestige.
Okay, let it be. Everybody has stated from their own point of view, and nobody has the fact. Even me speaking here, I don't have the fact. It's just some information that I had, going on, over there. Let it be. Everything Bishop has stated, and I think his Simba has stated, me and Ajali Koka is coming from the same point of view, and I'm gonna land to that point. Having said that, let's assume everything you said is correct, and I have a different narrative to that. Yeah, he was the Labour Party candidate. He canvassed during the election. There's no doubt about it. That's not in hearing condition. Hope Uzodinma, from what I understand, I don't have the fact to back what I'm saying, but I have some people complain. Has not paid the civil servant in that state, and he claims he has paid them up to date. Has not paid them for almost about 2 years, or 24 months or so. But that may be true or may not be true. That notwithstanding, according to him, he said he went there to come fast for them. That may not be true. He may have gone there for political motive, like Bishop stated. That may be true, but we don't know. Let it be whatever it is. They don't have right. Is that a jungle justice? Are we living in a banana republic? And let me tell you exactly what happened. That man was not beaten, and he was rescued by the police. No, the police took him away and beat him. He was beaten inside the police custody. This is the bone of contention. It's not what he went there for, to play partisan politics. Everybody does that. Let's assume that has been happening. He went there to play a partisan politics. He's a citizen of that state. You can't say he can't come there and do what, in as far as he didn't come there to cause chaos, then you can arrest him.
Yeah, but he went there to cause chaos now. He went, if he's going there to demonstrate.
Let's assume he did that. Is that the right for police to beat him? He was not beaten from outside. Forget about all those. I know about Hope Uzodinma antecedent. There's no doubt about it. He was beaten inside the police custody. That one is the state of the fact. He was not beaten aside. That's where I have a problem with.
Were you there?
How do you know
Where
this?
are you there? This is my state, and I'm telling you what was narrated to the people I spoke. My parents lived there. He
But they
was
were
beaten
not there
in police
now. They
custody.
just live there.
It wasn't a fracas that happened outside. You can stay here and play and be sentimental all you want and play, play your own narrative. Everybody's taking their own. This
Were
is what
you
is wrong.
there?
This can happen in anybody. It can happen in any state. It probably has happened a lot of places. This is jungle justice that Hope Uzodinma is melting. The police, the chief of police, they've been complaining for a long time. He's using them as a jungle justice. That's what's happening in Imo. Do you know what's happening? I'm not just speaking out of emotion because of what happened to me right now. My family hotel, which supposedly to be, in Nigerian standard, it's a 4-star hotel. I'm not going to divulge where the hotel is, but it's up Port Harcourt Road. It's one of the best hotels there. It's a 4-star, 4+4-star hotel in Owerri. Even a 1-star hotel, all of them had been sized 3 days ago, up to 12th of this month. No more business. So we are complaining. He said, what's going to happen? We are losing business. He said he may compensate us according to what is called business standard. We don't know right now. So we are not doing any more business. And some of you are going to say, yeah, he's speaking because Hope Uzodinma has, is truncating his money. No, but we are speaking about Hope Uzodinma antecedent. That man, he may be APC, maybe that's why some of you, are supporting what is wrong. What is wrong is wrong. I'm not talking about what he went there to do. That's not my issue there. It's the way he was handled. And this is what Hope Uzodinma has been doing for the whole state. I don't know, but anyway, I just want to clear that part, okay, that I'm privy to what happened. Not what happened about why he went there or whatever he did. That's not even my concern. The way he was beaten, and you're gonna say my idea, and I'm giving you the fact. But anyway, one man I speak during my turn. Thank you.
All right, back to Ajande Koko.
Okay. Look, one man. We should not. You see, I listened to Bishop. He said he's playing politics. What is wrong in him playing politics? If he's playing politics, and then what has he done wrong? Do we not have rights to play politics in our country? Is it an offense to play politics? Does that mean that the government should go after him? I mean, we cannot be dancing to the tune of this crazy politician you have all over the place in Nigeria. They are all criminals. We have seen everything, every day. The way they kill people during the election time, the way they do, the way they molest people, and all of this that this politician, what they do in an effort to remain in office, in an effort to intimidate opposition and, voter suppression and all these things. We know it. Why can't, even if he's playing politics, let's agree that he's playing politics. He's working for Labour Party. Is there any justification for this kind of thing for citizens to be treated this way? We don't have democracy in Nigeria. And sometimes I see some of us want to support rascality by politicians. Whatever politician says, we take it. We believe it. They will say something. It's something they will say rhetorically. I mean, and their action will totally contradict what they say. I mean, we see President Tinubu now is showing at this, what do you call this place they went, this
retreat.
This retreat they make. He delivered a very good speech. He delivered a plan of, I mean, the way he want to run his government. He showed that he want to monitor the way every minister works. But what action has he taken so far that have made meaningful impact in the life of Nigerian people? Is it the action of by what we have seen with this supplementary budget, where it's requesting, you said it's already been approved, several billions to buy fleet of vehicle. What's wrong with the vehicle they're using now? What's wrong with it? And vehicle for the wife, 1 point something billion. Where are they getting this money for? They're borrowing this money. They borrow money to satisfy their own benefit. Where is the benefit for the people? Where is our own benefit? Our own benefit is suffering and pains. Go through suffering and pains and hardship. That is the benefit they're giving to us. But they can buy assembly, already approved 160 million for each of them to buy vehicle. They have the best of the best police protection. We don't have nothing. They say one thing, the action we go contrary to what they are saying. I mean, we should be able to have a meeting point. What I mean by meeting point, we should be able to come together as people and start checking these people, telling them the way they run in this country is not the right way. They are running that country down every day. We are saying it, but we want to continue to support them. It is not right. I don't want to use any foul language here. It is not right. So in this case of this guy, it is not right to beat a citizen. We have to speak against it. It is not right. It's an effort to intimidate and scare people away so that at the election time, people will be scared to come and vote, and they will give security to people that are ready for them, and they will scare away opponents. Somebody, is it not Morris, that was telling us yesterday that go all over the place in Imo State? You can't see any other candidate poster except for Uzodinma. Is that the way democracy should be run? That is criminality. That is intimidation of opponent. No posters of opponent, nothing. Opponent cannot campaign. They will go after them, they will send thugs and to kill them. It is. I think it's getting to a point where we should be able to come. Yes, they have the government now. Fine. They have won the election. Fine. What are they doing for the benefit of the people in that country? Are we getting better or are we getting worse? We are not getting better. We are getting worse. And we have to put stop to this kind of way they govern us. We have to put stop to it. And the only way we can put stop to it is to all of us in opposing camp to come together and speak in the same voice that this is not what we want. We want our country better than this. That is the way forward, and not to pitch that and playing politics of how do I describe it? Is it tribalism and all this nonsense? It's time to put a stop to it. This is not the time. The country is not going in the right direction. It's going in a wrong direction, totally. These politicians don't love you people. They don't love anybody but themselves. How on earth the president want to get 1 point something billion? I mean, something billion for vehicle. And the wife 1.9 billion? And we want to sit down and allow it to happen? And it's already happened. It's unfortunate, one man. Let me leave it there. We can go, assist, it's just frustrating.
All right, thank you, Ajale Koko. Ajale Koko, I still want to hear from you about the presidential yacht, but let me move the conversation round so that people are not waiting around too long, and then I'll loop around.
I told you that the presidential yacht, they cancel it. It's not going to be in that budget. The money, the money for that has been added to that. What do you call it? The
student loan.
Student loan, which is a good development. Even though I don't even support the student loan, it's nonsense. It's not going to achieve nothing. It's an effort in futility. What we need is just a free education for university level for all Nigerians. We have the money, we have the capacity, we have it, and we can do it. But some people will go after me. They will say, "No, we don't have the money." But you see, where are they getting the goddamn money that they are sharing for vehicle? Do you know 160 million per vehicle? Do you know how many student loan it can pay? Or $10 donated 750 million for scholarship for each student in one school in Lagos. I can't remember the name of that school. It's a private school. That is 1 million. 1 million per student. 1 million per student. He paid that. Now, let us look at number of students in Nigeria. How many students do we have in university? They are not up to 2 million. Are you telling me that Nigeria cannot pay for that? It's 1.5 million students we have in our university. Are you telling me that the country doesn't have the resources to pay for free education at higher institutions? We are not running the country. It's like the country is fastly moving. It's like a ship moving towards a huge rock, can hit the rock and tear into pieces. The way these people are running this country. Let me leave it there, one man.
All right, brilliant. Let me move the conversation on Ajale Koko and go in the direction of Man of Prestige, who I think wants to kick off with the Imo State space, his own home state. But the Labour Union president participating actively in local politics is not something to be encouraged, Prestige.
Yeah, I mean, participating in local politics, but the guy, we know, he's a Labour Party supporter, or chieftaincy, whatever they may call him. He played a role during the election, of course, which Labour Party lost the presidential, maybe they want some seat in the Senate and the House of Representatives. I mean, okay, one man, look at this. Didn't this guy lead the protest during the Buhari time? Was he arrested? Was anything happened to him? Let's just stick on the on the protest part of it. Even Tinubu that just came in, nothing happened to him. And let's assume he went over there to protest for those people. Like I stated, Uzodinma hasn't paid them for more than 2 years, from what I understand him. But he claimed he has paid everybody. That's what he said, up to date. In Imo State, people are suffering the way they are suffering. I mean, before Imo State come in, Imo State has the highest internal generated revenue in the Southeast, but it's no more. They're in the top 10 below right now. I think Anambra is number 1. Even Abia State has overtaken Imo. So I need people here are telling me that this APC government is performing, or hope Uzodinma. Apart from Ebonyi State and Enugu State, Imo State is lacking behind right now. They used to be number 1. Everybody go check what I'm saying. I mean, we have oil and some other things we generate internal generated revenue, but we are, where are we right now out of the 5 states? We are number 3 or whatever, if not number 4 right now. So since this man has come in, nothing is working for Imo. I mean, he probably has done something every, here and there. I mean, he has plunged that state into a chaos. That used to be one of the most peaceful states, but I mean, it's gone right now. Before he came in. Of course, everything started at the end of the last governor, wrote to corruption, some of what he did. But having said that, let's concentrate on what just happened. Like I properly stated earlier, whatever the man went there, I'm not privy. He has his own opinion that what he went there for, to protest against all those unpaid salaries. That's what he claimed. So I can ascertain to that. But they same he came there like Bishop and Simba has stated earlier. The state has banned him and everything not to come there. Not just him, the Labour Party not to protest and everything. Let's assume everything is correct and he went there against their rule and everything. Why not arrest him? This is my main issue. Not what he went there for, disobey the law and everything he's not supposed to. But he's a citizen of that state. He has a right to protest or do whatever he do, but don't cause any chaos. But one man, you say he's causing chaos. Okay, if he did that, arrest him.
Do you not think going to rally or to protest in the middle of a governorship campaign? Do you not think that is causing chaos?
Okay, let's take what he said is true. I'm not even arguing for that one man. This is not even my main point of concern. Not that, not what he did. I'm talking about the way he was, a jungle justice was meted to him. Like I said, it wasn't anybody that beat him outside or whatever. Then the police came there to rescue him and put him in their custody in order to rescue him.
You don't think he asked for it? You don't think he asked for the beating?
Start amplifying things now. Come on now. I like the way you narrate or something, but sometimes, the way you amplify things or make it, people listening from outside, if they don't know who you are, if they don't know how, what you try to gaslight stuff to make it more, interesting,
But
they think you are speaking the fact.
Yes, Prestige is an Imolite. That's one. Is a labor union party president who leans in the direction of the Labour Party. That's two.
Okay, what's wrong with that?
There's nothing wrong with that. There's a governorship campaign going on in Imo State,
right?
Where I hope Uzodinma is fighting heavily to return for a second term. That's three.
Oh no, he's gonna win the state. What is he fighting?
No question about that. But in the middle of all that, this guy now goes into that state with a narrative of salaries not being paid, even though the governor says he's going to that he has already paid the salaries, and then he's going to then protest at the airport in that state in the middle of a governorship campaign. Okay. Was he not asking for a beating?
What do you mean asking for a beating? How can you ask for a beating for civil protest? Did he go there and start fighting Uzodinma or hold gun at the airport and start shooting? Even at all, in a proper safe country here, unless he's shot at the police, all they're going to do arrest him and put him in custody, then proceed from there and give him a justice that is properly deserved. Not taking this man by force and put him in police custody and beat him. Say, we're going to show you the paper. Next time, don't come here to protest or, narrate your nonsense here. This is exactly what happened to him. That is my man. I mean, one man, you're missing my point. Unless he deliberately, just trying to provoke the situation. I think that's what you're doing. Because I know one man, you are very, you're a very intelligent person. You have more sense than what you kind of, stating right now. I mean, this is my main problem. It's a jungle. If this happened to everywhere in Nigeria, what kind of country are we living? You are setting a bad example and no hope was the antecedent. He has been doing this. I mean, in some part of local government like Okibe or something like that, during the past election, no election was held in that state. I don't know how many places election is gonna be held. And people, if election is properly, hold, free and fair, believe me, Hope Uzodinma is not going to win the election. But we know how he operates. He already cajoled the whole state, bribe everybody or something like that. That's politics in Nigeria. I don't have to educate anybody here. We all know how Nigerian politics play. If you want an epitome of what Hope Uzodinma is, Wike is one of, he learned from Wike. He is a student of Wike school. And he has taken it to a different level. That's who Hope Uzodinma is. Any means necessary. Life doesn't matter to him. I'm not just talking because, I don't have a vote in Nigeria. My parents is there or something like that, So they need to, after the election, they need to get out of that place, okay? Just like everybody's running away, they need to get up. That state has pretty much besieged, not in Owerri now, but, in other places because, Owerri is safe. That's not right on one man. Let's call a spade a spade. Forget about party sentiment, whatever party it belongs. If something is wrong, because this is not just Imo State problem. I mean, look at what is happening in Bayelsa. Look at that man, the deputy governor. Look at what he said about driving people to sea and let them die in the sea. And he's walking free right now. Does the state in the Nigerian constitution does the state governor has what do you call it? What do you call it? One man, I lost my chain of thought. Where the president have immunity or whatever. Yeah. No, the deputy governor doesn't have immunity, but he's walking free. And look at you had the speech that he made, and nothing has happened to him. So I'm making it a general statement that concerns the whole Nigeria. Whatever is happening, Kogi State, they're having an election there too. But this happened during the election too. It's just a problem. I don't know how we're going to get away from whatever we're having right now before we talk about policy. It's not going well for Nigeria.
Do you think the guy is too partisan to be the Labour Party chairman? Is it too partisan?
I don't know. I'll let you people decide that. What do you mean partisan?
Because the labor union is an umbrella organization for workers in Nigeria. So those workers can either be PDP, they can be AAC, they can be NMPP, they can be any party. So that shouldn't preclude them from accessing the facilities of the labor union. But if the president of the labor union is so fervently lent towards a particular political ideology and party, then is he really fit for purpose? Because he will use the weight of his position in order to then weigh that organization in the direction that they might not necessarily want.
But he has a right to participate in politics. Tell me any head of organization in Nigeria that is not partisan, that was elected to be neutral. Even the INEC, are they neutral? There's none. I mean, let's assume he's a partisan and what he did is wrong. That's my main point I'm trying to still stick.
Man of prestige, can I
Man of prestige, I don't have any problem about if you do something wrong, do something, arrest him and prosecute him in a proper way. That is my main concern. If we let this kind of thing go, or of course, they don't even listen to us. We can talk here until tomorrow. They won't listen to what we say. They're gonna do what they want. Uzodinma is willing to win at all costs. I think he's gonna win already. Why not let what you have already done? If I start telling you what Uzodinma has done to
what are you making of his performance in Imo State? You don't sound especially impressed from just your tone. Yeah.
No, I told you about what he has done to that state since he came in. Since he came in. He hasn't done nothing. Maybe minimum. I guess. I don't know. Maybe some people will be joining it. He do some road, do this road to Port Harcourt road to road leading to Abia State or something like that. All those potholes and everything. Like invited the president to come and commission a gutter. That's what I call it. Tell me any industry that he has built, promising about 400 people that he's gonna get a job for them. In US and they're rejoicing, or overseas in Diaphragm. What kind of stupidity is that? He hasn't done nothing. Oh, my man, is just.
All right, Black. Take that down. Yeah.
Can I interject 1 minute? I think
go ahead.
One man has been asking this question. He asked you too, that guy is partisan, and that is not fair to some workers who align with APC and PDP and all the rest. Look, it's nothing wrong for Labour to align with political party. It is nothing wrong. We see it in America here. Most of the Labour Union align with Democratic Party.
That's true.
And we saw even the president of the United States went to partake in the protests of some workers here in the United States, asking for higher pay. President was there, the greatest president in the world, of the greatest nation in the world.
Angelica, you're exaggerating.
Hold on, man. I know you Republican people that
I know now.
this
Prince Daddy
come
want to come in because you are
Yeah,
talking about
that is a fact. The president of United States, the greatest president in the world, went to partake in a protest with workers demanding for higher pay. That is how you can have a great country. Government must have good heart for the workers. But that is not what you see in Umo. You see what he's going after the workers. He didn't say anything good about them. He's lying against them. He said they go to the airport. They've not even moved out from their secretariat. They are the secretariat with the state. This lie there is going to say it's a lie. The state organ of labor is at the state secretariat that they were gathering up in preparation for the protest before they went after them. But they are lying, and some of you are believing it. They are lying that, the state organ is not, they are not on board with him. That's a propaganda.
All right,
let me leave it there just to show that's a propaganda. And I will have the video. I will send it to you for you to know that they were gathering up at the state secretariat of labor. If the labor in that state are not in the same position with them, are not prepared to welcome him to carry out that protest, why would they be in the state secretariat of the party? I mean, of the labor.
All right. Let me take a legal sounding on that, and then I'll move you after that legal sounding on to another talking point. Prestige, but a short commentary on the next talking point, so that I can get through the names quickly. But just on that space, Ogbeni, remind me what the public service rule, subsection 030402G. Remind me what it says again, Ogbeni.
Thank you, Oma. You see, one of the things I keep advising people, particularly on this platform, is that this platform is a global platform. If you don't know a particular issue very well, just say you don't know, and with caution, express your opinion. A civil servant in Nigeria is not supposed to participate at all in partisan political activities. See, the problem we have in Nigeria is we've turned to Nigeria to a jungle, from both labor to political leadership and even to citizens. We do things that are not in accordance with the law in a Gestapo manner. And who would question me? That is what the labor has been doing over the years. Who will question me? Who is coming to question me? When you are a civil servant, you are employed by an employer. But in Nigeria, you are a civil servant, you become a law lord to yourself because you have a union that cannot question you. Not until recently that we have National Industrial Court that has been checking our union to an extent. The way they operate that union, they operate it like NURTW of drivers in garage. They call themselves comrade. They fight. There's nothing they don't do in their secretariat. They say you don't know them. You are not part of them. That's why you see them outside. You think they are one posh people outside. Now, let me go back to this rule, which I posted on the private chat. It's called public service rules. That's the rules that guide your conduct and everything you should do as a civil servant. The moment you sign an oath to be a civil servant, you are bound by that rule. And all those issues of whether you have this right or not is not applicable here. You have an employer. And there are reasons why that rule say don't participate. And what that rule say categorically is this: is that engaging in partisan political activities for every civil servant is a serious misconduct. It's a serious misconduct. So people should just get that and know. You may want to be asking me, but they've been participating in all this while. Yes, because they've turned to Nigeria to jungle. Everybody just do what they like in Nigeria, and we'll even stay in diaspora. We'll be supporting them. See, that's the issue. So that's just my point on that. And then,
sorry, quick question: would this be solved if they change Labour Party's name to another political, like change it, not bearing Labour Party, but maybe something else party? Would that help the issue?
As long, no, you see,
I want to push back.
Yeah, and I'm going to push back too. When you if you can answer my question too.
But let him answer.
Okay, you can push back, please.
Okay.
Oh, no, hold on.
One man, we are waiting to contribute to.
Yes, only two pushbacks are because Darati, Baba, or Prince, everybody's still waiting. So two pushbacks, and then we move on.
Okay,
yeah.
Just 1 minute. Ogweni, this is to you. Having stated what you said as a good lawyer, you are privy to how in Nigerian context, what is in the constitution, and how the civil servant are not supposed to protest. So having stated, okay, I agree with you what you stated. Okay. Let's assume everything is stated is true. It may be true, because you are very knowledgeable when it comes to Nigerian politics. There's no doubt about it. But my main problem, if he violated the rule, is it not proper to arrest him, then prosecute him? Does that warrant the jungle justice? This is why when I was making my statement, I'm not an expert in anything. So that's why I said, even at all this is true. I don't know the fact. He has different opinion on what he stated, or what his people come here and stated. Of course, the government stated their own opinion. But is that the right thing to do? The way he was beaten, I mean, that one is a fact. He wasn't beaten outside. Then the police went there to rescue him. He was beaten inside the police custody. So can you just answer that?
Can I answer that? Let me answer that. I've not even talked about the legality of what he has gone to do there. The first thing I've talked about is issue raised whether or not civil servants should participate in partisan politics.
Okay.
That is the position of the law. But in Nigeria, over the years, we don't follow it. So don't even go to that law. We don't follow it. Everybody participates, even all of them. So it's a rule that is just there, but nobody is enforcing it. So let's leave that rule. Now to your point, there are many sides to this story. But I've understood Nigeria now to be where people that like to stick to whatever we think is the truth in our mind. And then from there, we just stick to it. And I'll give you an instance. When those guys beat Apapa in Court of Appeal Abuja, I know many people on this same platform that came to this platform to justify the beating. You see, when you allow a hole, you are opening a floodgate. And that is why I call it selective righteousness. Nigerians like that a lot. We come online, we come on global platform, we come on all the platforms, we sermonize, particularly when it's not going our way or when it's not following our own, what we believe in. Then, see, if we are going to develop our country, if we're going to restore sanity to our country, we must be objective in all our analysis. Now, there are two sides to this story. And I know the way union operates. You see, they call themselves comrades. Sometimes I call them thugs. All those comradeship, camaraderie, it's just thuggery. Union have their thugs. No doubt about that. I said if you don't know, they have their thugs. I've listened just this afternoon or this evening to the labor union at Imo State level. I think the chairman of the Imo State labor union saying there was no need for the president to come at all to their state. They are okay, they are fine. They don't need this protest. And something struck me there to say that if the chairman at the state level is saying there is no problem here, there's a possibility that there will be hostility when that man landed. Because if you have issue with your local union, there's no way you will come and some people will not form resistance at that level. So as a practicing lawyer, for me, I will put a question mark on that and say, okay, who really beats this guy? So if me and you don't have the fact of who beat this guy, then we can speculate, we can make reasonable deduction. The first deduction I will make is this. There is a likely to be hostility between this man that is landing from the headquarters from the federal and landing to this place, which is actually not his domain, which belongs to these local comrades to fight him. Secondly, I would say, okay, even if they are fighting him and they are not fighting him, maybe they are just arguing. There's a possibility for the governor to use police the way Nigeria is. We all know. It's not today. Today we sermonize, I think, as if there are saints in Nigeria. We know how all these things work in our country, and we want it to be changed. So, but my own reasonable deduction is, okay, there's a possibility for the governor also to use police to say, okay, since they are fighting each other, yeah, mobilize, go there. And on getting there, they met them fighting, they drag the man out and probably push the guy in the car and say, what are you doing in Imo State, and start beating the guy. So if we don't know what exactly happened, police has denied. Femi Falana has said that, okay, if it is true that this happened and you rescued the guy from the hand of the miscreant, where are the miscreants? I think these are the questions Nigerians should be asking, rather than be sticking to say, oh, it's police that beat this guy. Okay, whereas if we did not see a papa on a phone on camera, let me tell you, many of you here will say that those guys did not beat a papa. But we saw it on camera, and that is why we could categorically say they beat a papa. So this guy, I'm still expecting, because for me, the reason why I will believe that maybe police beat this guy is because I can't see any camera phone recording this guy. Because I believe that if they beat him in the secretariat, there should be camera phone recording the guy, because all of them will put out their camera phone and be. But if it is in police quarters, you won't find camera phone ordinarily there. So that's another angle to it. So, but as it stands, there are two sides to this. But for you to now stick to one and condemn and completely close the other one is what baffles me. So that's my point on that. I don't support police if police did this thing. Femfala is on top of it, and I know he will find it to the best of his knowledge and skill. He will get what exactly happened because he's their lawyer. But for us to now stick to one, even Femfala didn't even stick to one. The question he's asking is, okay, where are those miscreants that you guys said you met him with? Why didn't you arrest them? And I understand why police will not arrest them, because those miscreants are doing the bidding of the governor. That's the way I see it. Even if they are beating him, even if it's not police will not arrest them because they are just doing the bid of the governor. We know how these things work in Nigeria, so we shouldn't be playing righteousness on one part and then leave other one. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Round up that space, Prestige, and then I want to try and get.
I said that.
All right, come in, Ajale Koko. I'm just conscious of how long people have been waiting, but ask the question, give a very brief answer to it, Ogbeni. Then round up that space, Prestige, and then we go to Darate. Ajale Koko.
Ogbeni, civil servant have the right to unionism. And when they are practicing that unionism, particularly when they are taking up protests against the state, I think the law allows it. And that does not constitute that they are practicing, that doesn't mean that they are practicing politics. Yes, I agree with you. The law does not allow civil servants to partake in politics. But unionism is different from politics. And the law allowed them to be member of to form union, workers' union, and then protest whenever it is necessary for them to protest, as long as it's in line with their request for better pay or their welfare. The law allows that. So, and the protests in Imo by workers does not necessarily mean that they are partaking.
Sorry, Ajale Koko, can I push you a little bit just for the time?
Okay. And the protest does not mean that they were partaking in politics, but rather for their own welfare, for better pay and welfare. That was what they were doing. So, but what we are seeing now, it should not be politicized by the state. The state is trying to rubbish their name, try to rubbish what they are doing, and want to tag them as if they are playing politics. It is not politics. It's purely union matter. So, but we see what police are going to do. Where was police? And like you said, Femi Falana is taking it up. Yes, they're asking questions in that regard, and we wait and see. But unionism and politics are different things. So they are not playing politics, but rather taking part in the union protest. That is what they are doing. Thank you.
Yeah. No, go on, Ebony. Yeah.
Okay, if I may quickly answer that. So first and foremost, the reason why I talk about civil servant playing politics is not it's not the unionism part of it. It's the part where this same man has come to campaign for a Labour Party candidate. If you have come to campaign for a Labour Party candidate, that is partisan politics they are playing there. Okay? And you see, for you to now divorce that same man.
But it doesn't work with the government now. He doesn't work with the government. He works with a private organization. He doesn't work with the government. He doesn't work with the government.
I'm not
He's
aware
a
of
journalist.
He doesn't work with the government. He's not a civil servant.
I don't know that.
Yeah, he's not a civil servant.
So I don't know that. But this is what the point I'm trying to make. You see, you can't divorce that man from when he campaigns for Labour Party and then when he's now coming from unionism. Don't let us be sermonizing on that. He's the same man that has come to campaign for Labour Party. For Uzodinma, he sees that man.
Does it violate any law doing that?
No, it's not about law, but politically, you're on the other side.
It doesn't violate anything. He has the right.
No, the point is this. I see you as an enemy, and I know that everything that you have will use it against me. Let's be sincere here.
Enemy in what? What is enemy in playing opposition?
There is enemy in politics, of course.
So, and that is why thought must be sent to kill him.
No. You see, you are still sticking to your.
Not to kill him, or just to slap him around a little bit.
He would have been killed. He would have been killed. If that guy have an health issue, he would have been killed.
You are still sticking to your own narrative. Even the man himself have not come out to say police beat him. But you just pick your own narrative and you want to believe that. That's the issue I have. Now, what I'm saying is this: police denied it and said we didn't beat this guy. There's an issue between this guy, the national, and then the state chapter. And based on that issue, they started fighting. They called us, they invited us, we came, we took this guy to protective custody. That's what police said. The man himself has not talked. His own faction of people has been talking. The chairman of the state level has come and said he has no basis coming here, but they didn't say they beat him. In all this, one can have different stories there. But for you to stick to your own story and think that is the right story is the problem I have there. Then secondly, on your point that, okay, is there an enemy? Yes, in politics, there are enemies. If you're on the other side, I see you as enemy. That's how politics runs everywhere in the world. And I believe that you can use every of your arsenal against me. So if you are a union leader and you have come to campaign for my opponent and you are coming to my state again to use the only instrument you have to cause chaos in my state, as politicians, you see, don't think politicians are saints. They are not saints. As politicians, they strategize also and see a way to stop you. So if they realize that your own house is cracking, they use it against you.
So violent attack on opposition, that is to you is
Baba Dale Koko.
No, I'm asking you. You taking up violence.
Ajale Koko. Ogbeni said the chairman of the local labor. He told them that they didn't want a demonstration there, but this Ajaero, he brought his own thugs to come and protest nevertheless.
How come
that tells you that the state was already built for an internal clash.
How come the state doesn't want him to come there, and he was welcome at the secretariat of NLC?
Because there will be fashion.
Have
you ever involved in union? There are factions in union.
If you are listening to government-sponsored,
you see,
union member, yeah, those ones.
So Ajaero is not sponsored, but
let's move on to other things.
Yeah, I want to move on, but
can I conclude? You can move on
how
to somebody.
Is it possible that is not welcome, yet he was welcomed by members at the secretariat of NLC, and while they are preparing, these thugs came to lynch them and beat a hell out of them, and police were looking.
Baba Jale Koko, let me give you an instance.
We don't have to defend this one. This one, there is no defense for this. We know those that are behind.
Baba, I'm opening your mind to possibilities.
And there's
action so that you don't narrow it on
well. Ajaero Koko, let him respond, and then Prestige round up that space, and then we move on to Darati.
So, Baba Jale Koko, I don't want you to stick to one narrow story. Because if eventually it happened to be a false story, you won't like yourself. That's the way I see it. So there are so many stories there. Open your mind. Look at it from this angle. You see, that Imo has always been a hotbed on all these things. You remember during Rosha Sokorosha, when Gulag, there was a committee they called Gulag Committee that came to that same Imo to come and conduct primaries for them back then. And they put that guy on a gunpoint for the guy to change results. He had to, to fly away from the state and came to Abuja to announce results. A lot of things have been happening in that state, but my point is this. Don't think, the only thing that happened was that the state government now used police against this guy. My point is this. There's a crack already within his own house. Some people, which include the chairman of the state, which I watched, they didn't want him in that place. And don't forget there will be fashion. Look at Labour Party, for instance. If you are doing anything Labour Party now that is pro-Obi, they are Papa guys. They still say they have Labour. Why they are Bure guys will tell you they are Labour. Why they are Bure guys will welcome whatever is coming from Obi. Their Papa will not welcome. And that could lead to clashes anyway. So this is the way it's working, all these union things and when they call themselves comrade, I can conveniently tell you that so many of them are thugs. They beat, they do anything, even within their own union.
Ogbeni.
Ogami, sir.
Aba, yeah, let me just say this real quick, one man. I'll keep saying this to our folks, right? They should detach emotion from politics, and they should see politicians for who they are. As far as I'm concerned, there is no saint, right, in Nigeria's political space, and folks should be very careful how they're trying to make saint out of politics and politicians in Nigeria. Ajaero, unfortunately, he was beaten black and blue, but thank God they didn't kill him. He left his calling and inserted himself into the political arenas of political gladiators, especially when it is hot now. And then they showed him what politicians who know what they do to themselves. The only reason why he got beaten, unlike any other politician, is because he overestimated his value. There's no way Uzodinma would have molested the Labour Party guy or any other politician like that with equal standing, but because he wanted to be a politician by force. He needs to choose where he belongs.
Complete it.
So in Imo State, I mean, it is good that you may not like a certain governor at a certain time, but to paint Uzodinma as the worst thing in Imo State is because people have been issued, they don't like him. The Emeka Ehedioha was the governor that they really loved, that they voted for, a PDP man, right? But this guy that they never wanted
chased him out of office, and since the very first day, they've never shown him love, and he knows that he doesn't love. They don't love him, but he's gonna do what he needs to do as a politician. Do you love me or you don't love me? I'm gonna do what I got to do. So that's by the side. Before before Uzodinma, there was Okorosha. We know what happened in the 8 years of Okorosha. Before Okorosha, there was Ikedi right? For 4 years that Ikedi was in Imo State, it was chaos here. And I think there was a time that he was even having issues with the church and some reverend fathers. I think he even slapped one of them, or a couple of them. And even when Achike Udewa was the governor in '99, it was problem up and down. So it's never been a uhuru in that state. So for the fact that they want to see Uzodinma now, right, being the black evil now is quite unfortunate. And it has never been there's never been a time that we've had Nigerian politicians act as saints. Whatever Uzodinma is doing now, there's no way that you can compare him with any other states in the southeast or anywhere in the south, or even in Nigeria, that they're acting better. Nigerian politicians are the same. They may just be a little bit better than each other, maybe an age. So don't call one out because people just want to completely hate him as against other. What has happened in other states in the southeast? What has happened in other states in the south or in the northeast or in the near central? Was there not a state that we had Otom? Or don't we have a state that we had Yayabelo now? Don't we have a state where we have Ademola Adeleke now? But for the fact that Ademola Adeleke is a PDP man doesn't mean I will hate him because of the fact that even if he does anything for Osun people or not, that is their luck. They wanted him and they should take it like that. So Uzodinma is just the catharsis of what we see in Nigeria until maybe God will change the tempo of Nigeria political space. None of them should be elevated for the other. They are the same. They are on the same level. Look at what Joyediri is doing in Bayelsa State, a state of 8 local government. He couldn't do anything there. So let me just leave it at that.
All right, brilliant. So wrap up that space, Prestige. We go on to Darati. We've still got Baba. We've got Prince Daddy. Ogbeni, of course, gave you a sample. Charles are next here. Enigmatic you just heard from, and Zita. So we have the full cast. So round it off Prestige. We go on to Darati. Prestige.
Okay, thank you. I'm not going to take that long. Yeah, I heard when he spoke, and he spoke properly, everything, that he spoke, and he put probability, could be this, it could be this. And I completely agree with him. This is where, when I was making my assertion, I was putting some caveat there, so I'm not really sure this is what it could have been this. And Ogbeni properly stated it. And I'm not privy to Nigerian politics, where the Labour Party, where they are permitted to protest or not protest. Of course, we know how it happened in USA. I'm very much privy about what happened here. So having stated that, I've stated the main issue why I have issue with Uzodinma. And I have learned a lot. I remember when I first started in Nigerian politics. I believe I started following Nigerian politics from this platform, Platform 1 month, which was late last year. I was a novice when it comes to Nigerian politics. I don't know anything. I never participated.
Well, how did you start? You started as Oba of San Diego.
Right. But I'm talking about my antecedent when it comes to Nigerian politics.
God, we have to do your life history one of these days on this platform. The life and times
platform. Yes, I remember the way I was. Remember when I brought a story up. This is why these days I'm getting better. I don't just pick up a story and run with it. Remember when I came to this platform? And I told you what I read from, I think it was from Punch or whatever, and that was
we made fun of you for weeks.
Hold on,
remember, we made fun of you.
That was narrated by Igbo, and I said, Igbo, the Southerners have 40% of population in Lagos State. I got that from the Punch, and I ran with it. So I've learned my lesson. Whenever something happens, I don't just run with it. I have to investigate. It's always a two-side to every story, like Ogbeni properly stated. So I don't do that anymore. I've learned my lesson, okay, like I said. So my problem I have with whatever is happening in Imo, the reason why my assertion was leaning towards Uzodinma because of his antecedent, how he wants to win by any means necessary in Imo State, and what he has done Whether you can't come, he will truncate you, whether it's by killing or whatever, he will do it. So that's why I'm leaning that whatever happened is Hope Uzodinma fault. I'm not really sure, but remember what I said. I put a caveat. So, but that's why when I made my narrative, I said, there may be a truth to what this man is saying, that he was beaten in the police custody. So let me leave it like that, during my own turn, then I will narrate further. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us, Prestige. About San Diego, there was one other name in between before you landed on Prestige. Can you remember?
I don't even remember. I used different. I think I used about San Diego, some of that mess anyway. But anyway.
All right, brilliant. That's the elegant Mr. Man of Prestige. So the elegant man of Prestige to a man of equal elegance, Dorothy. Sorry about the wait, Dorothy. Let's hear from you, Dorothy.
Yeah, good evening, good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone, man. It's been a long time.
How is life in the Gambia?
Yeah, life in the Gambia is good. We are fine. We are pushing it. Thank God. So, well, good good morning to everyone. Please like, share, and subscribe. If I should go, let me just go. Should I just freestyle based on what I heard in the news today?
Yeah, freestyle.
Okay. Today I got a news in the, I got a particular news about earpiece getting the UK license, at least to fly, from Nigeria to the UK direct, and I think it's a very welcome development, going by the number of years that we have stayed without any, our own carrier, and with a lot of corruption and some other scheme issues that we had with Nigerian Air, and that is still yet to be resolved. I think it's a good thing for us. At least it's going to help more of our airlines to be able to do better at the international stage. And as for me, I don't really have interest in that Nigerian Air. For me, the best of the most developed countries in the world do not really have an airline. So let's just support the private guys and let them do it. We had it before; they finished it. So I think I think it's a good thing. Then there's another thing: the issue of the presidential yacht, money that was converted to that of the student loan. When I heard it yesterday, I said, I was not able to come on the platform yesterday, but I just listened a bit before I slept off. I said, this is the height of what we are talking about. We have to be very, very careful. But in one sense, I also can also say that probably it's like a PR stunt, like a strategy to make sure that he puts his name. I think I said that in the comment section, to make sure that he is still the talking point, and somehow being a listening government, and people will be able to raise it. It's a strategy, but the main thing is that they are able to do the right thing, whether they are playing games with the people, with the mind of the people or not. They're able to do what they said they were going to do. So I think it's something I will not say it's not laudable actually, because I want to see that student loan. Because when I calculated it, I was saying, okay, let me just calculate 10 billion with based on 250 naira per student. That could just take care of 5 billion, can take care of just about 20,000 students for 250,000 naira per year. So if we are really serious about this, we should be talking about in the realm of 50 billion above. If some nuisance that call themselves senators can just sit down and they're not up to 500 and spend 67 billion for nothing, So while they can buy, I was on what's it called? Since what's it called? I think it's a platform, it's Facebook platform, and I was able to see the price for each of his SUVs, G-Wagon, and some other things. With 40 million, 50 million, you can do something. With not, you can do something. Correct car, at least they give you some.
With that student's loan, I would have thought that they would have budgeted for X amount of students. Let's say they're saying, okay, we're going to educate the best million students in the country, and then they budget for them. So the best 1 million top performing students in the country, then the budget for them, and certainly 5 billion. It's so derisory. They needn't have bothered.
But I think, but the reason why I will still be giving them, I'm still looking at them by December. I think by next month or so, when they will pass the main budget. I think this one is just for the supplementary budget. So the main budget, let's see what's going to be in the main budget. Then we start to take them up, because part of the problem that we are facing right now is that you gave the hope to the people that we are going to remove some of these subsidies and some of these things that we have been enjoying before, so that we can channel it into some social investments and some other sectors that will impact people directly, and people can feel that, so that at the end of the day, we will still not, when we look at the whole thing, we will not feel the pain again. When I know that I can get money from some social places to do my business, my child can also access loan to get his education going. I can also get my health, universal health coverage. I can easily get that with little or no money. I know the mechanism are already in place, but we're still waiting for that. Probably in the next budget, they are going to do that. I mean, by December, a new budget that will be his own budget. But they need to know that people are really, really, really going through a lot of things. So I would just like it that they should not play with people's emotion. And but not
all right. Just a quick second. 150, 160 watching. Only 20 super chat. Only 20 likes. So can you please push the likes up? At least if you're not doing the super chats, at least do the likes. It cannot be right that 150, 60 people are watching and there are only 20 likes. Carry on now, Dorothy.
So, like we said earlier on, that the Supreme Court case has come and gone, and what we really want to see, we are going to be doing some good constructive criticism here. I can see when I look at that budget, looking at the budget that was passed yesterday, it's about 2.17 trillion, and I'm seeing almost like 900 billion going to the people, probably to the people directly. I'm seeing conditional cash transfer. Agriculture 200 billion, which I believe is still small, very, very small. For the workers' wage, about 200 billion or so, 100 billion for housing. I think you were listing those things out that time. Then 10 billion for what? For student loan. That's a very good improvement, because it's been long that we really see that kind of thing coming to the people. I mean, when we see goodies being budgeted, we normally see nonsense all the way. All the budget that we've been doing has always been for the political, the elite. That the ones that are just enjoying the whole thing and nobody's getting anything. But if this is for the 3 months, we will be also be holding their jugular, or even be kind of playing with their scrotal sack. People need to do that, and I think the obedience space could also join in that, but they should do it with a sense. They should be sensible. But at least it's a good thing, but they need to do more. It's still small. It's still very, very, it's still small, but at least people are able to, some people will benefit from this. Or not all Nigerians, it's very small compared to our numbers. Our numbers is massive, 400 something million. And at the end of it, look at that 5 billion is 20,000. When I divided it by 250, it's just 20,000 students. If you share that in Nigeria, how many students would that be? So they move it to 20, to 130, to 10 billion. That will be about 40,000. At least we should do at least 100,000 students for a go, as in for a start. Then we move it into hundreds of thousands, at least from there. So then another thing I see is the UK singing Kumbaya, for Tinubu. I think he doesn't need that nonsense for now. They should just get out. They are one of our problems, and we really need to get done with business this time around.
Why was the UK one of your problems? I thought the UK was one of your solutions.
That's how it is to be. It's about the political economy of it all. That is, where history is this. That was how they were. They also sang praises to Akufo-Addo. And look at what they did to him. He has been ruined. Of course, you can't put the blame fully on them. You cannot you have to blame your own leadership as well. And that's why I'm saying that Tinubu needs to just make sure that he walk the talk. Thank God that he has already understood. He already understood. He said what he said yesterday. His speech. in fact, reflected many of the things that we have been saying on this platform and even other platforms. That when we said that the workers, the Nigerian civil service, so corrupt and so inept and so inefficient, to the extent that they are the ones that are the devil, and the political class are using against the common man. So he was saying it yesterday that do not see this minister as somebody that you must do a way to find a way to dump him or find a way to sabotage him. We are sabotaging him. We are sabotaging the government. We are sabotaging the 200 and something million people that have voted us in. So is what he's telling, reading the riot act to all of them, both the civil servants and the ministers. If you are not doing your job, you get fired. And I think he needs to walk the talk and do away with the UK logizing him. Not that about that. Of course, those things really helped. But the only thing that will really chastise people is when he is able to turn those talk into real actions. I've said it. After the Supreme Court, I'm going to come for him one way or the other. If he doesn't do the right thing, thank God they're able to do their student loan strategy with whatever. But he needs to He needs to focus more on delivering the deliverables, the ones things, dividends of democracy that will affect people's life directly. That speech tells us that our political class, they know what they are doing. If Tinubu could talk to the civil servant that let it be teamship. Don't see the minister, because see, I've been in the civil service family. I have so many guys that are in the civil service that have risen to one of the highest levels, PS, directors, and stuff like that. So I know how the civil service normally undermine this country. And it's between them and those ministers and commissioners at the state level and also at the federal ministry level. We saw them. We saw it. We saw one. We saw the little movie with Umai. What did he do? Just lock them out. He must go. Can see. And these guys they are rich. Don't try them. They are billionaires. But you don't know. They are billionaires. And of course, they know themselves. So let them talk to themselves and get the job done. I think that's what we really need to watch. We need to happen right now.
All right, excellently put. So stay steady, Darati. Let me move the unless is there anything in particular you especially want to speak to, or are you happy for me to move on to Baba?
Yes, let me just speak to the not really, but let me just talk about the Imo issue. I think Enigmatic has already really done. Baba, thank you so much. I really like the way you came back from behind. People don't know that Imo State. I remember I served in Enugu State, so I know. Just look back at it. The last 4 or 5 elections in Imo State has been war. Imo State is the only state in the southeast, and almost like in the whole of Nigeria, probably in the whole of Nigeria that had that kind of trend. They don't conclude their elections at once. Their elections has always been, so it's been bitterness and hatred for one another. That was what they used to tear down. That state was the high flying state in the southeast. They have very sharp brains, smart guys. These guys are knowledgeable. They are smart. In the academic sector, you see them. They are doing excellently well. They have very good brains. But because of the politics, they've destroyed everything. They've destroyed everything. So many of the things that are going there is just about one bitterness or the other, political affiliation, and so. And I don't think the NSA chairman should also go there to go and be playing partisan politics. You should know that there will be consequences. That place is the last election they did that brought in that guy. It was a 5-horse race. 5-horse race. Okorocha has his own candidate from AAC, which happens to be from APC. He himself and this guy, they are not in good terms. PAP is there, Habga is there, and these are heavyweight politicians within that space. So there are a lot of divided interests and personal interests within that space. So there is bound to be such about who beat him, who did this, who did that, and the workers as well. But it's a shameful thing that in this century, state governors have not been able to fashion a way out of the federal pulse to pay workers. It's a stupid thing. It normally irritates me when I hear that. When I normally hear that a particular state is owing with the kind of money that these guys are and the resources that is at their hand, at their disposal, they cannot generate anything. They are so ineffective. They're so ineffective. They say that it's only the money that they want to eat that is in their head. So nobody should defend any one of them as regards that. I don't think it's good for us to defend nonsense. So that's my thoughts on woman. You can move on to the next one.
All right, brilliant, excellently put. So thank you, Dorothy. So we go on from Dorothy to Baba, and on our way to Baba, we'll highlight this excellent comment by Dewale. It says, please, guys, like, share, and subscribe to the channel. You don't have to like one man, even though he's your favorite, but stubbornness will not let you admit it. So Dewale, you've cottoned on to what is going on. Our Ipobian, egotic, some things that always watch us every night. They are act of resistance, the resistance, like they say in France. So I won't give him the like, whether he likes it, I will pay it. You know what to do. But Baba, to you.
Yes, Woodman. Thanks for the opportunity. Good evening to the panelists.
Baba.
I think, yes, sir. Ajaero.
I just want to one man. Sorry, sir. One man has sent a video to you on this labor issue in Imo State. When you're ready to play it, I will tell you the exact minute you can start from, and so if you don't mind playing.
All right. I want to try and get through people first, because I don't like people. They've been waiting for 2 hours plus, so I don't want to. I'm trying not to hold people for too long.
What I'm trying to do, because this is unusual, we have spent a lot of time here. Let's just get some fact right, because we have some of us are trying.
But you're sending from Arise TV, which already call us it. Oh, okay, tell me the minute you want me to go to.
No. Okay, the minute is 21. Hold on. 21:38.
Okay, I'll play it, but then Baba will take the lead on it. He has the floor, so let's yeah.
Actually, report on how good or how bad it is. Move on to our next story. The proposed strike by the Nigerian Labour Congress in Imo State took a different turn as a heavily armed policeman arrived at the NLC Secretariat and arrested the president of the Congress, Joe Ajaero. He was later released. Arise correspondent Punarimam Benjamin reports on the developments in Owerri.
Nigerian Labour Congress had planned to shut down Imo State through a proposed strike action. The union had scheduled the following: the protest strike action to take place unfailingly on Wednesday, November 1st. The action be total across all the sectors. Imo State be totally shut down, air, land, and sea. However, Owerri Airport to remain open till 12 noon before it is shut down. Unions embark on heightened mobilization. After all of this had been carefully planned out, the union converged on the NLC State Secretariat in Owerri to start mobilizing to hit the streets when the unexpected happened. Heavily armed security operatives arrived in weeks the president of the NLC to an unknown destination. According to reports, journalists were not spared, as some were beaten and taken into custody by policemen too. The union is accusing the government of owing workers and pensioners over 42 months arrears, declaring thousands of workers, pensioners, ghost workers, and pensioners, not properly implementing the national minimum wage, trying to use the courts to stifle a lawful protest, attempting to break the ranks of the unions in the state, continually interfering in the affairs of the State Council, hiring talks to vandalize Congress State Secretariat, observing in breach agreements the government voluntarily entered into with Congress as far back as 2021. Imo is now charged with a major industrial action. Now, the union says President Joe Ajaero has been referred for ophthalmic investigation, a head brain scan, a full body scan, and cervical spine therapy, among other investigations, after being badly beaten before he was taken on a neck collar
Hunger, you are
on the way
here.
he came to the
There is
Federal
going to be
Medical
earthquake
Center,
soon.
Owerri.
He should have issued another order, ex parte.
Yes, party.
You know, so they kept that letter. They kept that thing they posted to them.
Okay.
That they say, whether do I know that I should this thing they can prosecute.
Is this a good spot to stop it, Ajanle Koko?
No.
Me about it. I say, well, it is the same court that granted this order that can institute a contempt charge.
Yes.
You know, you can't just now start prosecuting.
The NSC also says that Ajaero's phones, money, and other personal effects were taken away from him. Punaraman Benjamin, Arise News.
All right.
Right, Kay, the situation.
One man.
Okay. Ajanle Koko, I'm surprised they should have shot him in the leg, surely, for protesting in the middle of electioneering. They should have shot him in the leg.
One man.
Yeah, just
One man,
saying
please,
all of this
to complete that story. You know, this is Arise. To complete that story, there is something I sent to you in the private chat. If you can play that, it shows how and where the state chapters denied the NLC national leadership. And that will show you the hostility in the state already against this man. I just sent it to the private chat.
Hold on, Ajanle Koko. Let's get Ajanle Koko. Hold on. Let's get the balance. Let's get the balance. I'm just waiting for it to load up. I think it's Scottish network.
The national leadership of the Nigeria Labour Congress plans to occupy Imo on the 1st of November. The Imo State chapter of NLC has instructed all workers in the state to shun any directive and be at their duty post. Briefing journalists shortly after an emergency meeting in Owerri, the Imo State capital, chairman of the NLC in Imo, Philip Uwansi, says there's an existing court order from the National Industrial Court restraining both NLC and TUC from embarking on any strike or occupy Imo through a protest.
Based on the restraining order, interim injunction given by the court that the occupying Imo is illegal, and the case was extended to 3rd of November. So the workers of Imo State vehemently say no to their occupying Imo because we have not found reasons enough that will make them to come and occupy Imo.
Okay, so there it is. So there it is, Baba. Going against court orders, breaking the law. I was actually jesting when I saying they should have shot him in the foot, but perhaps they should have shot him in the foot. Baba.
Yeah, thank you, one man.
But one man,
Good
when you are listening to Aburi, what he was saying in that court, in that car, the same court that said they should suspend strike, the same court later gave them injunction that they can go ahead. So what are which one do we believe here?
Baba Janle Koko.
And if what this man is saying, this man on the screen now,
that is the chairman of Imo State chapter.
Okay, that's the chairman. Why
Yes.
was Aburi allowed to come into the state secretariat? Why was he allowed to come there with
Ajaero, you mean, not Aburi?
Ajuri, sorry. Ajaero. Okay, anyone, child. So why was he allowed into the state secretariat of NLC if what this man is saying is actually true?
Baba Koko, there is no reason why the way NSC work, national, you can't impose your own position from national on the state chapter.
It didn't impose on them. What I'm telling you, what we heard on the Arise News, and they showed us in their state secretariat, they were there. Ajuri was there. What is his name? I don't know. He was there with other people preparing to go on the street. So if there is a real problem there, he won't be allowed to even come to the state secretariat. That is my argument.
But if Arise is correct, don't you think there will be photographs from the journalists there when the policemen stormed the place
Well, I mean, don't let us
to
go
arrest
there.
Ajaero?
How can
There
you,
is no
the reporter
photograph.
there? How can you? The reporter was there. It's reporting from Imo State. So don't let us go there. That if Arise is
He didn't report with footage. Their camera was
Exactly.
He didn't report with footage.
This is
Why
Chairman
can't they,
NLC
look,
Imo
he
State.
reported, the reporter mentioned in his report, you guys heard it, that while he was there with others preparing to go on the protest, police came in, arrested him, beat up even journalists and everybody there, and took him away. And they
He's a
took his
TV
phone.
reporter.
Hold
He's
on,
not a
hold
radio
on,
reporter.
Hold on. They took his phone and his personal belongings. Police took it with them. So
What about the reporter?
Who sent police to go and arrest him there? Who sent police?
Ajay, you are not getting the point.
Adale Koko, hold on. We've heard from the national chairman of the Labour Congress, and then we've heard from the local chairman. You can see I'm deliberately made sure it was resting on his title. The chairman of the
NLC, Imo State.
Imo State NLC. So there are conflicting narratives coming from there. And clearly, the Imo State chapter does not want them to come and protest, but Ajaero, he was insistent on protesting. So which is to tell you it's a narrative of a breakdown in law and order. So what would the police do?
So what you are telling me that the president can just come, jump into one state and say, hey, we are protesting. It never done like that.
We are hearing from the state. Well, okay, so how do you marry what you're saying with what the state chairman is saying?
It won't be the first time anyway. You remember
I don't know where the state chairman is coming from, but it is not possible.
He's saying they don't want a protest. You know where it's coming from now. He just said so. He said they don't want a protest in the state.
They don't want a protest, and yet he allowed him to come into the state secretariat of NLC.
They can't stop him, can they?
The president to come in there and with others jubilating that they are ready for, and that was where police came to arrest him. I mean,
nobody is disputing that. That means there was fracas, and they want him out of the place. The local wants the national out of their secretariat
as well. So is coming there to test security resources. The security already heavily committed to the electioneering, and then he's bringing a protest on top of that commitment in order to overtake security.
Have they taken up violence? Have they started? Have they started violence?
You're not, but you heard the two sides now. Ajaero said one thing.
Hold on, one man. What I'm saying is that they have not even started the protest.
So the police should have waited for the violence to break out. Is that what they should have done?
No. Hold on. They have not started protests. They have
an illegal protest.
Hold on. How can you say it's illegal?
Because there's a subsisting court order.
No. Hold on. They have not started protests. They have not destroyed anything. Even if
so the police should have waited for them to destroy.
No.
They took him in as protective custody.
They've not started protests. They have not started. They have not done anything in terms of destruction of public property. They were still in the state secretariat of NLC. Police came in. Should police use force to arrest people in that secretariat? Should they
a violent disorder? The police should not use moderate force to address a violent disorder.
Hold on. Should police use force? Extreme force? Should police beat journalists?
Ajay, you are adding your own extreme now.
Hold on. Should police inflict injury on this guy because they try? Should police even take his personal property, including his phone?
I mean, what is this? What are we practicing in Nigeria that we are trying to support?
I thought the police.
This is state criminality.
They rescued
this
him,
is
right?
state criminality against the citizen, and we must speak against. This is state. It's police that did all this. That's
your
no, that is what you had in that report.
Ogbeni was already saying to you that you are looking at it from a narrow.
No,
prison.
it's not from it's from the report that we all listen to. Don't say from my own narrative.
That is Arise report. We also listen to this TVC.
Okay, that is the same. But why don't you want to accept the report from Arise News?
That is one side.
Why don't you want to accept that of TVC?
Okay, that is one side. Okay, your own is one side too.
I know.
I don't get
That's
it.
why I said.
I mean, you saw the fact. You want to rubbish it because it's from Arise News.
No.
As if Arise is lying.
That is one story. Okay,
we have seen the other story too. The NLC chairman of the state.
Wait, let me make this point. See, when I was in university, I was part of student union government, right? I was an integral part. I contested, I won. Okay, I was the secretary of student union. I know when, for instance, you have NANS coming from headquarters, and you don't have the support of NANS at IFE level or at the university level, there'll be hostility for sure. Yes, there'll be some students that will accept those national that are coming. But if the state or the university level is not accepting you, there will be a serious chaos. So look at it from that angle too. It's also a possibility. You can't have the chairman coming out to be saying, we do not want you. We do not want you. What are you doing here? Every worker should go back to their this thing. And you think there won't be hostility when that man
there will be mayhem.
Mobilize?
There will be mayhem.
Beyond that, just a second. What I'm hearing, but from the back channel is that even from that NLC, they already complained that this guy is doing too much because they are member of PDP within that NLC and they are member of APC and other political parties within that
NLC.
So it's like you cannot make Labour Party and LSA affair. They have their own parties too. So that is one thing that is playing out too. And then number two, he wasn't even under any guise, right? Supposed to be on the street trying to protest. If there should be any protest in Imo State, the state he should have aligned and had a good communication with the state level, right, to carry him along. And then three, he has a subsisting court injunction. So there's a content of court even hovering over his head, and that was the reason I said he should be thanking his stars that they didn't treat him like a real politician. If they had treated him like a real politician, probably we'll be talking another story by now, because he inserted himself where he wasn't supposed to be.
All right, back to you, Baba.
We are talking about police brutality. This is what I am speaking against. Police, but why can't you people just get it for God's sake?
If it is police, yes.
This is police
we should
brutality.
Condemn police. But don't
How are you sure, Baba? How are you sure it was police?
You heard from that report
by the police.
that police came in, they arrested him, they beat journalists, they beat a lot of people and took him away.
And
but
those
there are other stories. There are other story that reported that the police rescued him from hoodlum. Which one are we going to take?
He was taken into protective custody. Simple. So that the locals don't descend on him.
What the reporter on the ground reported is what I am going with, and not
the reporter is from a partisan anti-government platform.
Okay, so
that are known for embellishing narratives.
So the report from TVC is not partisan.
But we saw photographs of operatives, the local chairman.
So the
interview now. It's not a report.
Is not partisan.
It was an interview, as when he said.
What told you that this is not a kangaroo people that are brought up?
Come on, Ajaero. Come on.
All right. Let's move on. Over to you, Baba.
Yes, thank you, woman. I don't think I will have the time to come back again fully, so I have to salute all my people. I salute you all, the panelists, starting from Ogbeni is going to come to give us our time. and the Ijaya of the platform. I salute you all. I welcome your opinion. And to the comment section, starting from the Ace down to a lot, Zita, Chioma, Ayoga, and Peters, and Oshunleti Mumuni, Emmanuel Yomi, Daramola, and I think Samado, which sounds Ghanaian, and Evergy and Zach and AB. I salute you all. Keep your comments rolling. It gives a vibe to the platform entirely. And please, our listeners, please, please. This is, you know already that this is a platform that is vibrant with robust debate that is fistful and hearty, where opposite attracts, and of course, it's a marketplace of ideas generally. Please do press the like button right now, so you can come back tomorrow and still enjoy the same thing or better. But later, share and subscribe by all means. Yes, one man, I think, without wasting time, one thing we are not getting here in this Imo matter, Ajaero actually himself is a member of a trade union. He comes from the, I think, the Union of Electricity Employees before he contested and won. In the Nigeria Labour Congress, I think there are about 27 or 29 unions. Please correct me, I may be wrong. I'm not too sure now. They're coming from different background, textile, iron workers, this, that. So as the head, the president, he is supposed to be father of all. Naturally, as a human being, he can have his own political leaning, but he has to hide it to shield himself as a father. But this guy is not shielding himself. He's abrasive in the sense that what is happening is in Imo before. He has tried it in Abuja a couple of times by trying to go solo because TUC disagree with him. So that is why I'm not doubting the local union in Imo, saying don't come, and he went there because there is the antecedent of him being stubborn and going against the grain of the general consensus. You understand? I'm not supporting violence, but he is wearing two hats here: president of the Nigerian Labour Congress and a member of Labour Party. So in the case of Imo here, he's wearing the hat of partisanship. That is a Labour Party person. So naturally, he will be seen to have dropped his hat into the political arena. So they have to treat him like a politician. I will not do politics in Nigeria because I know what politics in Nigeria is like. I don't want to die. So if he did that and come to the arena, then I think he got what he's asking for. He should be ready. He got what he's asking for. Because we are saying Nigerian Labour Congress. No, this is a politician. Ajaero went there as a politician, as a partisan person. And you can't expect the governor to sit back, fold his hands, and allow a renegade of a politician and a labor unionist to shut down his state. That's security risk. It will be irresponsible of the government to allow him to do that. You can see what they plan. Shut this, shut that, even shut the airport. He boasted he wants to shut down Imo in an electioneering week. Election is just 9 days away. So what is he trying to do or to achieve? So I don't have any sympathy for him. I don't have any sympathy for him. Honestly. So one man, please Next topic.
All right, let me move you to this space. It's quite a curiosity. Crude shortage delays Dangote Refinery. 5 others take off. At the last check, they told us Dangote Refinery was going to start. The promise was that October, which has come and gone again, which seems to an ever-moving goalpost, the start date of this Dangote Refinery. But what they are claiming now is that they're not getting crude supply from NNPC. But what now seems to be the case is that the NNPC has future sold their crude. Remember that bank loan they said they were going to get? They've made promises. So what are you making of this Dangote narrative? It's something that is never going to happen, is it? A white elephant project, $20 billion.
Well, it's not. It's a businessman. A businessman owned the refinery, and he's just not a rookie. So it's not something. It's just something that happens in the formative period of a business. So they will tackle it. But I heard also authoritatively that they will start supplying him from December, so he will get it. Everything oil market, it's very volatile. There are different ways to sell your oil. We have the futures market, we have the spots, we have the contract sale. And in a economic situation Nigeria is now, and coming from the Buhari tenure, a lot of things had happened in that space just to get enough money for the country to keep on running. So he has to wait until December. If not, as a refinery owner and operating from the export-free zone, he's free to get his crude oil from anywhere.
Why is he not doing that is the wider question. Nigeria used to ship its crude oil to Asian countries, etc., to be refined. So why are countries now not shipping into Dangote if NNPC are not supplying him? If he's built this fantastic facility, which is telling us it's ready to go, why Ghana has oil? Why are they not refining it with Dangote?
Ghana produces just 200,000 barrels a day. So they call themselves an oil country, but I don't reckon with them. If you are producing less than 1 million, you are not an oil country. So that is that for Ghana. And for Dangote, I think he himself actually is not ready. The refinery is not ready. Because they must, I don't know for sure what I'm saying is speculative. They must have been ready for him maybe in August, September, and it's not ready, and they have to take their crude oil elsewhere. So when it's ready, then of course he has to also wait for them. But NNPC has said they will give him crude oil, and that refinery he has there is meant to use sweet crude, which is Bonny Light. So he has to wait. And most of this oil around there, the wells there, are not owned directly by NNPC. Don't forget, it's all about partnership. NNPC having equity in these wells. And the owners of these wells, to whom they allocated it originally, must have done one or two things about the sale. They will prefer to earn their money in hard currency. So it's all about putting pen to paper and working together. Both oil well owner, NNPC, LC, and Dangote. So there must be a general consensus towards getting it right. It's not something you can just do. It's not like frying puff or anything. It takes some planning. So that's the situation there.
Can I make some?
Yeah, go ahead.
Woman, I don't know what is going on.
For $20 billion spend, it's quite odd. I'm not sure.
Let me ask this question.
It looks as though there might be a scam going on somewhere.
Where is this report coming from? Who made that statement that Nigeria cannot supply Dangote.
It's actually
immediately, right now. That's what he
Yes.
can supply now.
Yes, it's actually coming from the chairman of that facility itself, the Indian guy, something Edwin, is the chairman of the Dangote, Devakumar Edwin. No, Devakumar, yes.
So what is going on here? Nigerian state have its investment, 10% investment in this Dangote's refinery. So what is the agreement between them concerning supply of crude? What I mean, are they trying to tell us that they did not agree on anything, how they will supply him crude and stuff like that right from the onset, or what is really going on? That
There should already be an allocation cordoned off for Dangote, irrespective of whatever.
If it's not ready to take it, so what happens? Oil market is not something you wait for anybody. It's about timing. Just like shipping, everything is about timing, clockwork.
Okay, and one man, that Indian guy, did he mention in that in a statement when Nigerian state will be ready to supply them, or did he say anything?
I think I abandoned it because it's such a long read, so I abandoned it halfway through. Yeah.
It will be ready in December. They will give him oil in December, and not only him, they will supply also those module refinery too.
Modular refineries.
They will supply them too.
But is it not fast looking like a white elephant project? This Dangote, so I think Nigerians
20 billion white elephant projects.
Nigerians have moved on mentally from there. We're not waiting in us. We're still importing oil after when did Buhari commission this?
No, we are buying oil now. We are buying directly with cash. We are not even using our crude oil for that kind of trade anymore. We are buying. We are buying refined products. So that is why nobody knows the mechanism going on in the pricing, and a lot of private importers could not compete. Well, massively enough, the I&E window, this in foreign exchange is now coming down, definitely. And by December, of course, Naira will stabilize because they are clearing the backlog now of all back forex forward backlog. They are trying it. That means that those that have put Naira in the banks before, waiting to get supply of Naira 6-9 months back, they are now supplying those people. And these are the people that are putting pressure on the foreign exchange and aiding the parallel market. So when they get it right now, at least the pressure will be off the banker. So whatever the government now puts in there for sale will go naturally without pressure from these people. So the time is right because this is the period of the year where yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Baba, just to chip in one or two things to what you were saying about Dangote Refinery.
Sorry.
Before this news came out, I think there was a news where they said it wasn't ready. Have they said otherwise?
Yeah, I think they are giving indication now that they are ready. But if you ask me, I don't believe
them giving indication that they are ready. I'm talking about those that
the refinery
that they are not ready because my company here, one of their contractors is working in that Dangote refinery. Dangote refinery is still installing demulsifiers. So what is all this? Give us crude,
exactly.
Give us crude,
you are right. They are right.
Can we tell our young Nigerians, instead of reacting to things the way these uninvestigative journalists throw out things in the public, can we educate our young ones what is going on in our country?
You are
A
glorifying them,
refinery
Madam
that is
Zita.
installing demulsifiers. What is
What does that what does that mean, Zita, for the benefit of the uninitiated? What does that
it means something that is going to separate the water, the droplets, and so that when they refine, it will come out clean, ready to use. So if they are still installing it, what has crude oil got to do in that refinery?
And sorry, Zita, what phase is that in towards completion of that project? So is that the last phase?
Second to the final stage in a refinery this thing. I think it's second to the last stage. So if they can finish it by this month, hopefully February next year, that thing should be up and running. So unless they're asking for crude to be stored in their tanks, then
they in turn selling it.
But if it is refining, that thing has to be installed. That installing, to be honest, a very perfect one. So when they finish, the NNPC body should go back and inspect it, approve it, before they start demanding for crude. I don't get this, but
even according to The Economist, that refinery will not be ready 100% until June 2024. So whatever is going on now is just all political theater. But like Madam Zita said, I think a lot of
it's something that separates the oil is going to make it perfect. And the company doing that job for Dangote is a very good company. And they're using top-notch technology for him. So can we wait till he gets the approval to run?
Yes, we're happy to wait if they don't keep on promising us that we will start. They keep on making the promises and then
we keep on putting pressure on them too, one man.
Yeah, but the pressure is there now. Look at the living experience of Nigerians. You know, how long has he been building that thing? He's been building it forever, using it to
my money now.
So the installation, that installation started, I think, is it August? Either August or July. And that's a big refinery. And they're doing a perfect job. It's a Norwegian company. They're doing a perfect job. So can they wait? Let them finish. Then let the people who it is, in as much as we don't trust our institutions, but the Constitution has given them the power for the approval. Can we wait for them to go back and inspect it again and approve?
But this statement from the what do you call it? From Dangote is very clear. They are not. It's very clear that it's NNPC that is NNPC
that is holding them back.
You see, Ajad, the thing is, what we need from that refinery is PMS. Every other thing the modular refineries can produce for us. And for that fixtures to bring out PMS, which the country needs badly to happen, then that refinery has to be ready 100%. So we are not going to gamble our crude oil for him to put in his storage and start producing AGO, competing with our modular refineries and sending them out of market and bringing out a Jet A1 fuel also for the aircraft. We are not going to do that. That is not good business. We will not indulge Dangote. That thing must be ready 100% before we put our crude oil in a storage tanks.
All right, but nobody wait in anticipation of Dangote, because I don't think it's going to be like you said. even when it starts refining, the first phase of refining will be jet fuels and diesel. So just don't wait for Dangote. That's just really the thing. But
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Sorry, you don't think what? Sorry, Ajale Koko. Zita, what don't you
I
think?
don't think it's jet fuel and diesel. No.
No, that's what they said. They said
no, it's going to be a perfect separation. Unless he wants to do that. But he can do the trade. He has a wonderful refinery. Wonderful.
Oh, the best, the latest.
He has the wonderful refinery. I know what I'm talking about.
Where all the variants at one time can go out separately.
And woman, one thing you should understand again. Baba, please, sorry to take your time.
No, good. Carry on.
People I interject. One thing you have to understand again is that refinery is going to do what they call in Africa, in economics, they call it market shock and business shock. So you don't let it come out like that. That man is going to ground a lot of shenanigans going on in Nigeria. The moment he comes full blown. So outside of the politics, outside of him getting ready, it's not a white horse distance. It's a perfect refinery. And when it starts, Africa will know that it has started. That's just the truth. All these ones you are calling of modular refinery, they will just fizzle out. Watch and see.
That is my fear.
It's big.
That is my fear. You will send them packing.
Market shock and the business shock. So they have to manage that market shock and business shock before they open it. We all have to understand that. It's the simple.
Sorry. Is that market shock? Is it a positive? How does that impact on the average everyday Nigerian? Is it in their favor?
Well, it depends.
Because nobody cares if any modular refinery goes belly up.
That is what I am saying.
That's not our business.
Some people put money together for that.
It's going to be positive and negative, depending on the way you want to look at it. If he runs over all the modular refineries, those people are going to lose their job. If they decide to take from him to go sell in their modular, they will still retain their job because his refinery is massive. Let's accept that. It's massive. With him alone in Nigeria, why would other refinery exist? Anyway.
And in character is a monopoly.
But they will exist anyway. But let's see.
One man, we treated it here. He's being favored by the is it not Petroleum Act or what was that act? That
PNI.
Is it PNI? I can't remember.
PIB, Petroleum Industry.
Dangote is already favored by that act. He is the only one that, according to them, the qualification that is required for any what do you call it?
If there's a shortfall in petroleum, he has the right to import it first.
Yeah. Only him have the capacity in the whole of Nigeria outside the NFPC. So the law
should even have the capacity to import in the whole of Africa because he has the reserve to do that.
Well, that one is a different. But as far as Nigeria is concerned, he's the one that have the capacity to import if we are running short of petroleum products in Nigeria. So the laws already favor him already. So those modular...
And it's in the export-free zone.
Are the modular even...
We have to remember.
Now? Baba, are the modulars, are they functioning now?
They are complaining that they are not getting crude. And they said something so ridiculous, I can't believe. They said they are even using tankers to ferry crude oil to their refinery. I find that very hard because
No,
there
you
are
should
two.
believe that, Baba. You know, I worked in an oil firm and I'm still working in one.
Okay.
Let me tell you what Dangote wanted to do. He wanted to be using tankers to transport the crude from Port Harcourt to Lagos.
How would that possible?
He has a company that is not called Dangote. I've forgotten the name. If I call my colleague, she will remind me.
Hold
on for Zeta. Hold on for Zeta. Yeah.
Madam Zita, the company is called, the company is called Sinotruck.
No, it's not Sinotruck.
It's not truck.
No,
it's not truck tankers.
No, it's not Sinotruck.
Hold on. Give us that narrative, Zeta. Yeah.
So he wanted, he was interested in Asanot that is being built by Seplak and Shell. He was interested in taking the whole crude, including the condensate. And the only way, because he was trying to, that's when you do business in a security, places that have security challenges. He was scared of piping because of what they do when you pipe. So he doesn't want to go through all that. He wants to have a pipe, a tap, a wellhead in that place that his tankers can fill it and transport it to Lagos. So it's possible.
Wow. That
what's the name of that company? It just came into my head now.
But what level of vehicular movement would you need to do that? If you are talking about the top 3 largest refineries in the world, what sort of tanker movement would you need to be able to?
It's not vehicular tanker. It's what do you call ocean vessels. Tanker.
Badges.
Badges.
All right, to fill a badge and then loop it around to Lagos.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. It's not
And then he said he will use some
Yes,
tankers.
coastal tankers.
That was what he did. I saw his pass through my decks. I can comfortably discuss on that because it passed through my decks. That's the proposal he gave.
But it makes sense because the coastal tankers can easily anchor off the refinery because they already dredged that place. And I think a vessel laden with containers landed there a couple of months back. So it's quite ready.
So what stopped that plan? What stopped that plan? Why was it not viable?
No, the plan is, I think that's what it's going to do generally because it's not going to pipe like we did to Cardinal Refinery and pipe from oil wells down here. Because even naturally, it's going to take these things from different wells. So it makes sense, economic sense actually, to have small coastal tankers. And that will also be a good business for those people involved in cabotage. I think that's the local, the coastal tanker owners. Those are the small ones that could carry 30 tons and everything.
Well, let me just say, Baba, just give me a second.
Is the name of the Borisma? I don't know where I find that Borisma or something. It's not known in Nigeria, but it's big. Let me answer one man's question. What made him pull out? Not totally, but I think he pulled out before I left. He said they should give him the condensate for free. He's a shrewd businessman.
Oh.
He is right and he is wrong because why throw away the condensate? Okay? So somebody is buying your crude. You want to throw away the condensate. You say, give me the condensate for free. So okay, buy the condensate. I think they had a lot of disagreement in that area. He want the condensate given to him for free.
He has us by the ball anyway. He is, and he's a very shrewd person. So
people don't understand what that refinery is going to do. But
don't forget the urea that comes out of that place is going to supply fertilizer. Lots of fertilizer.
The government and the institution that is in charge of things like that in Nigeria to take their time to handle the market and the business job. That's all I can say. Nobody should underrate that refinery. don't even go there.
If it ever gets going, which is not looking likely, is it?
It will.
It will.
Are you saying it will never?
Woman, let me
Woman,
just
now what
let me
food
just
you
add to what Madam Zita said, if you don't mind. Madam Zita, yes, I don't know if Dangote has other plans of using cargos, badges to bring the crude from some of the avocados. I mean, yeah. But NNPC has a plan. It is in their schedule. 6 vessels, 6 of those vessels of at least minimum of 200,000 barrels each will be delivering in December. I think the first one is December 13, if I'm not mistaken. But 6 of them will be delivering in December, and each will be carrying 200,000 barrels each. So at least that is the one to kick it off, to start exclusively, like you rightly said. The refinery is designed exclusively for sweet Bonnie Light, right?
Yeah, Bonnie Light.
Yeah, which is sweet crude. So but I don't know if it is Dangote's initiative himself or NNPC, because Ajaero said NNPC had 10%. No, Nigeria actually had 20% through
20%,
NNPC.
4 billion.
It is not 10%. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, back to you, Baba.
Yeah. So definitely we will get it right. The only thing that with this propaganda thing that is agitating our youths is what troubles me. We just need a little patience because everything is falling into place at the moment. Whether we are borrowing now or we are not borrowing, we will be capable to pay our debt in another 12 months. And this particular one they are taking is even 40 years. 40 years.
You mean the $10 billion sort of that they are borrowing now?
Yeah, that's our World Bank facilities, and the thing is, we just need political how do I put it, stability in our country. Because I observed one thing this morning, how the press can easily gaslight the youths. When I Rise TV, please folks listen, when they were talking about the yacht this morning, do you know what they were doing? They were showing 2 luxurious yachts, big ones, like the ones the oligarchs use, that cost between $80 million to $100 million. They were showing them cruising, so beautiful. And I can see the youths looking at those yachts cruising and believing that is what Tinubu wants to buy, and then bringing the bile out of them. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Because when I looked at it, I immediately understood exactly the game they are playing. And I think they have to stop all of this. We need political stability to survive.
But Baba, you can't blame Rise News. You have to blame people that included in that supplementary budget.
I agree with you, so I'm saying in the sense that those people, the people who prepare that thing, they are illiterates.
Not a Rise News. You have to
blame I will blame them, but I'm saying that when you talk about $6 million, $5 billion, $6 million yacht, I think that's a glorified. Let me use bad mouth.
How much is that in? How much is that in dollars? How much is 5 billion naira?
$6 million. $6 million. $6 million. That's it. Can you get a yacht for $6 million?
Let me go buy.
Say again.
It is $6 million. That's a lot of money.
But we're talking. No. I don't have it. No, I'm not saying it as if it is pittance. What I'm saying is that put $6 million down and go say you want to buy a yacht. You can't find one. You cannot find one. All you can get, it's a beautiful.
No, you can't say they are used one now. They are refurbished one. That will look very good, refurbished and stuff like that. That will look very good.
Even $6 million, that would be a steal. You understand? Because if you look at what Arise is showing this morning, you can see that those are real. Those are an hotel on their own. These are hotel on their own. You understand? And they go for about $80 million.
They were showing Abramovich yacht, Abi.
Exactly, with a chopper. With chopper
The must have been showing
on the deck.
Amazon's yacht.
Can you imagine? That's how they gaslight. And you know, like I was listening when they talk about Middle East today on I can't remember the news portal, and they were saying 70% of American youths believe everything they read on the internet.
Oh, okay, so this is a sort of let me remove Ike's super chat. This is the sort of yacht that $6 million will get you. So this is a $10 million yacht, but this one right here, $6 to $15 million. So that's what it will get you.
Okay, imagine what six million will get you. Look at what 15 million costs.
Than a speedboat. It's little better than.
That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. That is a glorified small boat, luxurious though, but it's when we talk about yacht, 6 million is actually nothing. So that's what I was even suspecting the Navy that they know better. So what do they want to use it to go and buy a rickety second-hand something somewhere and come back and then start bringing budget review to get more money for repair or refitting, because they've been known to do that. So it's a good thing that actually the National Assembly removed it and add it, to my delight, added it to the student loan, which I support very, very well. At least let the students have something to chop. Because I know repayments will be very, very low, even below 10%, because we have a knack for thinking everything government is for free. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. Stay steady, Baba. Wait to hear from Ogbeni, who I think is one of your
favorite. Today is my birthday. You guys, I know I will not be able to stay long.
Oh, happy birthday, Baba! You should have said that earlier, and then with that.
No, I spent it with people undergoing therapy. Actually.
Happy birthday to you!
Oh, thank you,
Baba. Baba.
Yes, I'm 68 today.
Happy birthday to you.
Many happy returns to you.
Congratulations. Happy
Baba.
birthday to you. Congratulations. Happy birthday
Baba.
to you, Baba.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations.
Incidentally, my own birthday is 4th of November, tomorrow.
Look at that.
You're a tough man.
What star sign do you come under, Baba?
Scorpio.
I am November lady too. No wonder.
Yeah, Scorpio. I'm also Scorpio.
If you know Margaret Thatcher at Unziribe, one of the Kennedys, I think, and Indira Gandhi, and I think one of the artists, is it Picasso? And so on and so forth. And Nnamdi Azikiwe is a Scorpio.
Make I not talk, sir. My mom too is November. My mom will be 90 in a few days. So
don't be angry. Don't be angry. Your dad must have been a gentleman. Scorpio women are something else.
Yeah, he was a gentleman and an officer. May the Lord bless. May the Lord bless his soul.
Because Scorpio women.
No, but my mom. Okay. I think my dad was not
Margaret Thatcher.
Exactly.
Yeah, but don't worry. I'm September, and Keanu Reeves is September, so that's fine. That's fine by me.
I love Sweet September. Have you watched it?
No, I haven't. Is it any good? Should I go look out for it?
Please look at it. Sweet November. Himself with the South African girl. What's her name now?
Is it Keanu Reeves?
Keanu Reeves and the South African actress.
You know that guy, Keanu Reeves, Val Kilmer, and Clint Eastwood. Those are my three favorite. Any movie that they're in It's got I watch it. Keanu Reeves, Val Kilmer, and Clint Eastwood. So those are
Well,
my
I
three.
have a lot of favorites too,
Yeah.
and their movie. There are a lot of favorites. I like Clint Eastwood. I like even some of them are dead right now, but I just love all of them.
Oh,
Very,
you
very
sound
good.
more like a John Wayne man. Are you a John Wayne man?
I love John Wayne. A
Well,
Bridge
it's
Too
too
Far.
one-dimensional. You know who it reminds me of? That tall Nigerian guy that's always in the Yoruba movies. Akins or something.
Okay. What's his name even?
Yeah, that the tall lanky guy. It's just so
Odunlade.
Odunlade. It's too
Mhm.
one-dimensional as is John Wayne. It's just it does it very well, but he only does one thing. You know.
A lot of my favorites just fly off my head, but I remember their movie. The man in A Few Good Men. Man, what's his name now? Anybody can help me there? A Few Good Men.
Who is that, John Wayne? I can tell you Clint Eastwood. Clint Eastwood, my favorite is Play Misty for Me. I think I've said
And
that
the
before.
Godfather man, the late actor in Godfather himself.
Al Capone.
No, not Al Capone.
There's Al Pacino.
Al Pacino.
No.
It's not late. Is it late?
Godfather 1.
Is Al Pacino late?
No. He's there. He's a female father at 81.
I was watching Scarface 2 days. I was watching Scarface
81. He just had
2
a
days
baby.
ago.
It bothers me the way these people are just scraping. Look at who's that guy from the Rolling Stone? What's his name again? The lead singer of the Rolling Stone. He will go to Brazil. He's 83, 85, 86. He will go to Brazil and sweep up all of these 23-year-old girls and get them pregnant.
But sorry, Baba, A Few Good Men. Is that not Tom Cruise?
Yeah, Tom Cruise and the guy, the main guy there, the colonel.
Oh, okay. Yeah. What's that name again? That means I remember it.
Everything just fly off my head.
Mick Jagger, yes, Mick Jagger. That's the name of the Rolling Stone guy. But let's go on to Ogbeni, who's been waiting, because I still want to look back to Bishop, who has an interesting conversational space to open up.
Yeah, Bishop. I think it's Jack Nicholson.
Jack Nicholson.
Yeah.
Oh yes. Is it not the Witches of Ipswich? Is that not his movie, Jack Nicholson? Is it?
Yeah, he has so many movies.
Yes.
He has so many movies. Very good actor. Okay, Ogbeni, please come in.
All right, Ogbeni, you're up next. But to kick it off, your favorite movie and actor, and then launch into the politics. I suspect that you're still busy with the legal books to have time for the movies, Ogbeni. Look at that. After all that build-up, he's gone to do whatever it is he's going to do. Ogbeni, are you there? All right.
Ogbeni is talking to Opu doesn't well already. So
yeah, Opu is trying to get the facts right. All right. As we wait for Ogbeni, let's bring on an equally solid voice, Zita. So Zita, you're up next. So Zita, we've been talking about the goings on in Imo State. This labor union guy that was beaten up. We spent a great number of time on that. So just give us a micro opinion, and then we move on to a different topic. Zita.
The micro opinion, I actually did not want to discuss about it, but what I've been hearing made me to come in. And from what I understand, everybody have given at least 2 reasons why the man should not be beaten. First, they said the voice of the opposition should not be stifled. I don't want to go into the illegality of what he was doing as a president of NLC, which does not have only Labour Party members. I don't want to go to that. Let's concentrate on the beating, because I think it's the beating that is causing all the rancor. They said they should not trample the voice of an opposition. And secondly, they said he would have been arrested and probably charged to court. Now, let me say this, one man. Your platform is a global one, and people are sitting everywhere around the corner in the whole world. putting in their voice to this platform. My voice might not be strong, but I have to use it anyway. Strangling the voice of the opposition. If you want to condemn it, you should condemn it in totality. Even where you are sitting in the United States, in Canada, in Australia, in Japan, in France, in Italy, because those places, even in Argentina, is going on now. So if you think that suppressing opposition is not good, you should condemn it. You should not turn blind eyes on where you are sitting, speaking tonight, and then turn a red eye to Nigeria. That's a no-no for me. Secondly, if you say that he should have been arrested and charged to court, these same people saying he should have been arrested are the people who have dismantled our judiciary. First of all, woman, every nation, every tribe, every race has a way they handle their own issue. Some people might handle it in the civil way, but from the part of the world I come from, we are very good at physical confrontation, and that was what he got. Now, that being said, let me go to the man, Ajaero. Ajaero, where was Ajaero? People came out to speak for Ajaero, that he's fighting for the civil servants, that he's fighting for people. He has the right to demonstrate. And I ask, the interesting part of it is that Ajaero is from Imo State. Where was Ajaero for the past 3 years that the same civil servants are told to sit at home? And most of them were taken out for daring to come out to go to work. Where was Ajaero when some places were burned down, some offices in Imo State? Is it now that he knew he come from Imo State, he will say something? Is it today that he knew that Imo State civil servants are suffering? Well, they say politics is dirty. And if you venture, get into it, you get dirty. For everything that happens, there is time and chance. That's why they say plan, project, target, and then the final one is act. If you don't act at the right time and at the right chance, you get hurt, you get defeated. Let me say this, one man. Imo State is a swing state. Every party can win in Imo State. That's why every time Imo State do election, is bloody. Why? Because it's a place that can swing to anywhere they like. Obasanjo tried it with us. We told him to go to hell. Nobody tells us who to vote when it comes to governor. We can vote you today, tomorrow. That's why a governor will have to fight to retain his seat. Because if he doesn't do that, it will swing. But for people thinking, by the way, one man, can I ask you a question? The video of the man telling story in the car, has he been beaten then, or was it before he was beaten?
That was after the beating. I think it just minor bruise on the face. Maybe somebody slapped him or something.
Is that beating?
That's not beating.
Like somebody who was beaten?
No, I think he probably just bumped his head. They are just telling lies.
Anyway,
it's true. You were born in November.
You see the camera capturing him from the left.
Madam Zita, you are wicked.
It's true that you were born in November.
The injury.
What I am saying is that
right side of his eye.
They can call me any name they want to call me, but it's ridiculous. And for somebody like me that come from Imo State, it's really, really, really annoying that today Ajaero is a discussion. What has been happening in Imo State for 3 years? And I ask, people who are so concerned that Ajaero was beaten in Imo State, where was Ajaero? All of a sudden, 2 weeks to the election, he realized that he has a state as a president of NLC to come there to demonstrate for what exactly, if I may ask. Anyway, let me end it there. That's my state. I don't have much to say, but I don't want to spend my time on Ajaero.
So technically, you approve the beating of Ajaero. That is what you are telling us.
Actually, I don't even know how they allowed him to come in the first place. I'm really angry. That, look, do you know that I never knew the guy came from Imo State in the first place? I just got to know from this beating. And I asked everybody, where was he? 3 years now. The same civil servants that he represents has been massacred. Where was he? Never had his voice. Never said anything. And now,
can I interject?
he has the right to come out to speak.
Yes, yeah, but when you get the window here.
He has the right to come out. Now, after 3 years, of those people, Ajaero never said one sentence on what is happening in Imo State. Even if he doesn't want to talk about the insecurity, he should have lent his voice in what is happening to the civil servants for the past 3 years. And 2 weeks to the election, he came out. I don't even know how he escaped it, honestly.
All right. Let Prestige come in for a moment, Zita, and then I'll move you on to another topic. Prestige, you wanted to come in.
Okay, the speaker that just speak, she's not the only one from Imo State. I mean, we just played partisan politics, sentiment, override what I call objectivity. And I just close my ear listening to that. I'm not going to use the word for you, but let it be. Let me just stop that sentence there, okay? I don't want to disrespect anybody. Thank you, one man.
All right. So that's Prestige registering his disapproval of what you just said. Prestige and Imolite too. So he has a different view. But let me take you to the space.
One man.
Yeah.
One man. Let me lend my voice to my people in Imo State, more especially the civil servants. If Ajaero come there next time, after all they have passed through for 3 years, he neglected them. If he comes there next time, let him not live with his 2 legs. That's my stand.
I didn't say they should have shot him in the foot, so it looks as though you agree that they should shoot him in the foot. But that was a jest, by the way, but maybe not. But let me move you on to this space. Reps move presidential yacht budget to students' loan. So the controversy around the presidential yacht, you left before we could sound your commentaries yesterday. But from yesterday to today, the story has moved at 260 or 360, and now pointing in the direction that people are more comfortable with. So what are you then making of the House of Representatives moving very quickly to douse what was building up to be a big controversy?
Woman, I actually do not have much time, but let me say this. It's good, they said, they move it to student loan. At least students will be able to tell us, the youth who happen to be the students will be able to tell us whether they got the loan or not. That's my only happiness on it. For those saying they're playing politics, they're playing gamble with us, they're deceiving us, we now have the youths. They said they channel the money to the youths. So those youths will now tell Nigerians whether they got the money or not come January. So I leave it at that. I don't want to doubt anything. I don't want to believe anything. But the good thing about it is that they opened their mouth on camera and said they send it to the youths. So let's see the feedback the youths are going to give to us. We take it from there. But actually, why I came in is because of the man that said that women are dressing so good.
Oh yes. Let me take you to that. Yes, thank you. I was hoping somebody would be interested in that because he had this big interview with Channels TV where he opened up that space. So this is Adebayo Shitu, who was a minister under the Buhari administration, and his commentaries is that female ministers dress like beauty pageant contestants. And we have noticed that as well, especially you see them all caked up, all decked out. You think that they're going to some Owambe party. And we also saw this clip of Natasha Akpoti going into the Senate for her confirmation, which are consistent with that line of thinking as well. So what are you making then of our female ministers? This is why we don't have women in government, by the way. What are you making of female ministers turning governance into Owambe beauty show?
Woman, when the names of those women were mentioned, there was a day I went back to listen. That time I was very busy. I tried to listen to your shows, and I heard some people in your platform call those women, that was even before they were inaugurated, they called them pancake women. That Tinubu appointed pancake women. Somebody that comes to this platform called them governor's girlfriend. It was very irritating and annoying to me as a woman, because I know how much I take care of my looks for people who know me. Now, I want to start with the Uguta woman.
Yeah, you used to have some pretty picture on your avatar. What happened to that, Zita?
Let me start with the Uguta woman, the Zenith Bank woman. This woman, like in Uguta, a woman, no matter how brilliant you are, how intelligent you are, when you come out, you must be on point. Flawless, dress ravishing. I noticed that in Nigeria, more especially in Africa, when a woman looks so good and dressed so good, they believe her brain is empty. That's an insult. A woman that is a full-blown medical doctor did a 360, went into banking and finance, became shattered. That's a woman they call pancake woman. If you have a sister like that, will you call him a pancake woman? From
No, you encourage her to dress appropriately. You can't be dressing like some street girl, like some Allen Avenue babe on yeah.
Which one is Allen Avenue? Were they showing any of their body? They were dressing in Nigerian attire. So which one is overdressed? You want them to come out and look like hag? Is that what you people want? By the way, is it their dressing that is important, or their deliverables? Or
yeah, but if they dress in a way that accentuates their femininity, then they are detracting from their.
Which one did they dress that send their femininity? Because those women were using Nigerian attires. Put it on point. So none of them, I've not even seen any of them on trousers or short skirt. So where is this dressing like fashion parade coming from?
They can't be turning up at the FAC dressing like a babe now. If they want to be a babe,
which
then
one
they can
is
go
babe
to Wambe.
now? Show me the picture.
It's not babe. It's not
show
babe.
Me the picture now. Show me the
they can't be
where they
acting
dress
like babes.
A street girl or Allen Avenue girl. Show me the picture. I want to see it.
Madam Zeta.
Because this is actually annoying.
Madam Zeta, please, I just want to, it is not everybody's that agree with that opinion. It's an isolated and individual. That was his opinion. I don't agree with it, and I felt offended by it.
Thank you.
Now, the way you are making it generalized as if it's all of us here, I don't subscribe to that.
No.
I subscribe to it.
I do not. It is completely.
I'm not generalizing it. I say most times.
Yeah, it is completely sexist. It is completely offensive. It is nonsensical. And coming from a man that was a failure as a minister, it is disgusting. The man is shameless, and that's my opinion. I was listening to it, and I caught up at that point because I don't know what he was talking about. Who are you to moderate how other people dress?
You want them to
Who the
look
hell are you?
Like
The way you are
the one
looking
in trade,
like him.
the one that is in trade, World Trade Chairman that always tie one kind of head. Is that the way? Is that to show you're intelligent?
You know how serious women should dress, Zita. They should dress like Madame Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala.
You dare not tell me that.
Yeah, so that's how serious
you
women
dare
should
not
dress.
tell me that. You dare not tell me that.
You can't be turning up as a minister looking like a babe.
Fashion is an attitude. When you get it, that doesn't mean you are empty upstairs. It's an attitude. Take it from me, more especially for women. Fashion is an attitude. That was why they called them women.
Here is an example. Is this one a minister or a babe? That's
what is wrong with addressing?
She's doing Islamic fatwa or something with red lipstick.
What is wrong with addressing?
If she's Islam, look at is this a minister or a babe?
You should be proud of her, woman.
This one is half naked already. I mean, what sort of a minister is this?
You should
Are you jealous?
Woman. Look at this. Unbelievable.
Woman is pulling our leg.
She's doing bedroom eyes. She's doing bedroom eyes.
You should be proud of her, woman. And woman, please stop saying that.
Ministers.
Stop saying that.
Madam
Look
Zita.
at what their deliverables are.
Madam Zita.
Expect them to come out looking haggard is an insult to womanhood.
Madam Zita, please.
Can we respect these women?
Let me contribute, please.
These women.
Have you heard the word brain and brawn?
Girlfriend. Can we respect these women, please?
Madam Zita. Madam Zita, please. Let me just say one thing. I feel it is highly hypocritical of whoever has condemned these women, because even as men, we as men want our wives to dress, excellently, gorgeously, and in a modest way without revealing their nakedness. And these women have ticked all that boxes. They've ticked all the boxes. And
let me show you an example. Zita, this is for you. Tell me if this is appropriate. Is it coming up?
So, Madam Zita, why you are preparing to
She's looking gorgeous, beautiful, brilliant, strong, dodgy. That's how a woman should look. She's a tigress. That doesn't make her look like a truck pusher. She shouldn't look like a prop pusher because she's a tigress. She's sound upstairs. She's strong.
She wants to be the signature of all eyes, Zita. She wants to be the center of attraction. She's not there for parliamentary matters.
Okay,
what's wrong with that?
But this is what she is. This is beauty. Is she not beauty pageanting here?
Okay, let me tease you a little. Let me tease you. In a light
what is going on here? Look at
hold on.
Calm
down. I want to send a
for
message.
our victory.
Oh, sorry, let me stop it so that it doesn't over here.
For those, let me send a message, a little message to lighten the mood. For those who are Christians, who was told how God created a woman, what did God do? They said he put the man to sleep and then took one of his ribs and created a woman. Do you know how we got our name woman? When the man woke up and saw this beautiful, well-adored downstairs looking at him, he shouted, "Whoa, man!"
Oh, all right. So that's where it came. I wondered where it came from.
Anytime a man sees a woman, we should be on point that you look at us and you will scream, "Wow, man!" So that's our name. So when he walks in there, all the men should scream, "Wow, man!"
Do you think they should be made to dress in Puda?
Now, if you are a woman, you can't get men around you to do that screen and call you by that name. Then you are not doing a good job. Anytime you step out as a woman, along the line, one man must scream, "Whoa, man!" That's how we are treated from the beginning.
Do you not think that it will be more appropriate? I know we're not an Islamic country, but do you not think it will be more appropriate to have the female ministers dress in Puda, just so that people can focus on work? We saw Natasha Akpoti go into parliament, and the whole business of the day stopped because this beautiful dancer dressed up like she was going to Sonia Day, Fuji, something. What's going on? It's unacceptable.
One man, stop it too. Stop it. If you are pulling my leg, just stop it, please. Stop it.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Do you not want to give us a quick thought on this? People insist that it's a white elephant project, but you are saying that people should hold steady. Dangote moves the goalpost yet again.
Yeah, he should. He should. As I said before, it's a massive project. It's going to crash a lot of businesses, not only in Nigeria, but in Africa. So they should manage that aspect, that business shock and market shock. They should manage it properly. Why he put finishing touches on his refinery. But whether the refinery will go, it's gonna go. And when it goes, it's gonna be massive. It's going to be a storm in Africa. I promise you that. We are monitoring. I told you one of our contractors here is working on that refinery. So my eyes are on it. It's gonna
all right. If it does work, it will be a game changer, like you said, because just the endless possibilities. We'll see how that space works out. But it's moved the goalpost so many times. It's just so much, and we're so used to being scammed in Nigeria. You start to form the thought that it's yet another scam.
It's not a scam now. Somebody will scam you with his 20 billion. No. The structure is looking at you there, and it's a private company. It's not Nigeria 100% owned.
All right. Do you want to comment on this, or do you want me to go on to Jide?
Which one is that?
It says Tinubu is turning Nigeria into a global powerhouse. It's the United Kingdom High Commissioner who attended as a guest at the presidential retreat, just to give them a pep talk. And that pep talk is to say that Nigeria is coming because the world approves of Tinubu's policy positioning. By the way, as much as Nigerians rile against it, the world approves of Tinubu's policy positioning.
One man. Let me tell you something. You cannot tell a hungry man that food is coming and he's not seeing any food. You expect him to believe you. Whatever Tinubu is doing, let me be honest, as I usually am, even when people don't like me, he should put a short time something Nigerians are suffering. He should put something short time.
But Nigerians have adaptability to suffering now. Nigerians are used to suffering. And Nigerians not used to suffering.
This one is too much. Look, I sit down sometimes. People who do not complain, not that they're asking me for money, they've called me to tell me one or two things that swept me off my feet. Woman, I sit down sometimes, I begin to wrap my head around how these people, how are they managing? Do you know, I was thinking of loading stockfish here because they don't get anything they do a pack and for cheap, move them to Nigeria, but they go sure. I'm telling you, Nigerians are suffering. This one, they have never experienced this kind. Let me tell you how the suffer is. You know, from the time of Obasanjo, although he blamed Atiku, that was the time Naira became easy. At that point, easy to get, but it takes time to burn off. When Jonathan came, Naira became so easy to grab. That's why people who don't know economics say life is easier then, no? Easy to get, easy to use. Buhari came. Instead of him to work on easy, difficult to burn out, he was busy working on easy to get. And that's where we find our lives today in Nigeria. The Naira is difficult for them to see. And when they see it, it burns off. How do people survive on such a situation? I don't know what the UK High Commissioner is seeing. But what I am seeing, what I am hearing is bad. Tinubu should put something in just something to cushion that thing. I am not saying it's easy anywhere in the world. The COVID-19 crashed some economy. But the thing is that in some countries, they have what they call palliatives, food pantries, food banks. Some countries are very small. They have enough food, more than they can even eat. So it seems to be easier because people see food to eat. But in Nigeria, they don't have such palliatives. So it's making life terrible for an average Nigerian. I am not blaming it on Tinubu, but he should subpedal in some of his policies. I know he wants to run and get everything done in the long run, in the next 3 years, in the next 4 years. What if in the next 3 years, in the next 4 years, you come back, over 1 million plus Nigerians are dead? Who will you be ruling?
I was going to ask you exactly that. Do you think he has discounted X amount of people as collateral damage? Do you think he has discounted some that is happy to lose?
This.
Yes, because Buhari did that a lot. It discounted maybe 2-3 million Nigerians as collateral damage. So do you think Tinubu, to push his policy through, is happy to discount some Nigerians X amount of Nigerians as collateral damage?
Right. That's not right. That is not right. He should do something. He should. I mean, they should sit down and think. Nigerians are suffering. Nigerians are suffering. Why did I say Nigerians are suffering? Naira is difficult to find. And when you get it, you go to market with 50,000, you don't buy anything. So now, how would an average Nigerian in the streets survive if 10,000 Naira cannot carry a family of 4 for 3 days? So where are they going to get 10,000 to survive? Look, one man, it's not really funny, but it is what it is. But I can assure you it is not funny. They have to do something and do it fast. Forget about policy here, policy there. I believe among all of them that came out, I believe, in as much as all of them promised big government, try to turn the English up and down, I believe, and I always said it, and I will keep saying it, he is the only one that have the antecedent to do something. He should please do it. He is the only one. Do you know why I'm saying this? He is one governor in Nigeria that budget 2 years was taken away from him. He was paying salary. I had somebody the other day calling him that we used to call him a magician. Let him do that, his magic. We are waiting, but we shouldn't wait long. Hello?
Yeah, we're here.
Yeah, we shouldn't wait long. When you say you want to rule, there are certain antecedents you will have. Somebody will have hope in you. He has done one or two things in thick and thin. That's why I said, well, Nigeria is in thick and thin now. He might. But 5 months, I'm not blaming him, but he has to do something. He just have to. One man, people are suffering.
All right. Well, I think we all know that. By the way, everybody has personal anecdotes of you know, how people are suffering, especially when the phone calls that we all get and whatnot.
One man, you didn't increase salary. All the people you are paying in Nigeria, you didn't increase.
Look, you'll be surprised though. An old schoolmate of mine. Anyway, we all know the narrative. You know, just people you don't expect.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Even my mom that doesn't complain insisted I increase her pay. I mean, it's ridiculous. Honestly, it's ridiculous.
Yes, it's quite a thing, you know. Yes, the country has never known it so bad. But like you said, you can't pack it all on Tinubu. But he said he wanted the job, so nobody wants to hear the excuses. They just want it fixed.
We should hear the excuses if his excuses is making meaning. But then he should put cushions here and there. That's all I ask.
And it doesn't help when he's buying himself a yacht and people are not able to afford Gary. I mean, it's unbelievable, you know.
He's not buying a yacht. He's not buying a yacht. The thing is that for you to rule Nigeria today, Nigeria is still on the stage of big government, big pocket government, because there is a lot of work to be done. You won't do it without money. I'm buying. If he can do everything and still have the money to buy himself yacht, I don't mind. But let him get the job done. That's all I'm asking.
All right, brilliant. Stay steady, Zeta. Let me play this clip and use the clip to bring Jide into the conversation. So, Jide, watch this clip and then give your response to it. We're still with Adebayo Shitu and this epic interview he had with Shehu. Jide, watch this.
I want to thank Mr. President for thinking it fit to do the needful by way of calling for a retreat. I don't know the content of today's retreat or the 3-day retreat, but I guess one thing which is important is the fact that he has given some subtle warning to all his ministers. But I want to believe that before giving subtle warning, there is also need for us to have what we can describe as clear and measurable indicators on ministry by ministry basis. If you invite people in as ministers and you post them to ministries, most of them have never been in those ministries before. They probably do not know what exactly these measurable indices for each ministry would entail. So there's need for a team, perhaps outside government, to assist with formulating policies for each of the ministry, measurable indicators as to what they will be expected to attain within the first 6 months, within the 1 year, 2 years, and 3 years, and all of that. Otherwise, a lot of them, it will be, a lot of them will be groping.
The Bola Tinubu that that kind of statement, they say, is either you perform or you leave us. Yeah. You think that it can live up to that kind? This is not Lagos.
Whether in Lagos or at the federal level, he's the boss. He's the one who calls the shots. And so I believe that he's made that statement out of a serious sense of responsibility.
Let's put some context into what the president said. He said, he will have to sign a bond. It's going to be a 4-way bond. Now, between himself, the minister, the permanent secretary, and there is Ms. Adiza Bala, who is the essay on policy, So that kind of bond, is it straight to you? Have you heard that kind of thing happening between the president and the cabinet minister?
Well, I served under the Buhari administration. We didn't have this kind of 4-point agenda. But we also had a retreat and we were encouraged. And regularly we were supposed to be, bringing out, what we had done and all of that.
What played out in your own time under the Buhari government? If you make a comparison, what played out? How did it go in your own?
Well, it's I want to say with all due respect to all parties that it was the same scenario. We had a retreat, and the retreat essentially was to to enjoin hard work and to ensure that Nigerians have a better deal and so on and so forth. But in terms of specifics, I doubt if I cannot remember that we had any specifics to follow Alvin at that time.
And you know how people criticized the Buhari government at the time, that Buhari, the style of President Buhari was that he never sacked anybody. Well, because even when there are criticism for a cabinet minister's performance, the president naturally just leaves everybody.
Well, Buhari didn't give anybody any threat as such. And like I said, Buhari is not Tinubu and Tinubu is not Buhari.
What do you think is the major difference between both personalities?
Well, what I do know of Buhari, with all due respect to him, is that he's a more reserved person. He's one person who gives you a job, and with due respect to him, he really never asks for,
how you are going about it.
How you are going about it. It's unfortunate, but I have to say this in the national interest, so that governments coming after him would then listen. Once you are there, you are there. I mean, if you are in Buhari's government, if you don't go and meet him for the next 4 years, he probably will not ask of you. In terms of policy formulation and supervision, we really didn't have any such thing. And I'm happy that President Tinubu is trying to do things differently.
A lot of Nigerians are suffering.
There's no doubt, including me, myself.
Are you suffering?
Of course, yes.
Oh, wow.
We buy from the same market. And I'm not currently in any salary income. And remember the Yoruba adage, which says Olowo kan láàrin òtòṣì mẹ́fà, olòṣì ní gbogbo wọn.
Literally means
in the case of people like us, the olòṣìs around us are more than 6. They are in hundreds.
So literally, for those who don't speak Yoruba, what you just said is that one rich man in the midst of several poor.
6 they are all poor. They are all poor. So, and for some of us who have been exposed, people think we are
politically exposed.
Yeah, politically exposed.
So you find people coming to you
uncountable on a daily basis. The unfortunate thing which a lot of people refuse to understand is that today's problems of Nigeria were not caused by Tinubu. He inherited this problem. And there's no magic solution. He needs time to attend to each of these problems. And I want to believe that he has already set his foot in trying to find solutions. So Nigerians need to be very patient.
For the experience that you have, how difficult it is to fix these problems?
Well, it is not difficult, except that it is not a thing you can do by miracle. Well, I want to thank
Sorry, I was speaking. I did not admitted myself. So Jide, what especially struck me, he was a minister, I think a minister of communication under the Buhari administration. So he is in a perfect seat to know. And what struck me was that he said during his time with Buhari that he set no KPIs, he set no targets, and he did not supervise them at all. He did not even want to see you. And if you don't go to him and he doesn't see you, all the better. So for 4 years that he was a minister, he had no targets to meet. He had no supervision from the so-called president. And the president was as aloof and as distant as he possibly could be. And they're saying it's a style of supervision of management. What does that mean, Jide?
Okay. Good morning, everyone from Nigeria. Woman, what it means in totality is chaos, catastrophe, and poverty for the people. I now, you know, there are a lot of things that are hidden from us before, but now the light is coming out gradually. We now know why Nigeria was and Nigeria is what it is from Buhari's time till now. We now know why Emefiele was bold enough, why he had the temerity and the audacity to put the whole of Nigeria in shackles, in bondage, and to ruin a lot of lives and kill a lot of people. You know, just because we had a very docile, nonchalant president. Because, you know, I say something, I used to say something. Anyone, it should be a criteria for us in this country. Anyone that is going to be a president of our country or our nation should be somebody that had worked in a reputable, worked. When I say work, I don't mean he was made chairman of, no. You can have money and they make you chairman. I mean, you rose within the ranks of a reputable organization. An organization that have standards and a practice that are equal to the world standards. You understand? At the same time, anybody that is going to be president in this nation should be somebody that has knowledge of finance. Once you go and bring a farmer and you make him, hello, man.
No. What would you need knowledge of finance to be president?
Woman, very good. One of the reasons why you need the knowledge of finance.
So a lawyer, an engineer cannot be president.
You don't even need to be educated. You need leadership skills. It's a different skill set, isn't it? And that's what you need.
Woman,
What do you need to be?
Woman.
Yeah.
Baba Janle Koko. If you are an engineer, I'm very sure on this platform, people like Enigmatic and Ogbeni, when we come into discussion of finance and economics to some extent, it's not as if you are going to bamboozle them. They understand what you're saying. I'm very sure that Mr. Buhari does not have an iota of knowledge about whatever it is called economics or finance. And that is why this man...
I think that's a bit of an unfair statement. Buhari was the Minister of Petroleum under the Obasanjo military administration. Buhari was the chairman of the PTF fund under Abacha. Buhari was a president, both civilian and military.
No, he was a state governor. I think one of the largest states in the north then.
Yes.
When we were 19 states.
I think we're too quick to disregard him just because he's some Aboki guy, you know.
No, one man, not because of his tribe. I say this because, you know, if somebody is making some decisions on behalf of the government and you sit there as the president and you cannot read meaning, you don't even understand what he's saying or what he is doing, you cannot call him to order. You cannot halt the trend of destruction that this person is putting on the people. It's either you are part of it, you deliberately joined the person to do it, or you don't even understand it. You are naive, you are ignorant. And whatever the person tells you is true. Those are the two sides of the coin. Because I believe anybody that has the right mind for the nation would not see what Emefiele was doing All other governors, all other ministers, all other parastatal under Buhari, fine. I really don't, they didn't have much impact on the people as what Emefiele single-handedly did to the people. One man, okay, we see Tinubu in the state house. He watches the news. He listens to Shimon Kibaloye and Co. You will see that this man is monitoring things. So they would hear the news. That means they know what is going on. People were dying at the banks on queue because they wanted to collect money that they worked for. And my president sat down in Aso Rock and kept quiet. It's either he's part of the scheme or he does not even understand. And whatever Mr. Emefiele brings to him and say, Baba, this is what we are going to do to make the economy great for this, bamboozling with all those financial
No, I think that's a bit unfair. That's not the first time that Buhari has changed the Nigerian currency. He did that as a military dictator as well, and that space of the naira change, it wasn't really an economic move. It was a political move. That was what played out at that time. So it wasn't as though it was being bamboozled. It was a political play that didn't go quite in the direction of because one of the things that they were saying is that they didn't want the elections monetized, and the people that were stockpiling money, that they wanted to change the currency to make that money redundant. So that's one of the narratives of that money change. So it wasn't essentially an economic narrative.
Well, I honestly think that's why Emefiele came up with that idea.
Sorry, you mean? Sorry, hold on. What? Expand on that, Mike.
I said you honestly believe that was the reason Emefiele came up with the idea of changing the money.
You mean for the political move?
I don't think he may have told Tinubu, Buhari that hey, political move, whatever. But the actual reason why Emefiele decided to change that money was because he needed to do some cover up. I mean, we all know that.
You mean to cover some financial crimes?
Yeah, I mean, that came out to the surface eventually. That we all found out from that recording. I don't know if you saw that recording. That he couldn't figure out
when he was trying. Yeah, I saw the recording.
He couldn't figure any other way. He had to find something, and that was the last resort. And I have to agree with Babatu because for the fact that give me 1 second, let me land this point. So the fact that when the disaster was happening, this thing went on for about at least 2 weeks or so, when people were just like literally dying. I mean, for Buhari just not do nothing, or at least address the people. He did nothing. That's a bad leadership right there. No leadership skills.
Sorry, which record that you was talking about? The 500 million or the 500 billion I said they should look for?
Well, that was months ago, though. That was years before that was 4 years ago. That
no, hold on. Hold. I just want Mike to answer. Is that one you thought?
Hold on. Hold on, please. Mike, that was 4 years ago. That is it the audio that you're talking about with some top functionary in the CBN?
Was that? That was okay.
It's 20. See, sorry, Angelico. Sorry. This is the problem we are getting. We try to take narrative to portray what we want to say. I'm not going after anybody. Please, let me talk now. I'm not going after anybody. I'm going after the narrative now. Did I say Mike? I'm saying this is what we do. We take narrative that suits us to portray our what we try to point at. We have to do a due diligence on information. In as much you discredit other people's information, they have to do due diligence. You have to do your own too. You have to come with equity, come with a clean hand. That was document 2019 when they did that election with Atiku. They run the country dry. Now people are using that now. They try to cover what me and you and nobody know why they changed in design. But what we can say, they came out and said the money they were sharing in primaries was too much. So that because of that, they want to stop the monetization of communal election. Simple and period. Thank you,
Well,
Wama.
I don't know. Well, I don't know when recording
If you
was
don't know,
done. I just know that they
if you don't
record.
know, you just find out first before
Well,
you
thank
know.
you for clarifying. But me, the recording came out after that disaster, and I'm like, wow, is that the reason? But no one ever told me whether when recording was done.
That's the recording, Mike. It was 4 years ago.
Oh, it was 4 years. Okay. I didn't know that. No one ever told me it was 4 years. I just know that it was released after that.
But that doesn't discount what you've said, because there's still the possibility, because this was captured in audio. That's not to say that it was a one-off. So almost certainly it was really to cover financial crimes, isn't it? Really, that would make more sense. Back to you, Jide.
Woman. So for me, everybody has his own is entitled to his own opinion. I see from what this man has said again. Woman, how do you, as a father, have children in your house and they go to school every day and they come back home and you don't bother to check? Maybe once in a week. If you cannot check every day what they do at school, you don't check. This man literally said Buhari will just give you the appointment and would never check on you except you go and meet him. Buhari will not call you. This is not leadership style. For me, it is pure ignorance. It is ignorance of how things should be done. This thing is not buying and selling now. You understand what I'm trying to say? Even in buying and selling, you send somebody to go and sell something for you. When he comes back, he has to give account. So this is why Nigeria has fallen so deep into the mess we find ourselves, because it means for every aspect of governance during Buhari, nobody was checking. They were free to do whatever they want to do. They had all the free hands to do whatever they wanted to do. And now we are now crying. Which means that majorly all the budget, all the money that they have budget, because nobody was checking, it will have gone into illicit ventures. This is not a matter of he has been a president before, he has been this before, he has been that before. It's a matter of the man is ignorant of the way things should be done.
Jide, can I interject you 1 minute? Jide.
Okay, Baba Jani.
That lady in charge of monitoring that. What?
You are breaking off, Ajanle Koko. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better. Carry on.
I said the lady in charge of monitoring them. Is he a member of APC?
You mean Kemi Adeosun?
No, but I see Adiza.
Yes.
Look, gentlemen, don't deceive yourself.
You are breaking off, Ajanle Koko.
Okay, can you hear me?
You say you shouldn't deceive yourself.
Then it broke off. Yeah. Carry on.
Guys, don't let us deceive ourselves. Don't expect too much. That too much, I just want to expect. Give them some kind of. Let's just give them time to see what they're going to do. But I don't want to. I'm not expecting nothing. Politicians are same family, and they will surely take care of themselves. If Tinubu really want to do it good and more transparent, you should appoint person from outside that is not politically aligned.
I think there's also it's not the final bus stop. I think they are also commissioning KPMGs to monitor the KPMG to monitor the
Can I add something
KPIs,
to what Adani Koko say?
Can I land? Can I land? Let me land, please. So I think if you appoint technocrat that is not political aligned to any of these political parties to come in with his own team and do this job, that is when we can really know that he is serious. And if it's possible, he can make it, he can send a bill to the assembly for approval. It's not going to be an institution. We are not making it part of the ministry, but it's just to, every president that comes in, we set up that thing. We appoint people from outside the political camp, political group, political party to do this job so that they can, that is serve as a way of checking the way they are running their ministries and give them that kind of psychological put them under psychological pressure to do their job right. You understand? So if politicians don't be deceived. We are not expecting anything. You can't get anything from them. They are funded by the government. Shadia is a politician. It's one of them. Everybody, they will talk to her. Nothing's going to happen. Let's forget about it. So that's my thing. Thank you.
Can I say something to what Ajale just said?
Carry on, and then back to the.
I think I disagree with you completely, Ajale. Number one, the man said very confidently and openly that the buck stopped at his desk, that he begged for this job and he's going to deliver, and he will take responsibility both for the failure and the success and the liabilities. Yeah, saying you should go and bring some technocrat from outside. I thought we had this debate before. The technocrat, do you know the interest the technocrat? You are saying not partisan. How do you know it's not partisan? How do you know it does not have an interest to bring people that will come and sabotage your effort? There's a saying in Yoruba that you bring people that will come and sabotage your effort. He has won an election. He has the mandate. He's assembling a team that he believes that can help him to deliver. He knows the nooks and crannies. He knows what to look for. He's setting up. Nobody has ever heard of this kind of coordinating appointment he's giving this lady. And he's saying that people will sign the performance index. The lady knows his vision. They must have deliberated, discussed, and worked it out. For you saying go and bring something outside, yes, sometimes it's always easy for us to have better opinion when we are looking from the outside, but it does not necessarily mean that opinion is good or is better. There is nobody that they can bring from outside if the man is not comfortable with them, that he can work with them. Because immediately you bring me in,
what do you mean?
Let me finish now. You did not let me contribute when you were saying. Let me finish. When I finish, you come. Let me finish. So if he brings somebody in and the person is saying, because I am independent, I am non-partisan, I am not partisan, you are not doing what the captain of the team is asking you to do, he will throw you out like a piece of trash. You cannot come in and be forming some independence. One man just told you that they are using KPMG as the what do you call it now, as the check to help them to, what do you call it now, as an external auditor. Together they are saying you are not believing it because they are not bringing people from outside. Who told you that people from outside are not partisan and they don't have their own interest because they are not putting signboard of politicians on their head?
There's no Nigerian that's not partisan.
There is no. As it is today, the man says he is taking responsibility both for the success and the challenges and the failure, and that the buck stop at his desk. There is no any technocrats you want to bring from outside that is better than the team of technocrats he has established. So that idea of bringing you don't believe, well, you might not believe in, it's your choice. I mean, it's your something, but I'm praying that it works out. Bringing somebody outside will not make it better than what it is now. Thank you.
No, Bishop, you even got it wrong. No, it has never happened before in our polity. Every minister having a KPI book. It's like what Gaddafi called the Green Book. And besides that, every minister will sign a performance bond. It's like a resignation or a signature on a blank A4 paper, which is anybody can write your resignation on it. Your KPI is like every morning you wake up and you have to tick the box. And it has never been done before. So any responsible minister will know definitely that he has to. It's a kind of peer review mechanism. It's never been done before. So let's give it a chance to work.
I'm not saying I'm against the idea. It's the composition of people that are going to do this job that I don't like. Let us have people from outside. They are not monitoring the president.
From Labour Party.
They are not monitoring the job of the president or the minister. So this one that Bishop is saying, somebody is coming to Dabaru his plan or this, it doesn't come in at all. The president does not even need a person that even like him to come and do that job. You need somebody that doesn't give a damn, that just want to commit that responsibility to them, and they will deliver.
That small girl is stubborn. That Adiza.
And then
that looks like a Rory Resi.
We have
go and ask Amechi.
Politician will never do anything against them.
Why Baba president that small girl? She was an NPA before now. What did she do there? Disaster.
Sorry, I use the word small girl. Sorry, I use the word small girl.
No, but it's small. She's small. She does nothing.
I think Ajaero Koko is still trying to say something here.
Yeah, she want to climb high politically too. She'll be looking for future favor, and to get that, it has to be good. So politicians in place now. So we should get these things right. The idea is good, great. I salute him, but the composition of people going to do that job is trash to me.
Let me add this to it. She's not different from other politicians. She was in Buhari regime. She was the chairman Nigeria authorities. She was a Rufai candidate. Go and see the disaster she did then. Billions.
No, she didn't do that to a world peace. No.
Hold on.
She didn't forget to make Amechi's propaganda.
It's my feed, not Amechi's propaganda. I do important. It's my feed. I have nothing to do with her. She came to Japan with Buhari when with the autumn. I have picture with her in autumn. What are you talking about?
Okay. What?
Well, that doesn't mean you know her now.
No, I said I do business with her. You don't understand that.
You mean
Hold on.
You mean you import and export?
Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Hold on. There's so much scandal in that department, in that table, not Amechi's own. Amechi's own is not nothing. How much did she pay for Ashomole for her brother's governorship ticket? Where did you get 5 billion naira from? She's not a politician. Yes, now she and Asabwari. Somebody did not give Shana Sabari a ticket, brother's ticket. It was out on the news. Why do you think they remove her? Step out there. This should not be a revelation. You can say she has some good side. Everybody can totally bad, but try to make it look like a sense you want to bring change. No, like I just was saying, she's a politician.
Nobody saying she's a saint.
She's a politician. She can be compromised. She has been compromised before.
A panel of inquiry was set up that investigated her, and they gave her a clean bill of health. So whatever you are saying, hold on now. Let me interject.
Hold on. The area you are going to. Indicted article Tinubu will be in this country. Which person has that indicted? Panel have not set it for them before. Politicians in this country is corrupt. Who are that want to jail? I bet stop that.
I won't stop. No, don't let's get unnecessary emotional. I mean, that. That's not a fact. She was. I'm not talking about article, whatever. We are talking about an individual here because this is not fair. Because we have access, we just disparage and destroy and talk about people, and we cannot do a fraction of what they are doing. I mean, and politicians are human beings too. Yeah, maybe they are challenged because opportunity makes a thief. When you have opportunity and you have money and you have some other things here, people tend to be corrupted by that. But this woman was there. You are rubbishing everything she did in MPA. A lot of other people have a different opinion. You're saying it as if she was reporting to you. She was not reporting to you. Now, there were allegations against her, which made her to step down, and she was subjected to a internal disciplinary mechanism, and they gave her a clean bill of health. So whether it is true or not, maybe there are 6 people, maybe there are 7 people, maybe there are 10 people, and majority, if out of 7 or 8 or 10, maybe 6 or 4 out of 7 is still majority. So if 4 felt that way, she had not committed or broken any law or committed any crime. That is what it is today. You are not going to say, oh, because 2 people say, or because minority say, or because somebody somewhere is saying. No. Until we get away from this, there are no things that are going to run our affairs for us. But the way, this mentality, this I used to call this catch am, chief mentality, it's not going to get us anywhere.
Okay. All right. Let me just give this and move on. Let me just give me this. Ajaero, sorry. Let me just wait. Let me just before you move on.
Ajaero, let him go first. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. What you're saying is so right, but in reverse, the same thing you're saying have the opposite. If you go with this narrative that we are rubbishing people, then tell me how this country will go on, move forward. No, nobody in that government does not have EFCC case. Then if you say everybody's the same, then
not Wale Edu doesn't have. Cardozo doesn't have.
I didn't call names. You're not calling names.
No, you said nobody. You said nobody doesn't have.
Hold on, please. Let me finish.
Hold on. Bishop is right now. You can't just, through a blanket statement, color everybody bad. That's what
the Nigerian politicians the Nigerian politicians as it stands today, nobody can vouch for them. But the fact you're not seeing is case.
Yeah, but
there are a lot of people that can vouch for this government.
You cannot blanketly condemn them either.
Exactly.
Let me finish what I'm saying. They can go to court or to clean themselves. What I'm saying is this: if we continue this
trajectory, clean themselves.
Please let me finish first, then you can correct me. If we continue like this, every person in Nigeria will be sent, and Nigeria will know no wrong. What is wrong? Everything will be right.
I don't think you got what he was saying to you. Nobody is saying any politician is a saint. We all concede that most of them are corrupt, but you cannot universally say that they are all thieves.
Okay,
that's a blanket statement.
Okay, that is the argument for another day. But what brought this statement? What brought this statement is this lady, and it's not a saint as we want to embellish it. I'm not, like I said, if you lose my statement, I said she has whatever she did good, but we should not be embellishing stuff that like she's a saint. She has her own flaws. She did wrong too.
Nobody said on this platform that she's a saint. Nobody. I didn't.
And I support what Ajaero is saying. I just say will not say it's not going to do, but she's partisan and she can be corrupt. That's what Ajaero said. Can be corrupt. He didn't say now. We cannot justify what they have not done yet. They have 4 years to prove themselves. But he was just speculating. She can be corrupt, and which is a fair opinion. And you are justifying that. That is my own way. I came like it's wrong. Thank you. I the floor.
I think you are getting things wrong. She's in the job. As of today, she has not done anything wrong. So we don't even have an index with which to measure her capacity. So we have to wait.
What infantry would she have to look at Wike in the eyes and say, "Oh, guy, you are not doing your job well"?
That is why I said
she has the authority of the president now. She has the authority of the president.
Even by
and she told everybody face to face, not by memo anything. Said, respect this girl. I appointed her. She's going to be your monitor.
Yeah, that one just by the wayside. So, Bishop, they can clear her or exonerate her.
Oh, I didn't want you to have a full-blown conversation because Jide has the floor, and I want to hand over to Tom. Yeah.
No.
Okay, go on.
Finish now.
Okay, go on.
You can say all of this, but if her boss was Emechi, is still telling us today that this girl na thief, and this girl cannot be bold to sue Amesi, then we should have a rethink before defending her.
No, Amesi should sue her. She wrote a book.
No, forget about book. Amesi
had made a statement
last week that this girl, he appear on a public where he delivered a speech that girl na thief, he steals so money. If she cannot be bold to say, look, I have to teach this man a lesson.
No, it's the man that should teach her a lesson because she documented her own. How many people watch Amechi?
Have anything to do cannot teach her a lesson now. What I'm saying, she should sue Amechi to court for Amechi to come and prove to court how she stole public funds. Because Amechi is still telling us today, say, this lady, she's a big thief. So
has Amechi sued Wike?
All right, let's move on.
Sorry, just one second. I beg you in the name of God. Has Amechi sued Wike when Wike openly and publicly said he stole so amount and he stole Rivers aircraft and went and hid it somewhere in Germany? Has Amechi sued him?
This is not Wike issue and Amechi.
So why do you expect a woman? Let's go.
Yeah, let Jide take the floor back. Jide, back to you.
Go ahead.
All right, woman. The thing with this government that is different from Buhari's government is, first thing, if we look at it, look at the frequency of the fake meeting. It's not something they do once in 6 months or once in 3 months. In fact, they've had a lot of fake meetings in the past few months than I think Buhari had in almost a year of his reign.
That's not correct, though.
No. Buhari's, when you say fake meeting, Buhari's fake meeting is not the kind of fake meeting that we're having. This is somebody just told us now that nobody checks what they are doing. So Buhari is not having any fake meeting as far as I'm concerned. So you are not there to check the economy, what the economy is saying, how they are performing. You are not checking anything. And you say you're having fake meetings. So what are they doing? What are they discussing?
And most of the fake meetings under Buhari was chaired by Oshibanjo anyway.
So what are they discussing there? Yeah, that means even Oshibanjo does not have the power to check these people. What are they doing? What are they?
They're just sharing money. That's what they said. Yeah.
That is the meaning of it. But in this people's fake meeting now, the president, asks them to tell them what they do, and they even come back to tell the Nigerian press, okay, this is what we discussed, so that they can be held accountable for their words. Okay, now. It was after the fake meeting that Umahi said the government has approved the renovation of the Third Milan Bridge. We can already see that they have started working. Now we know, and we can hold them accountable. Now Tinubu is adopting KPMG. KPMG is not a small firm when it comes to this kind of auditing and monitoring of the process. They are the same company that my company uses. I'm telling you, those guys they are not going to leave any stone unturned. If Tinubu is adopting KPMG, there is trouble. These guys have to perform. That's what it means. So even the little girl, yes, she will do her own job by reporting to the president, but KPMG alone in the equation is a game changer. So it's not going to be as it used to be before. We hear more now. We know what the government is trying to do, even from the government themselves, than from hearsays. So it is better now than under Buhari. Because for me, under Buhari, they were not doing any check and balance. And that was why when he traveled, and Oshibajo tried acting as a president should act. That was where, that was why he had issues with him. Because if somebody is not performing, why are you keeping him? Fire him. Simple. So what are they discussing in the fake meeting? Security is bad. Nobody is checking on security. Nobody is asking what is happening. Nobody is drilling the security chiefs. All he sits down is, he be like, say, no work. Make I change them again. Make I put somebody from my village. That is what they were just doing. And that is why Nigeria is where it is. So I believe this present government need to do more. They need to do more to go more far away from the norm that was a normal thing under Buhari. They need to move far away from it and take things professionally and do things the right way. Set standard, set KPIs. That the president is even setting KPIs for these people shows that he is serious. The only thing I want them to do is if they can print the KPIs and put it on the media space so that every one of us can also monitor them. We can monitor them and hold them accountable. So that the obedience space can use their voice to continue to, be the right force of change. So that we too, that we are supporting them, if they are doing something wrong, we will tell them that no, it is not right, because we know what their KPIs are. And these are the things I feel, but it is left to the government, the president's prerogative. Either they are going to print it out to the public or they are going to keep it to themselves. But the major thing is that it has to be monitored. Somebody has to be monitoring, and they have to be accountable.
Jide, will you allow me to say something to you before you go? Good. I think it is not correct to say that there are no key performance index. Jonathan actually introduced key performance index in 2012, and it has always been. In fact, I remember he made the ministers to sign a bond, key performance index. The only problem we had there was that it was not fully supervised and implemented. Ditto Buhari. They signed key performance index. I can look for the material and send to you. And was the supervision up to date? I don't think so. Did they do enough? No, it will implement them. Even under Jonathan, I remember then somebody was reporting some times ago that when they even reviewed it, almost all the ministers failed under Jonathan that time in 2012. Almost all of them failed. Now, what did they do when they reviewed that all of them could not meet up? The thing that happened then was that there were a lot of factors that were responsible. So, but if somebody has now come and say, I'm not going to entertain excuse. If you did not meet up, we will review it and look at the areas you need to meet up. And if you go again and you still did not meet up, then you have to leave us. It simply means you will be sacked. So saying that there were no key performance index, that's not correct. I think from that time, even under Buhari, there were key performance index that was set out to ministers. Now, you said that they were not having a federal executive meeting, council meeting under Buhari. I mean, that's not right. That's not true. Yeah, Buhari's method of administration, or what do you call it now? Of administration. Let me use that word. Of leading, might not be good enough. I mean, I was not happy with a lot of things Buhari did, even though I voted for him. It might not be the best. And that is why this government must learn from the mistakes that Buhari made in several areas, especially the ones that those ones that were very obvious that even we from the outside can see, and the ones that are not too obvious that it takes somebody from the inside to be able to see. But the fact that they were not doing whatever, they were doing it, and every time they finish, one or two ministers will come and have a press something and give us a brief of, this project have been approved, this project. I was always I was not happy with that set. Is it just to approve contract and the rest they are there for? You know, I would then no real debate as people bringing fresh ideas. This area is being challenged. Let's bring something in. Yeah, I will not say that Buhari passed. I mean, did all those things successfully. And that is why Tinubu had the benefit of what has happened before to learn from. If woman will remember, I said this during the election or immediately after the election, I can't remember that I take it that Buhari was the price we needed to pay to get a Tinubu. So if Tinubu is able to come and correct some of those anomalies, then I mean, so be it. The Buhari did not score 100%. I mean, he had a lot of challenges, a lot of things he could have done better, and he dropped the ball. I mean, why he did that, I don't know.
Thanks for the correction. Carry on.
All right, sorry. All right. Landy, did they bring it up?
Let me just land my point. Bishop, we have security men in Nigeria, but we have insecurity in Nigeria. So if we want to ask, is Nigeria safe? Do we have security in Nigeria? The answer is no. So what is the point?
We have security challenges. No. I won't tell you that the answer is no. I won't tell you Nigeria is not safe. That's the truth. We have security challenges. I won't tell you Nigeria is not safe.
I understand your point. You're trying to be balanced, okay? But at this point in time, Nigeria we really don't need that in criticizing these people. The truth of the matter is this. Every fake meeting they go to them, I remember very well. They come out and tell us this has been approved, that has been approved, this has been approved. So for me, it was not a fake meeting. For me, it was a divide and sharing meeting. It was a sharing meeting. At least in a fake meeting now, we saw in a fake meeting, the president saying that I don't want anybody that is not among you to come to this meeting, including my son. That means these meetings are where they discuss urgent issues, and the president does not shy away from taking bold decisions and querying those people that are not doing the right thing and saying it to their face. But somebody just told us now that Buhari can
that's not a fail of security or a fail of leadership. Coming out to announce that if they want to see people not supposed to be there, in as much as giving kudos, that's a failure of security of leadership.
My brother, wait. In the journey of a man's life, once you start your journey, there are times you make mistakes. Now, where the problem lies is, do you correct your mistakes?
No, not on this journey. It's not on this journey.
All right. Bring it home in a couple more minutes, Jide, so that we can move on. I think the audience has started to tire of that. Yeah.
Sorry. Okay. It's not this journey. Once a governor of Lagos State.
Let Jide just land it.
What peace? What you need to understand is a new government. There's still a lot of jamboree. Even some people that never thought they would give them ministerial appointment, they gave them. They are still in the euphoria of whatever happened, so they will still be coming in their numbers. You know, now he has even told them that if, as a minister, if I don't even invite you, you should not come. So there are certain rules and bounds now. That is what it should be. But somebody just told us now. When I watched this interview, I've watched it before. When I watched this interview, I was sorry for myself. I was sorry for Nigeria. How can you say you are the president and you never check what the key performance indicators that you give to your ministers? You will not call them back to check how far. So how do you appraise them? How do you appraise them? So for me, it's a no-no, and I don't want this government to repeat the same mistake. And if they do, I will be on this platform to condemn them. So for me, if you have something you are not using, it is as good as you don't have it. And that's that's to address what Bishop was saying. For me, it wasn't like I don't know that they had it, but it was not working and they didn't use it. So it was not existing. That's it for me. So one man, I drop it there.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Thank you, Jide. So, gentlemen, I'm going to bail out here to hand over to Mike. Mike, Fatai has still not spoken. Ogweni is there, but I'm not quite sure if he's still fully connected with us. So Fatai joins us, and then Bishop wants to speak on this Bala, this woman that is because Bishop has a theory that the Bala woman, that she somewhat takes away some of the powers of Gbajabi Amila. So Bishop wants to theorize about that. So circulate it as best as you can. Acknowledge your presence.
What about that? Yeah, one man. It's not to be my 5 minutes monologue.
And what piece here to speak, of
you
course.
Do this all a lot. Most of the time, one man. I've noticed so many times. You always skip me.
Oh, please, you know I'll let you talk now. You know my guy.
Okay, well, actually, what piece is you are up next because you are the last to come in after Jide. So what piece and then Fatai and then give the floor back to Bishop who wants to tell that narrative. But Mike, let me acknowledge the super chatters. Ayo, as you already know, he came in with the one man went to more medals. So thank you, Ayo. Olatunbosun Oshunleti. So that's to Bosun right there. So thank you, Bosun. Zach, who seems to be a new name in that space. That's Ayo again. You know, he doesn't rarely ever does it just once. So that's Ayo again. And then Ike or Geame, the James Bond in the bow tie. So there it is. Keep them coming. I'm seeing they're slowing down somewhat in the super chats. So we don't want it slowing down. We want it ratcheting up. So ratchet it up. Mike, over to you. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow, where we come up with a new set of our storylines and, of course, a riveting conversation. So to you, Mike.
So who was talking? I mean, someone was talking.
Yeah, no, Mike, go to the next. I'm busy now. You come to me after the next person speak.
Jide was talking. Jide, are you done? Was it Jide that was talking? Is it?
Yes, what Jide was talking. He's done.
I think Jide's dropped. So you have Fatai still yet to speak. You have Warpace, who says he needs a moment, and Bishop wants to expand on a thought. You have the company of a man of prestige as well. So circulate the conversation.
Okay. So let's let Bishop expand on that thought, and then we'll go to you, Warpace and Fatai. Abi? Yeah. All right, Bishop.
Hello,
Okay.
brother. Can I? Ṣé bàbá wa fẹ́ kí a kò fẹ́ ṣe happy birthday sí bàbá ni? Yóò ti lọ ni.
Hold on, let me even open this screen. So I don't know why woman does it like this.
Check
Okay.
it. Yeah.
Woman, how do you put people's names there so that way we know?
But yes, let me remove all of the noise on the screen so that you can see who's there. Yeah, there it is.
It makes sense now.
Bàbá ti lọ. A fẹ́ kí bàbá ni pé ọlọ́jọ́ bí.
Oyile kọrin fún bàbá now. Give him a
Baba can hear you now.
Give him a Fuji rendition. For the Kwam one. I know you like your Kwam one.
Erin Pamela, I just laughed yesterday. If you see a young girl like this, you say you know fine. You say you fine person. You say you fine. Baba fine pass you. Baba no be your mate. You still they do shakara. Baba fine pass you. Leave that to you. Baba tó dàbí ọ̀dà 17 yìí, bàbá yẹn ká lọ gbá bọ̀. Mo kàn fẹ́ kí bàbá náà ní ẹ kú happy birthday. Ọlọ́run á jẹ́ kí ẹ̀mí gùn pé kọjọ́ pẹ́ o. So yeah, I don't really have much to say other than Buhari don't do your own. I say life is try your best and leave the rest now. Try your best and leave the rest. Don't do your own, don't go. At least it bring us to Kano. It brought to Kano jet. If there was no to Kano jet, Tinubu said will get problem. So everybody with his own to his own ability, to how much he can do. You know, they were in conscience. If he intentionally tried to destroy the country, I don't think he intentionally tried. to the country. To his own capacity, he tried his best, and you know, we hope for better days. Hope for better days. You know, I don't know. This man will just come when he was in Buhari's going. Why did he come out then? So he enjoy. So he said Buhari know the check. So he enjoy. He was enjoying the freedom. He no talk that time, and now he can't talk. Actually, he first came and say women are dressing this day. Does it concern women they dress? The women dress as they want dress now. It's just headline grabbing things. He just saying there. You know. Anyway, thank you, everybody. Thank you. You know, Mr.
Okay.
Mike.
Mr. Mike, are you there?
Yeah.
You there? But I think somebody wants to speak on
I
some.
just want to piggyback on the concerns I think a lot of you raised on that interview that the man gave. That was additional. I think he was Minister of Sports and Youth. It's a huge concern, and I think that failure would also rub off on Tinubu's administration. Why I say so is that it's for long that civil servants, which constitutes most of the ministries, the workers in the ministry do not have KPIs. Many of them do not know what to do. They just go to the office, sit down and collect their pay, and they go back. You can tell from even the Minister of Works, Umai, when he came and he didn't meet anybody as at 9 a.m. in the morning. And they all decided to even lock him inside, and we are shouting that he needs to go. They are shouting someone who is a presidential appointee needs to go. So I don't know what Adiza wants to monitor. I don't think she alone can do the monitoring. And again, what are you monitoring if there are no measurement metrics? You don't monitor the air. If there's something that you need to monitor, it must have been established. So they are also heard of performance bond. I don't know what performance bond they are going to sign. You sign against performance measurements. That is what, and then the bond is on what? Are they going to go and take a loan to put on the bond? So these are just keywords that or catchphrases that the administration is trying to do. I understand what the president is trying to do, but him alone cannot monitor everything. It's impossible. He's just one man, right? I know the buck stops at his desk, but that failure, that weakness is still there. Yeah.
There's a new dimension to it. You said something that is very instructive. Are the civil servants involved? Before they have never really been, but now they are. And how would you know? The permanent secretary of each of the ministries are going to be part of the theme that we sign with the minister and the president.
Yeah, I understand. I saw that.
Secretary,
I saw that, but those are for me. Those are ceremonial exercises, just like the argument, the argument we're having with the certificate. Those are ceremonial exercises. Why do I call them ceremonial exercises? Let's be very honest. Many of us we've all worked in corporate America, corporate in Nigeria, and thereabouts. If you don't have a to-do, a matrix point, if you don't have things that you need to achieve on specific periods, you'll just go there and be sitting down at work. And I don't think that is existing in any of the ministries. It's never existed. My late mom used to be a director in one of the ministries. We would sit down at home. She will be at home, and sometimes she doesn't go to work, and she still get paid. You can't try that in a corporate organization. You don't go to work, you will never get paid. So I don't know what Aziza wants to measure or how she's going to monitor, but I hear KPMG is coming. Well, we should know. I don't know their experience. I don't know KPMG's experience with public administration. I know they're very good with specific private sectors, but with public administration, let's not forget we have how many ministries and commissions in our country. There could be over like 200 of it, inclusive of commissions, boards, ministries. and parastatals. So I don't know how long that exercise is going to take to draft that individual tailor customized key performance indicators for each and everybody working in with the government. That's going to be a long job.
You know, okay, let me quickly chip in this. I've, as an individual, I've always advocated for a thorough civil service reform. It's difficult because if we're going to have a civil service reform that's going to work and transform things, we need to do away with a large chunk of our civil service, the civil service now, a large chunk of them. Many years ago in the army, they used to do promotion interview when you are from captain, and there's something they used to say, they want to weed out the dead woods. Dead wood. Now, there are dead woods in the civil service in Nigeria that needed to be weeded out. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be a tough decision, but it needed to be done. Tinubu brought in Oracle, what was the Oracle he brought into civil service to reform the civil service in Lagos, and he did it successfully. If he did not score 100%, which I don't think he scored, I'm sure he scored more than 60 or 70%. Look, if anybody can bring that kind of reform, that kind of mindset to bring Oracle to Nigeria in 1990, was it in 2000 that he brought it, or 2001? Immediately when he came in, and was able to clean up the civil service. 1999. Yeah, it was a few months after he came in, maybe it was less than a year. So if he was able to think of Oracle, then it was not even private organization, only a few were using it in Nigeria. When I say private organization, I'm talking of the Shell, the Mobil, not just any organization that were using it, but he was able to bring it and deploy it, and that thing did a lot in civil service in Lagos. And if you know what they did, this woman that was deputy governor there, that was the commissioner of education, so if he was able to do that then, and things have evolved now, if somebody was able to deploy Oracle in 1999, imagine what he would do now with the advent, with how things have evolved.
I have some hope from the president, right? But we need to also.
Okay. So secondly, the issue of what can this woman do? What's her name? Adiza do. There's a lot that Adiza can do. I will tell you what will happen. Permanent secretaries are now part of the people that will sign the key performance index. That means they have deliverables. Now, if they cannot meet up the deliverables, it will be easy to sack. In fact, a lot of them will say, look, don't put me there, I don't want to go. The one that people were always struggling to be permanent secretaries, they will not go there now. People will want to take the back seat because it will expose them. Come and give us the presentation. How many people are in your department? How many people do you need? What are their functions? What are their assignment? How do you meet? How do you do review? How do you do? I'm sure there are people in the civil service that know this thing, but the only problem we've always had is that the willpower to be able to implement them, because in Nigeria, civil servants are principalities and power. Immediately you recruit somebody into civil service like this, it will only take the grace of God to be able to sack that person, the way they are so powerful, especially with unions behind it. Just give me a second. With unions. So if we get to this point now and they discover that, look, people that are promoted to permanent secretary, when you are getting to level 15, 17, and the assistant director, whatever, deputy director, and the rest, and they are not delivering, they will now change the modus. The modus will be, look, for you to be able to grow from director, you must sit from deputy director, you must sit for serious exam, so that we will know your capabilities. We will not just grow, just push until you become a director and you become a permanent secretary, and everybody now discovering that you are just empty, even if you are going to acquire orders. So I believe it is a process to engage and get the civil servants more involved in governance, and at the same time is going to expose those ones that are not ready. So there's this saying, they say it's a Chinese saying, that the journey of 1,000 kilometers begins with a step. The first step might be very faltering, might be that you will struggle, you will fall down, you will rise up, you will go. But I can see some green light, not even at the end of the tunnel. I'm seeing it very, very soon, that if they can implement it, and I believe that Tinubu has the willpower. Look, how many times has he said, the buck stops at my desk, I take responsibility? It is not all the time we have leaders that say this. So I believe he has his hands
I'm
on.
not
Which
disputing.
boss
I'm not
stop on
disputing.
his text when he's voting for 1.9 or 2.9 billion naira for fleet of vehicles?
The way you are making it look, it is personal. I
Which
understand
boss
you. You are
stop on
making
his
it
text
look,
when
Ajane
he's
Koko, you are
voting
making
for
it look like
$1.9
it's his wife that is
billion
going to
for
drive
the
a.
wife
I know that's where you are going.
office that does not
Let me tell you.
exist.
Let
I
me tell
think
you.
Office
Bayo, I
that does
think
not
Bayo,
exist in
I
our
think
Ajane
Bayo
Koko.
Ononuga
He was
responded
voting
to
this
that,
thing.
right? I think
Ajane
he
Koko.
responded to that. I don't
Ajane
have a
Koko.
problem. I
Ajane
don't have a
Koko.
problem with
Ajane Koko.
buying vehicles,
If there is
repairing
an
those.
office of the first lady before 8 years ago and has some retinue of staff, whether it is constitutional or not constitutional, at least people that work with her, whatever. And under Buhari collapsed that office. That means that office is not in existence. If Tinubu wants that office to be functional, maybe they don't have anything for those 8 years that Buhari collapsed that office. Maybe they have deployed
Don't
everything they
defend
had
this
there. Hold on now.
pastor, Bishop. Don't defend this.
I
What
am
is
not
all this on
defending.
which
No.
It's
where we
unconstitutional
said
now.
we are we're
It's
intelligent
unconstitutional.
Ajane Koko, let me land. We are
where
not
we say we are
defending.
intelligent platform and we are
Okay.
speaking facts from our constitution. Is it there? Yes or no?
It's not there.
Is it
If
there
you are,
in the
So why are
Constitution
you
of
not
America?
saying? Why are
Is
you
the
not
office?
saying? Why you
Hold on. Hold
why
on. You are in America. Is the office of the first lady? Is it there in the Constitution of America? Is
there's
it
nothing
there?
like office of the first lady.
There is not. There's nothing like the office of the first lady. But is
There's
it
nothing like
functioning?
office
So
of
Are
the
they
first
functioning?
lady.
Are they
they are not
functioning? Do they
functioning.
have
Nothing
AIDS?
They
like
are not
office of the
functioning.
first
Do they
lady
have
now.
There's nothing like
AIDS?
office of the first lady.
Hold on
Bishop,
now.
there is nothing like
Are you
Ajane
saying?
Koko.
office of the
No.
first lady.
Do they have AIDS? You say
Nothing like office of
The
the
aids
first
they get
lady.
from private
Nothing.
NGOs.
They
Doesn't like
don't.
office of the first
They don't
lady.
vote public fund
Ajane Koko,
So
for
that
the
is
then
not
now,
first
correct.
lady
That
to
is not correct.
function.
You always make Nigeria look like we are a seventh world country. That
No,
everything that
look,
I
when
challenge
your
you.
leaders are doing wrong things, when they are looting what supposed to be used for the betterment of the people, let us call them out. Don't let us defend them. We are not going to gain anything defending these people that are acting like criminals.
So Tinubu is looting right now.
I mean, for what? For the
okay,
wife's
can I
office that
provide
does not exist,
can I
that is
can I
not backed
provide
by law,
can I
and you
provide
want to
more
spend that
insight?
1.9
Can I
billion.
provide more insight on that, right?
Oh
So
God.
I'm not gonna blame the president or the wife for this. I think it is the aides who walk around them, you know. These are the people who set the budget for themselves. It's like you having people,
So
they have
the
activities.
president doesn't see it.
Ajane Koko, hold on, please, hold on.
So the
Look,
president doesn't see
Ajane
that
Koko, hold
money.
on. Ajane
He
Koko,
will
hold on,
see
please.
it. The president does not see it. The
Ajane Koko,
president
Oh
is not.
no,
Ajane Koko,
The
stop
president
that.
would not see
Ajane
it.
Koko,
No.
That's
No,
Ajane Koko,
he will see it. He
what
doesn't.
did I just hear? Iman, what did Emeka just say? Who
The
signed the budget for
president would not.
to
The president
Who
would
signed
Ajane
it?
Koko,
see.
Who signed it for
Ajane
The
the
president.
Senate?
Koko,
The president. Hold on. The
Ajane
budget.
Koko.
Each department. Each
Bishop.
commission.
There is.
Each.
I want the guy to
each
do this thing.
We're getting too
Let me
rowdy
talk.
now, guys. Let's
There is the
give each other.
office. There is the office
Emeka,
of
who
the first
signed it?
lady of the
Submitted
US.
this thing.
Give me a second. There is the office of the First Lady of the United States. The First Lady of the United States is the chief hostess for every event that takes place in the White House, whether they are hosting dignitaries, whether they are hosting foreign head of state, whether they are holding this, and she has a retinue of aides. She gives out all the contracts for the annual event, all the events that take place in the White House. She is the chief hostess. So you cannot tell me that is an office that you will sweep under the carpet. Go and check. So when we are saying
Bishop, I read
yes,
that. So in Nigeria, so in everywhere. But there's not like office of the first lady. The first lady is the chief host mistress. Is there to
that's what
assist
I'm saying
the
now.
president.
Look,
Hold on now.
so
Hold
what is
on, please.
Plutus? What is Plutus?
Hold on, please, hold on. Is there to assist the president in receiving aids and like people coming to the villa, his house, receive them and organize his house. Maybe the president is going home for a retreat. He'll decide what
So
color of the house to be painted.
So
That
she's the
is not the
housewife. Is that what
constitution
you're
of the
saying?
minister.
so it does
It's
not
the
need the budget
housewife.
line. So it does not need the
No,
budget
she
line.
does not. She know everything. Where she get her budget, where she get her money from is what is budget for the president.
Okay, that's
Is
yeah, that's
they
why.
don't give her
That's
a
why.
special.
So if you look,
They don't give her a special.
what of
They
peace,
don't give her
what
a
of peace,
special fund.
what peace. If you look at that budget line, I have reviewed it for. It comes under State House. I have concerns with certain budget items there on the supplementary budget, like the one in Dodam Barracks. I don't see the president going to Dodam Barracks. They should have given that place to the military. It belongs to the military, and it should stay with the military. There's no need renovating that place. Then there were two houses collected from EFCC collected that they say they are going to refurbish as state houses. I don't think there's need for those extra state houses. They should take it off. Then the cars, according to Bayo, I will go with Bayo's statement today or yesterday rather, that he was explaining that there were tons of aides, those that they work with the presidency within the state house, those vehicles, and those vehicles, many of them are using their own personal cars to come to work. So, and they're pool cars. I will go by that. Yes, it is necessary for the function of their job. Is the amount high? I think it's high. I think it's a bit excessive, yet it's just a budget. A budget does not mean that you will actually spend that money or that funds will be released to you. That budget might not be funded. They have stated it that this is the requirement that they need. It doesn't mean they may actually spend that money. So what I will also think that the budget office is not doing is asking for more questions and asking for more details and doing budgetary controls. There are certain items that probably should not come into the budget, and they look at it. They should also be doing a year-to-year comparison of budget items. There are some things that are being repeated. Like, okay, why are you repeating this? What's the essence for this? What do you need this for? Why should we fund this? So I don't think they do that. I know many corporate anyway, public administration is quite different from corporate organization, because in corporate organization is an entity, but with Nigeria is actually a very big place. That's why I say the president does not prepare budget. Yes, he signs, but he does not prepare budget. He relies on the expertise of those in the budget commission to do their job properly. So if they are not doing their job properly, then there's a weakness. Yesterday we saw that weakness, and we saw the reaction in the House of Representatives. And that is not the only item they should have scrapped off. There are a lot of things on that budget line that they should have scrapped off completely. Yes, I think I did join on time. I just got in and I was listening. As I think, was it Bishop that was talking about, it's a different kind of yacht. It's a yacht, it's a leisure yacht. That's a
I never
yacht.
said it was a leisure yacht. No, it's not. But let's leave that.
Sorry that I'm sorry if it's not you, but I had it yacht. It's a leisure yacht. Whatever the Navy wants to include, there is a special
That was
kind
Baba.
of.
He said it was a super boat. He said it's a super boat.
It's a yacht. Is a leisure yacht. It's not a warship.
That was Baba.
Sorry, Bishop. Sorry for saying.
No. That's not even the issue. What I'm saying, anyhow, just go ahead. Just land.
It's not a warship. It is not necessary. It is not required. The president does not need it. The president didn't require for it. Even the United States, like I explained yesterday, they sold theirs in 1976. It's a leisure boat. It's not necessary at any point in time for the administration of the country, and they should not budget for it. It should not be paid for. So they should take it off. And I'm surprised that the House of Representatives also increased the Ministry of Defense budget by 100 billion again. We're in the trouble in that country. I don't think insecurity will ever be solved in that country, because if these people, it's true. If their budget keeps going up and they are eating enough from that, they will always want to look for somewhere. They will always want to create problems to show you the necessity for them to solve insecurity. I don't think insecurity is ever going to be solved in the country.
Let me quickly respond to Ajani Koko. Ajani Koko, I have before me now, there is the office of the First Lady of the United States, and it is situated in the east wing of the White House. It has a budget line. She has a retinue of staff on the payroll of the United States. So when she says something, but it is not codified, it is not in the Constitution of the United States, but it is there.
Bishop, what are you saying now? What are you saying now? It's not in the Constitution. It's not in the Constitution. It's not there. Forget whatever you are reading. We have it in every country, Japan too.
I don't understand what you are saying. I don't understand what you are saying. Let me land. Hold on. Let's hold on. No. You hold on. I hold on. I'm waiting for my time to talk. I am not saying it is in the constitution. I am saying there is the office of the first lady. It has been throughout the generation of the first ladies we've had in America, maybe more than 50. They have played that role, and they have retinue. Hold on, let me finish now, please. You will respond. They have a retinue of staff, and they have official functions that they carried out, and they are not spending their private money, because when they hold state banquet, the woman, the first lady, is the chief hostess, or whatever you want to call it, whether it's the chief host or the chief hostess, and she has an office right there in the White House. That office is being paid for by the taxpayers' money of the United States. That she is not is not in the constitution, maybe because she does not earn a salary outside from the salary of her husband, but there is a budget line that caters for hosting of events, hosting of guests, of foreign dignitaries, and that budget line also pay for the staff, because part of the staff that are attached to her are the staff that serve in the White House, and they give her an office, and it's not just one office in one side corner, it's an office, a prominent office in the east wing of the White House. So if we say we have the office of the, somebody now said that it is under the State House that budget line has been extracted, and people bring it out to make like a mountain out of it. But there is a rule. Whether that rule is, whether, I don't know how to put it, whether it is constitutionally assigned or not, but there is a role that is being played by that individual. So if it has been neglected and there is a now need for it, because Ajaero made it sound like Tinubu approved 1.9 billion to buy vehicle for his wife. That makes it, that sounds like, just deliberately wanting to twist facts so that it can switch what you.
What are we defending?
Like she, the one that is going to write.
It is clear in that budget
that what? That she's the one. She's the one that's going to write a 1.9 billion naira for
1.9 billion to buy vehicle for the first lady, and first lady's office. And we are saying, look, this is a country going through a very, very serious hardship. All this money are borrowed money. Why can't this money be injected into production that can create wealth for the country? Why are they committing this money
maybe they should be riding themselves? Maybe they should be riding themselves.
Huge benefit. And we want to defend it. We don't have to be doing this. We should condemn it. If this money is injected on education, yes, or healthcare, yes. But what? In this budget,
I will just end it by saying, look, let's leave this topic. When you become the president, you can be using
how much is committed in this supplementary budget?
Because it's a supplementary budget. The main budget must have taken care of that one. When you become president, you can be riding
what Bishop is defending is, I don't understand. This is just comment 101 you do in secondary school. Sorry, let me say this. Where the common offense is where you put the budget of the first lady in national constitution, national assembly to approve. It's an offense. In the same country, it's a treason. They can find the president for that.
You guys just throw this word.
I tend to share Bishop's viewpoint.
You just throw this word. You just bandy this word treason like this Ajaero or something.
When you were talking, Bishop, we'll give you the respect.
I was talking now. I was talking.
When you were talking.
No, come on, don't say that. No, don't say that.
Bishop,
I was talking to when you. Don't say that.
Don't say that.
Don't say that. No, don't tell me that. Don't tell me that. No, don't say that. Stop that. Stop. Don't say that. Don't say that.
What's the point are you making now?
I responded to what you just said.
No, I said don't respond, because when you were speaking, you gave that privilege. So if you don't respond, I will give you a respect. I'm telling you not to do that.
No. Don't just tell me you are.
Bishop,
you have spoken.
I
spoke. You respond. When you speak, I have the right to respond.
Hold on. Let's have a conversation.
We were having until you.
No. Let's have a conversation. This just last 3 minutes. You just did it monologue. You requested that nobody should intervene, and we waited. You read the constitution out fully till you ended before Ajaero started. I said, give me that privilege to you. I said I should not say that. Why is it not like this now?
All right.
You said
Let's
something to
try to
me
hear
and
from
I
all these other
responded
people
to
that
you
haven't said a
respectfully.
word
You
since.
said something to me and I responded to you. So I don't know what you're talking. It is you. I don't know what you're
Mike,
talking about. You said
Mike,
something to
it was
me.
my turn. Wait, Mike, it was my turn. I did it for people to talk, and let me take my
Okay.
turn.
But all right, wait. Let me see if some people are still here because Olajide, are you still here?
Yes, so
You are? Okay. Man of Prestige, are you still here? What about Ben? Ben, are you still here?
They've gone. Those two men have
Okay.
gone.
Okay. One piece. Okay. I just want to move that conversation from where you guys are. That's why I don't.
I'm not in that. That's not my
Can you
conversation.
go on a different topic so that way?
Yeah, I have a different topic to speak. The reason I came in here is not called the budget of the first lady that is obviously that's not in constitution. We start defending it. It's ridiculous and funny. The reason I came here, I came to support Ajaero, Senator Ajaero, but Ogbeni is painful that Ogbeni is already out of the platform. Because things is common sense. But what he said, according to his word, I came to take him on his own word and his submission. He said he came to show us alternative facts, or we should see the issue from an alternative direction. Okay, that could not be solved by later because they accuse her wrongly now. Jaliko, are you there?
Not true. You talk.
Okay. Now, this is my own monologue. That's my own take. First of all, there's no video since this guy has been an NSC chairman that you see him campaign for Labour Party in local level or to international level, seeing campaign in Labour Party rally, campaign vote Peter Obi or vote Senator this or vote for the Senator that.
There's a video.
Hold on. Now, secondly, in Imo, there's no rally going on, as in political party rally going on that very day, either PDP, APC, ABGA, or any party going on. And in Nigeria, you have the right to protest. In Nigeria Constitution, you don't need to submit application for protest, but you need to notify the police that you are protecting, so they can give you security. And the police can tell you, okay, this area you are going to is not safe for security reasons. You can't protect. You can't go to this side. Now that guy has a court court injunction to protect, and he came. He has sent notification to the police. He has sent notification to the Labour Party local government wing. State wing. Now the chairman came out to say they don't have problem with the they don't want they don't have problem with the governor. They don't know why the president is coming. And the question Ajaero was asking, he never answered it. Who now opened the secretariat for the chairman to enter? It was supposed to be that the Labour Party, the news supposed to be the Labour Party Imo State branch is threatening with the Labour Party president not to enter the secretariat. There's a scuffle at the door. That's what it's supposed to be. When the speech of Shomole, when he tried to take back, enter the house, APC this thing, we saw it. I've seen it many times. When two factions are dragging to take over a secretariat. That was not the case. The guy was inside the secretariat preparing. And that now brings to the question, how did the burning now have alternative facts that he's trying to push us to? Was there any rally of any party that is going on that he's coming to disrupt that would now say, okay, because of just a party rally going on, he came to disrupt it, which would now put it on the wrong? The answer is no. This guy had rights to protest. The answer is yes. So since when it not become wrong to protest? And since when I would not target protest to political rally? He did not come to do rally. Was there any Labour Party rally that yesterday? The answer is no. So why would not twist the fact? I don't care if the politician is not a politician. I'm not disputing the fact. But for what Ogbani said, try to take us alternative facts that we don't know. But he don't know too. Or he knows too that there was no rally for APC, ABGA, or any party on that day. So why do everybody conclude that he's a politician? He came to disrupt a election season and not rule the day of election. And by the way, there's no constitution against anybody protesting on election day. There's no constitution in Nigeria for that. I don't understand why people are just taking an election season as something of it's a superhuman being. It's funny the way we read our constitution in this country and the way we try to read our constitution to defend it is our own. The election is over. This time to critique what is not right and what is right. That guy was my handle is wrong. He's a politician for the guy. He's a politician. It's his business. This is how he's beaten. It's his business because he chose to be a politician. But what they did to that guy is wrong as a national offense. It's a capital offense. Let's call it spade a spade. That's my take. I hope I'm going to. Yes, that's that. You know it's a murder offense.
Capital offense, man.
Yes, it's a murder attempt. Don't you know? Mobbing somebody is a murder attempt. Prove me if I'm wrong. Do you even know if you raise your car on somebody on the subway, it's a murder offense?
Even murder attempt is still not a capital offense.
It's a capital. Anything more than a capital offense. So it's a capital offense, and yet there's nobody arrested. Yes, it's a capital offense. It's not civil.
Explain how even was a murder attempt.
But
what?
They beat somebody up. He says a murder attempt.
Yes, fighting is not. See,
fighting is a murder attempt.
Yes, somebody can die in the fighting.
That can be. They can plead it like a manslaughter. That doesn't make it happen.
It's a capital offense. Manslaughter, whatever, is a capital offense.
No, it's not.
Manslaughter is not capital.
Different. It's different.
See, listen. Is America? People American law try to change laws.
Oh my.
I pray. Hold on now, please. Now, no. Oh my God. I pray you guys don't have a case. When my friend had an accident in Japan, when we went to court, then I knew. The file is different. When we said accident, they say, oh, this is a capital offense. Normal file, other things like stealing is civil offense. So we should understand this law. Not be speculating. Read it. If America have a way of diluting some certain things, doesn't mean it's not true, because they try to cut corner for their people, the racist law they have for some people. But fighting, like in Japan, the fighting offense is worse than you carry drug. It's murder attempt. Slap somebody here in Japan. Oh my Jesus Christ.
Let me just tell you the difference between both. If your lawyer can put that it was unintentional, the difference is the intention. If they can put that it was not intentional, then they can
that becomes technicalities. Listen.
But if it's like
yes, I understand what you're saying. That is technicality. It can fall in your favor or not fall in your favor. But the legality of it stands firm. You try to stab somebody, they stab the person. It's a murder attempt. That guy will fly in court. It becomes a civil, it became a manslaughter. They reduce it. That is technicality. But the case of charge on you is a murder offense first. We should first say the truth to ourselves. There was a time my father's this man, they found a bullet in his domain. My father's bullet too. The guy did 6 months first in Oko. He's not his son, he's the guy own. First of all, you know supposed to be holding the gun. Yes, it was a capital. Do you know what they call bullets in Nigeria? Don't put a happy bullet with you, then you will know what's called there's law in Nigeria. That's what Benny. The guy did 6 months first with all my uncles who are chief justice and all that. He did 6 months before they could release him. So you are
capital punishment. Do you know that death penalty is the alternative word for capital offense? Do you know that?
Yes.
So any offense, just 1 second, any offense that they call capital carries a death penalty.
Yes, is up to the country to take the full punishment or reduce the punishment. In Japan here, capital offense, if you do kill somebody in Japan, hold on.
Of bullets.
Yes.
No, the beating of Ajaero is not a capital offense. That's assault.
Yeah,
that's assault.
I'm confused with the use of words. Sorry, guys, hold on. I'm confused with the use of words. Yeah, because we keep saying capital offense for bullets. I'm kind of like.
Yeah, we can hear Mazita. Please, Mazita, we hear you.
Can you clarify, please?
Hold on, Babati, hold on. Babati, hold on. Mazita, continue.
War Peace, I actually came to interject you. You see, when things happen like this, if we want to condemn something, it's good we condemn it in the totality of it. Totality. We condemn the place where we are sitting Now, I'm talking from condemn what is happening there, then condemn what is happening in your country. No exemption. First of all, if I may ask you, War Peace, do you have details of why the man came for the protest?
Madam,
What?
like I said,
No. I just
I
asked
don't.
a question.
The details I have. The details I have.
Why?
The details are.
Why did he come to Imo State to protest? That is the question I asked. I'm sure from the way you are defending him, I'm sure you must have known why he came to protest.
Madam, I'm not coming to defend him. I said I came to challenge when the alternative fact was presenting. That's why I came from. I'm not justifying him or why they beat him or not playing police or not police. And I asked.
Okay.
And I asked. I said, was there any PDP or APC or AGA rally going on
that
we can assume?
That
and
is not the
yesterday.
issue. That's not the issue. War Peace. You see, the man has declared his partisanship in politics publicly on several occasions. So for that reason, he is being seen as a politician. That fact is established. Now, War Peace, I want to ask you just a simple question. Do you believe that politics is a dirty game?
Of course, now we know now it's a dirty game now.
Good. So when you play that dirty game, you are actually going to get death. All of them to get death. So that's exactly what happened to him. Now, let me tell you the reason why he came to Imo State to demonstrate. Funny enough, he's from Imo State. I'm sorry to take your time because people are listening and it's good for us to clarify some certain things. I have said this time without number. I find it very upsetting when people, more especially Nigerians in diaspora, turn blind eyes on what is happening in the country where they are. And then they turn red eyes on what is happening in Nigeria and present Nigeria as if it's a worst country and that thing where they are, it never happens. That is the issue I have. You want to condemn something, condemn it in the totality. I will be happy. But when you start making it a Nigerian thing, and because it happened in Nigeria, it should become them. Now, let me tell you, the news we have is that that man came to demonstrate for all the whatever they are owing the civil servant. And I am sure that if you are president of NLC, it's not 1 month owing that you will demonstrate for. It must be a long backlog.
It's backlog, oh. It's
a long backlog. The question now is, why the election period? That is number one question. Number two, I want to show my anger on that man in the sense that I happen to hear that he is from Imo State. War Peace, I ask you, if you've been following what has been happening in Imo State, how many civil servants in Imo State have lost their life in the past 3 years because of the shenanigans going on in Imo State? Those civil servants he's coming to protest for, that everybody believes he should, have been shut down for 3 years. And most of them has lost their life in that process. And this same man who comes from Imo State never one day raised his voice to say, why are you people telling people not to go to work? Why are you destroying their lives and property because they came out to do the work they are employed to do? He never said that. 2019, he never came to Imo State. Since this year, he has never come to demonstrate. All of a sudden, 2 weeks to the election, or probably 9 days to the election, He came to demonstrate. Even after injunctions upon injunction, the branch in Imo State said we are good. Allow the election to pass. And people sit down for such a woman who I have listened to on several occasions saying that the position he is holding as the NNC president, he doesn't have respect for it. He's partisan, knowing fully well he's sitting in a chair that not everybody he is president to is a member of Labour Party. Now back to your question. You said, thank God you took that notice to say that APC was not campaigning, Labour Party was not campaigning, PDP was not campaigning. So in essence, what you are saying is that Imo State was quiet as at the time he came in. A state that had been looking for peace for 3 years now. At the point, everywhere was like as if it was quiet. He came to cause catastrophe. Now, let me say this. I have said this again. Let me say this as a bona fide daughter of Imo State. If that man entered that state again to do that shenanigan, and he leave that state with his 2 legs functioning, then I know that my people like what is happening to them. Thank you.
Madam Zita,
Okay.
please,
Okay.
1 minute.
Wait, now is my Jide is my okay. Quickly.
1 minute.
Quickly, say what you say. Say what you say.
Okay, I wanted to
Go
address Babajanle Koko. Babajanle Koko, you said they are owing them multiple months' salary.
Yes.
No, they are not owing them multiple months' salary. The government is Babajanle Koko, wait. The government is owing them 22 months pension.
Why is he always dropping?
He's talking from Nigeria now.
Yeah, maybe.
But the thing is, when you start talking is when it drops. But the guy's been here the whole time now.
His network now. This stream guy is heavy. He eats a lot of power from battery and your network. You don't notice it.
So when you start talking, it's your battery.
StreamYard, right? StreamYard. It draws energy from you. You have to be charging that while you are here.
You have to have a strong network, otherwise you drop.
Not only drops, but your battery needs to be strong. So your phone
will sometimes will be hot. It'll be tripping up. It'll tell
your phone will be up.
The phone will be hot.
Samsung, it will kill your phone, but iPhone, I think, is still better. But look, is Jide back? Okay,
it's back. Yeah,
Jide. No, that's not Jide. So no, it wasn't salary. Sorry, I think I made a mistake.
Babajanle Koko. It was 22 months pension arrears.
Yeah, it was arrears.
Yes.
Not salary. Sorry.
Pension arrears. That state is one of the only states in Nigeria that pays 13 months salary. They are not owing them their actual salary. Just to be clear.
Look, it's more than that. There are some agreements that the government signed with the workers that the government failed to fulfill. And they have been waited, they will be patient. So there are a lot of things that, on the government side, they didn't do right with the workers. And these guys are coming, that was why he was there, to carry out protests, so that to push home their demand with the government.
Not during elections, sir. Sorry, not during election, because it doesn't work. It doesn't work like that.
Election day? I don't get what the.
No, it's campaign season, right? The campaign.
Stop that. People have been saying this, and I'm listening, and I'm just shaking my head. Election season. What is election season got to do?
The focus. So Emeka, hold on. So because they are voting, they should not get their money. They should wait.
The reason why is what is the outcome? You work with
Emeka, hold on now. Emeka, hold on. So because it's election, they should suffer more.
No, you are telling me to hold on. I thought you were telling me to hold on for Baba Ajaero.
I'm asking a question now. Just a question, because you said it's election.
Because why I say it's the election season. What is the outcome? You want the government to do something for you, right?
They should wait.
they should wait for their money.
Now you have all the years to protest. You have all the months to protest. You have all the time to protest. Even after the election, you can still protest. If you want that outcome, not when during the when it is on videotape that you have been partisan and you are going towards a Labour candidate, and even on invitation you came from, because of that Labour candidate, you came to Imo State to come and in the disguise of campaigning, you came in to do protest. They should popo your eye very well. They didn't even popo him. They didn't popo the guy itself. They should popo all his body. It's a propaganda.
Come on now. You can't say because they are voting. They should now you can, if you're not getting paid, you're not getting paid.
They are not getting paid. I'm not saying there's no problem. I'm not saying it's not a problem. You should not the government should not owe a dime, whether it's pension or salary or benefits. They should not owe a dime.
No. Think about it. It is people's lives we're discussing here.
I agree. I agree.
Now you can't because okay now wait until because it's election. We should not say come on now.
No, because what I'm saying, that's what Madam Zita has been saying. This issue has been going on for long, and the man has not come around, right? Again, it's not the man. There's a state chairman for Labour Congress in Imo State. That is his responsibility. That is the man that should be organizing any protest at any point in time. But this same man is saying, we don't have a problem here. And then you, who should be in the national Kaaba or national state, is now flying in to come and organize a protest for which your state chairman is disagreeing with you on. That's not okay. It means your function is not properly aligned. If you want to organize a protest in Lagos, in Imo State, you discuss with the state chairman first. You discuss with the state chapter and ensure that everybody is on board. You just don't go parallel to come and do things on your own. When your people, your own Labour Congress people in Imo State are saying, no, we don't have an issue. Why should you come here? It shows that you are partisan. It shows that you have different interests. It shows that you deserve to be popo. You deserve to be popo very well.
Are you supporting the violence? So you're supporting what happened?
If you behave uselessly, you get useless results. If you behave uselessly, if you behave uselessly.
Let me ask you a question, man. Do you guys think because the Supreme Court judgment wants to do revolution after Supreme Court judgment, like Shore was trying to do? Revolution.
No, if you do that, they will popo you that. Then we should not come back to come and say that. Why can't you carry out protest?
Emeka, come on, seriously, you can't justify the beating, and that was wrong. You have to condemn that.
You have to understand now. Like
if you play stupid games, you get stupid results. That's just
so. Babati, you don't think the security agencies are ready for obedience protest after the
so my concern with the guy is why are you going out there to go and get yourself? You want to get yourself killed. I think the wife doesn't like him. If the wife likes him, the wife would say, "What are you going there to go and do? Come back and see that one."
Some men don't listen to their wives.
Maker.
Yes, I'm joking a bit, but I'm still also trying to address the point. You know, the guy played a stupid game. You don't do that. That's the hotbed. You don't do that. We are here talking about election. In Nigeria election, we know what happens. If your people die in election, they shoot you. People go and take you don't go there. That man holds an office that he must respect. He didn't respect that office.
The issue is non-payment of funds. That is the issue.
You see, I think you are taking this matter in a different light. Whether the payment of the government is coming out to say that is not the true position of things. The Imo State Labour Congress chairman is saying that is not the true position of things. Then who should we believe? So if things are in dispute, then why is the man who is not supposed to be there? Why is he there?
Hold on. What are the what is their own reaction? The workers, are they confirmed either side?
Wait, what? See, I don't see the people. Government. Wait, hold on. From my own point of view, the way I'm reasoning this, you say government workers are complaining. No, we had it from Ajaero. Who said he went there to who the protest that workers are complaining? We heard it from Ajaero. We also heard from the Imo State Labour Congress chairman that is saying no problem here. We also heard from the government saying we're not owing any issue here. We don't have any issue with that. So we're only hearing from Ajaero's camp that they are owing workers. That's why he went to go and organize the protest. So you can't take one side and roll with it. You have to look at it from all angles. Because what we are screaming of is that why did they beat this man?
So you are okay with the beating that they got? So you are okay with the way it was?
Oh, I'm very okay with it. I'm very, very okay with it.
You know, it was a capital offense according to what
I'm very okay with it because he was where he's not supposed to be. He's where he's not supposed to be. He was there at the wrong time. At the wrong place. So
when they finish and they go take and cook soup for you, go chop. Emeka, let me ask. Last year, when Ajaero shut down the national grid, was it a partisan? Was it a decision that was influenced by politics or out of patriotism?
Yeah, number one, he's not even supposed to shut down the national grid. That was
a huge. In fact, that was when he should have been in prison. If not that, we're too liberal.
Criminal offense. Yeah, that's a criminal offense. You don't do that.
Invaded the National Power Center and shut it down. That was a terrible thing to have done.
Oh, please, was that a capital offense? What was responsible?
You say what?
What responsible to that? What led to him?
Regardless of what led, you don't do that. That's the national asset. You don't do. That's the national asset, and that's the national security.
Let me answer Dangote. There is no labor dispute. I know what led to it because some people did not want to do appraisal exam to get promoted because they were doing, they were switching to a different. So they said the people they wanted to recruit into the new thing, they need to go through exam. They now said, no, they've been at the work for a long time. They cannot be doing exam with the people that are coming afresh. And because they don't want to do that exam, I'm just paraphrasing it, they now decided to go on strike. But he wanted that strike because that strike wouldn't have been effective. He now led some people to invade the National Power Center and they shut down the national grid. That was unforgivable. That was unnecessary, unpardonable, unforgivable, and he did it because of political. He has political, undertone in it. It was too obvious. Yeah, we swept it under the carpet. There was nothing, and it was like nothing happened. Because he did that, and he went away with it. That was why he did what he did yesterday again.
Which national grid are you even fighting for? Does it even work?
No. It works when it wants to work. No, we can't excuse that behavior.
What kind of impact?
We can't excuse that behavior.
Somebody kill somebody. It's like somebody kill somebody now. You are not saying, well, do you know whether the person will even die tomorrow? That if this man did not live, maybe he will just fall down and die tomorrow. What kind of logic is
that? Where your grid does not even work.
No. Whether it works or whether it doesn't work, you don't. That's vandalism. Number one. Number two, again, that is a national asset, and that was a
sabotage. It's not vandalism. That was a sabotaging critical sector of the economy.
That's national security issue, and he should have been in prison by now. You don't go there to go and touch that stuff, because it affects a lot of people. It affects a lot of houses in the country. You don't do that. We've emboldened a criminal, and that's why he went to Imo State to go and do what he's doing. The Popo, I agree with the Popo. They didn't even Popo him very well. They should blind his two eyes so he will not see road again.
Okay, please. Let me take my floor back. Let me take my floor back. Is I understand what you
look for my one.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
Sorry. Let me take my floor back.
Babati, wait, 1 second. This person has Olatubo Osuneti. Are you there?
Yes, Mike.
Okay, you want to add something?
No, I'm just listening. Thank you.
You always call me whenever I say anything. Well, anyway.
Yeah, I just.
Okay, let me take my thank you. This new member, you can say something. It's not by force, but at least contribute. That's why we are in the panel. We are all learning from each other. At least interject, correct, or ask questions what you don't have clarity for. Thank you, Mr. Latosin. I got apologize well. But anyway, let me go back to my submission. Ms. Zita, I understand what you're saying. Like I said, when I came here, I didn't come in for all that. I came because of what Ogbeni said of the alternative facts. Then if we should go by that, let's go by the legal terms. What happened legally? And we saw it legally. If he paying policies emo, he does not pay policies emo, that's not for me to argue. That's left for Bishop and Ogaja to argue. But the fact remains that guy was mobbed up. He has the right to rally. If it's political, if it's this election season, there's no law, there's no constitution that say it cannot protest during election season. I've not seen in our constitution. If there is, please show it to
us. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So the beating that the obedience gave to Papa, was that a capital punishment, capital offense?
See, yes, listen, what I'm saying is for everybody. It's not sectional. You mock somebody, it's wrong. But why I would say that when somebody decides to start bringing alternative facts to what we see in that Papa, you're not saying, oh, what about this? You saw that time when a Papa.
No, I'm just asking, was it a capital offense? That's what I want to
know. It is a capital offense, yes.
Okay. So those guys should have been sentenced to death.
Yeah, if they catch them, if the law want to go throw his full weight, that those guys they'll be wishing they will never mob people again. Two fighting is different.
Somebody? Really?
Listen, see what we don't understand. Mob fight is dangerous. It's capital offense. Mob fight, mobbing somebody.
They could kill him, right? Anyway.
You could kill him. Do you know what's called mob offense? Oh, please, I pray people don't have problem.
I don't agree with the capital offense, but I just...
It's a capital offense because it's a threat to... Let's see, let me tell you something. Sorry. It's not everybody that is walking, you say well shot is okay. So people have a serious health issue. You could push somebody's gun. What would you face if you push somebody's foot? Are you going to face that he pushed me? You are facing murder case. That's capital offense. When I was in Japan, I was driving with my wife. I drove a car. Like when you stop, then these people were passing. Like I drove my car, it's already green. My wife screamed.
What piece? You know that in the United States, some states, if you attack somebody, the person has the right to shoot you. So they call it stand your ground law.
Now it's set up. That's why it's a capital offense because he has the right. He's threat to his life. He can take your own life. That's why it's capital. In any way you're gonna look at it.
I saw there was one guy in New Orleans, once in Louisiana. The guy, one of those like black American, like to do talks. He went to push this one old white man because the man was insulting him. He pushed the man to the floor. Do you know the man just reached inside his jacket, just pulled his gun and shot him, man.
Yeah, the guy will walk away for free.
They say it was a stand your ground. I said,
it's stand your ground. It's a capital offense. It's threat to his life. Is that your life or mine?
It's not capital offense, but it's just you can stand your ground.
It's a capital offense. He took his life, his capital. That's why you walk away free. According to that law, stand your ground.
Wait.
Anything threat to his life. No, let me tell you, it's threat to his life. So he can defend himself in any necessary means.
See, I'm not with Ajaero. I'm not saying that it's good to go around beating people, mugging them. But what I'm also saying is that Ajaero is partisan. You know,
I'm not disputing it.
The lesson he got from that experience, I hope he will understand that he will not go and be intervening. Yes,
my brother.
It's sad that they beat him up so badly. You know, close all his eyes and his nose and everywhere. It's quite funny.
Babati, are you there? Babati, you that were saying yesterday that you received so many beatings in school. So those teachers, you're going to charge them for capital offense.
It's quite funny. It's quite funny looking at that photo yesterday. I was just laughing, right? But that guy he has acted. He has not been upright, you know, and that's why Nigerians did not go upright over the matter, because they look at him and say, "This man, you have not been upright in all your dealings." If he had been an upright man, I think Nigerians would be very, very furious with that reaction. And like what you're like, I don't say you are wrong with what is that you cannot protest during election. There's nobody says you can't do that, but again, it's just that, you know, when there are contrary opinions to your own interests and you are coming around, he needs to work carefully. I think they are marking him. That's why they beat him up. because they've seen his hand. He has always shown his hand politically. So and they're like, okay, why are you interfering into our state politics? What are you here for? So it's unfortunate that they put his eyes and his body everywhere, but you should take that as a lesson point and don't come back again.
Yeah, I understand. Anyway, Mike, that was what I was trying to say. Because we should talk about any fact. It's not right. There's no way you can justify it because there was no election going on, and I mean no rally going on. Even if he says a politician is partisan, but he's not coming to campaign for Labour or not to campaign for against APC. But again, what we're supposed to see to justify is between him and the local chairman fighting at the gate or airport. They're supposed to start that protest from the airport when he's landing. People with the Labour section of Imo will be campaigning against him. Like, don't land here. We don't want we don't want you at all. Don't come and cause us problem. But when you see that, they open the door for him to enter the secretariat. Now people came to beat him. Now we try to start cutting corners. He's wrong anyway. He's wrong everywhere. Mike, that was just my submission.
Not people, it's police. Police came in.
Hey, Joe, can you confirm for me, please? I heard that they want to send the guy abroad for treatment. Was it that bad?
The guy should calm down. What business is doing? They're exaggerating the matter. I beg you should calm down.
They was asking for donation now. What business?
They want to eat Labour Congress money. That's the way to eat the money. And take it to abroad. Calm down, Oga. Go to Igbobi and set yourself
Mike,
up.
I hate my floor. That's my submission. That's the only reason I came to the show. You can go to the next person.
They cannot be good person. You know, be good person.
If you go to Igbobi, let them settle his body for you. What does it mean he's going abroad for? What now? Sure, he was talking normally when he was in the bus. All of a sudden, I just saw something around his neck. He should calm down. Don't eat your money or don't eat the association money. Calm yourself down. Nobody sent you to Imo State, yes?
Emeka, laughing at this kind of an issue is a capital offense. Okay.
The serious capital offense. No, this stuff. It's not like I'm laughing at the whole situation, right? You understand? When I looked at the, what I remember the man's face, like it's so funny.
Emeka, earlier on, was it the Prestige was talking about that they've shut down all the hotels and that for the. Is it true though that?
No, I think it's what they put. They want to bring in, Hope Uzodinma is in. He's in a, how will I put it, desperate situation, right? And he shouldn't. He put himself in that kind of situation. That's why we ask people, do good for the people. The people will turn out for you and vote. You don't go out in this kind of desperation, blocking down everywhere. You want to invite your people, your dogs, shutting down the whole place. Like, it's not a war zone now. It's just an election. I don't know why our politicians are too desperate. It's not okay. You're making that place too tense. The tension. I saw another video where some women who wanted to do alumni association for their old girls association, they couldn't even get a place to stay, and they booked the hotel only for them to come and say that their reservation has been cancelled because the politicians they booked that place. It's not like the place is occupied. They just had the whole place everywhere in the, it's not okay. These are the things we complain about. You understand? Imagine me now hearing situations like that in Imo State. To go there will be frightening. They're giving this artist a bad name. Anyway, he wants to win an election. If he thinks that's going to help him win an election, well, good luck to him. Let's see how the result turns out. But I would just pray that our politicians, provide governance, do the right thing. If you do the right thing, then you are coming for the re-election, then you campaign. Yeah, I think people will come out to vote for you. I believe so. Except maybe they don't want to vote for you for certain reasons. But when you don't do the right thing, and you're not acting so desperate. Look at also in Kogi, what he's doing. I'm happy the lady, the Court of Appeal has confirmed her as a senator. See how desperate the governor is. You understand? And the things going on in Kogi too. Our politicians are something else. Yeah, it's not okay. And what Nigerians don't also understand, we completely ignore our governors. We are blindsided. They were always looking at the middle, not knowing that the main people creating problems for us in that country are the governors. The governors, they are being given funds, and the governors don't do anything with those funds. They just eat those funds. We're always looking at the middle. We're looking at the president all the time, but forgetting that every month they share money to these governors. They share money to the governors, and that the president cannot control the governors at that point. If the president wants to do something, it's going to be national policy that might try to affect people, but the people who will change your lives are the governors. Thank you.
Mike, are you there?
Yeah.
You can go to the next person. I'm done. That's just my submission for that guy. I don't really have.
Thank you for that wonderful submission, Warpiece. Yeah. Capital punishment one. I need to investigate for that kind of.
No, true. Do it. Do it. There was a time, man. 4 black, half black Japanese here. They were bullying the guy. They're bullying the sister as one of this. Their group. Blacks are not really much, and it's half kids. So they this Japanese bully that always bully the girl inside. So one day they decided to beat that boy. It was a national case now. But because they were like kids of 7 or 8, that's why the thing died down. They were analyzing it. You mock somebody. It's a capital offense. It's murder attempt. And what's murder attempt? Now, for example, you do that, the boy not died or the boy not turned vegetable. What do you think you'll be facing? It's penalty now, death penalty you'll be facing. Like country like China or Dubai or Saudi Arabia that do death for death. In Japan, they hardly take somebody's soul, they'll give a long sentence. That is very heinous before you face death sentence. But the sentence they give to you is like death too. They'll give like 40 years or 35 years prison. Then you have to understand when two people are fighting, don't put your hand, don't make it two. And if you slap people here sometimes, there's one Benin guy was stubborn, he slapped a taxi man. That guy used almost 3 years to pay insurance for that man. Anything the man say his head is hot, they'll take him to hospital. Anything say he cannot smell well again. So you understand, we don't fight in Japan.
You know, in Nigeria, we have violence is our culture now.
No, but the law is there. But we just overlook the law. We overlook the law. When they arrest my father's God, Aboki man, then I knew what a bullet is. If the police want to do you bad or put bullet in your house, they'll come and arrest you. First of all, court will remind us of in the first you get to court, they'll remind you to Panti. You do it or you don't do it. They'll first remind you to Panti. You will be there. From there, they start investigating. Police start investigating. If they tell you that bullet serial, they have since one of the serial kill somebody or they used to rob, then you are in problem. They are facing that death penalty of that thing he killed. It took a lot of muscle to bring that out, to get out from jail. So there are some laws we overlook in this country, but it's there, you know. But I use the floor. Next person can take over. Thank you, Mike.
Yeah. Olatu just came back. I don't know if he has something to say this time. And we just came to. I don't even understand.
Anyway, no, I'm okay.
Let me give my final. He's monitoring our speech.
Yes.
He's part of the DSS monitoring the speeches that way.
I know the guy. He will call him. We just hang out and then we leave. I'm like,
no, he's part of. He's a national. He's committing national capital crime.
Let me just say one thing. I say hopefully we can get to the level where voting will be less stressful. In America, you can mail in your ballot. You have early voting. Like they give enough time. Don't need to go and line up one day and everybody. You know, we need to make this thing easier for people to.
Yeah, I agree with you. If we can change the
one day we just sort everything down. No, you make it a week-long event. You go to work, coming back from work, just stop by the polling vote, go home. It shouldn't be this complicated.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Maybe one day we'll get there.
I hope because our politicians are too desperate.
Somewhere, hold on. Somewhere, is it Massachusetts or somewhere? Mm-hmm. Is it Massachusetts or a whole election, mayoral election has just been upturned. and a new election ordered. Why? Because there were widespread reported and proven election malpractices. I will always say we are making progress. Is it as fast enough as everyone would want? No. Maybe we just want El Dorado at the snap of a finger. So if we are learning and we are improving gradually, we will get there someday. It has been proven now. We were discussing some time ago, and Ajaero took me on. How can I be comparing American election? Look, we've had 3 people now that confessed to election malpractices in Georgia. There are several states, at least Georgia is taking its own very serious. There are several states that our election practices in 2020. Just a few days ago, like 3-4 days ago, a whole mayoral election was upturned in the United States city, because they were able to establish that, look, there were election malpractices. Anything that has human being, human can influence, there will always be, there's the tendency and the probability of corrupting it. And it is people that corrupt a system. No matter how beautiful a system is, there are some individual or some group of persons that are just lawbreakers. Nothing you want to do about it. They will always find way to break the law. And if we develop gradually, I believe we will be able one day that nobody will say, oh, declare one day a free day, so that no, everybody will vote. We can be having mail-in ballots in Nigeria too. We can be having people that are in diaspora. Okay, you can vote and send in your ballot. But at the moment, at the way it is, that's why I don't see it as a hopeless situation. I see it as a challenging situation that we can improve upon. Am I satisfied with what we have presently? No. I don't want us to throw away the baby,
Bishop,
the baby with the bathwater and make it look like a hopeless situation. It's not a hopeless situation.
Do you know why it bothered me? Because remember, we had over 80 million people that got their PVCs.
Yeah.
So how come you got 80 million people that got their PVC? And due to all these things that we are discussing now, only about 22 million people voted.
Okay. Number one, let's agree. Number one, let's agree.
Almost 90 million.
Those are the registered voters. Let me answer you, if you don't mind.
And that is what we are saying.
I'm saying that hold on. I'm saying that maybe there are other factors, but one of the major factors is because of the logistics. That people just say, man, that's the one that's in Mojare. I'm not going.
I'm not saying you are wrong, but then again, if you look at the history of all the elections we've had in that country, they followed the same pattern. More people will register, 30% of them will come out to vote. Even this one, in this 2023 election, more people, 30% of people. This one was 32%.
The problem with the truth of the matter is even, let me say this, please, if you don't mind. The truth of the matter is even that, you see, my voter's card is 2011. From 2011, we have not cleaned up our voter's card database. We have not cleaned it up. No name has been removed from 2011. Some people have died. You know that from 2011 to date, a lot have died. Some people have relocated. Some people are not. So if we have cleaned up our voters register the way it should be, I would say maybe we'll have about 60 million registered voters. Yeah, there are people that will not vote because they did not even bother to change to say that, to change their card. Some people went and did double registration, say, since 2011, that one don't go. Let me do another one. Unfortunately, they were disqualified. Now, apart from that, some people don't really believe in the system. Some people believe that for me to go and vote, you have to give me money. So it depends on which area you are, if it is the vote. So, but we can do better. If we can increase, what happened in this last one? Because people will say, oh, Shebi, at some point, we used to have almost 40 million people that voted. That was not re-voting. The year that PDP was scoring 24 million votes, Buhari scored 12 million votes. PDP scored 24. By the time you add 12, that's almost about 36. Other parties scored like 1 million. So we have almost 40 million people that voted in 2007. But the truth was that majority of them were figures that were just written. People were just writing. This one we had last had a close semblance of reality of the people that actually voted. If there's a percentage of error in this one, maybe it's less than 10% or thereabout, plus or minus 10% percentage of error and party because of the
Bishop.
Bishop. Hold on. Hold on now, please. Because of the biometric nature. Because if you are not captured, you can't vote. You can't vote. So I want to understand. I want to know where you say the percentage of error is less than 10% of this last one, unlike before, and we have enough of data and analysis to back it up. So if you have a different opinion, I really want to hear it.
Also, they only give like 3 days, right? The voting starts and closes in 3 days, right? Something like that, I think. So I'm thinking
just 1 day.
It's 1 day
in Nigeria. Just 1 day.
So I'm thinking it's kind of like almost impossible for the entire 90 million people to
exactly. No. It's possible. In every voting unit, there is no one that is more than 500 persons.
No,
voting unit.
No, Bishop, not true. Not true.
Oh my God.
No. Think about it. Remember, in some polling areas, the people are voting like 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the night.
And those are places that have faults.
There are areas where you have.
There are places with technical issues. But if there's no technical issues by 2 o'clock, everybody's done.
What I'm saying is that for polling booth, each polling booth, there is no polling booth that has more than 500 voters. You say that is not true. I want you to
there are even the Banky W polling area. There were more than 500 areas.
No. Let me tell you what. Let me tell you what happened there. Let's enlighten ourselves. There are some polling units, polling areas that are clusters. You can have like 4-5 polling points in one area, in one school. You have one here. Another 100 people, you have one. So in that place, you see everybody in the field. You think that is more, but for per polling unit, that is one polling unit where you have one ballot box. It is less than 500. In fact, they cancelled some because there were no voters there.
Bishop, about 400. It's my point to you. Hold on, it's my point. It's my overall point. There's no reason why you should be spending 1 hour voting.
You're not supposed to spend more than 1 hour to vote. In this present one.
Yeah, you just.
No, before in those days, you will go and do accreditation, then you will go back home, then you will come back. But this last election, both accreditation and voting goes on simultaneously. So the worst case is that if all the 500 people come at the same time, then you can queue. But there is no place that up to 50% turned up. In some places, just 10%. Some places, just 20%, 20 people, 30 people, 100 people that turn up at a polling unit. So, and you are not going to say, I want to accredit and go back and come and vote. You accredit immediately, they give you your ballot paper. When Yaga went and experimented, did the experiment, when they did the mock voting, they said it took them like how many minutes? Less than 1 minute, 40 something seconds from accreditation to voting. So it took less than 2 minutes. When they did,
that's a good one. So, Bishop, I have a question for you. When is he to be addressing the public or his obedient supporters?
I don't think he find that necessary. I thought he was going to respond to it because I felt that he should just douse down all this tension. But I don't think he's going to do that anymore. I don't know, but I don't think.
Are you thinking
it's already won that 1 week now?
Yeah, he's afraid of what he's going to say, or maybe what Asha Yusufu is going to write for him to read.
Basically, I would have expected him to say, "Well, we have fought, we have put up a good fight, we have come to the end of the race. The country is bigger than everybody's ambition. Let's join together and move our country forward."
Or do you think he's afraid of his supporters? Because some of his supporters, they died hard ones. They are calling for him to tell them to go to the streets.
Well, that's too late now. No, even say so. I think it will be like we said here earlier on a couple of weeks ago that it has become a the case of the tail wagging the dog now. I think he's afraid to say something that will not go well with his constituency, with his followers, the obedience, and that means they have held him. That means they've held him captive. They're ready to ransom. So maybe that is it. But we're just postulating. We're just guessing. It could be any of them, or maybe they don't want to concede and say, "Congratulations to Nigeria. Let's move forward." I think he will get over it.
But that's not good sportsmanship now. For
they are not
over a week.
No, they are not sportmen. No, they are not sportmen. Even Atiku that's supposed to be a statesman is not. They are not sportmen. Definitely, they are not sportmen. They took that thing to a level of ridiculousness.
Yeah.
So I don't see them as sportmen, unfortunately. So.
At least we can excuse Atiku because Atiku is not coming back. You know, his political career is almost like
No, but he told
like
you
the
that
last chance. But
he
Obi,
said,
you that you're still fresh.
but Atiku just told you that he's not going anywhere, that he's still coming back in 2020.
Where is he coming back to when the PDP governors are already
I don't think Atiku is
summing up?
standing any more chance. This is last chance, last
No,
chance. That's why he's throwing
I
all the bullets.
don't think they are going to give him any space again. PDP governors are already going to meet Wike.
He will still win. Do you know why?
Why?
Even Tinubu wants him to run for his own Atiku and Obi, they help Tinubu. If they both run again, Tinubu wins again. So in his own interest, he's like, let me even encourage this guy to run. In fact, I think will run. So I don't know why you want him to.
I agree.
See,
If he runs again, he helps Tinubu.
Before this election, long before this election, Reno Omokri, as much as I dislike him, I don't like him. But there was something he said, and that thing played out very well. He said Tinubu is smart, and if you underrate him at your own period. That Tinubu is sponsoring, is using people to sponsor Obi clandestinely. That underground Tinubu is using some people to encourage Obi to break away and go and contest because he knows that Obi was going to go away with a large chunk of PDP votes. Reno Omokri have been saying this since last year, before. So he said that there were people that Tinubu was using. In fact, he accused Obasanjo that Obasanjo is one of the people that Tinubu was using to encourage.
That was where I was thinking towards.
Now, keep saying, he said Tinubu and Obasanjo and Patutomi, that they were being used by Tinubu, that they might not even know that he was using them through third party, that it was part of this. I'm not saying he's 100% correct, but what I said was that, look, when all those crises was going on, I said the APC has only chance if PDP is unable to reconcile and put his house in order. Because I said APC, that election was for PDP to lose.
Yeah, I agree with you.
If they did not, and people were jumping upon the side saying, Atiku is a, what do they call it? It's a unifier. He would unify everybody. Everybody will come on board. He was not able to bring one single person on board. People were just going away and they were depleting. And the truth of the matter is this: that was what led to PDP's loss.
If Obi didn't run, Atiku would have been president by now.
If Obi did not run, the chances would be far, 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 far better. And you let Kwakwaso to go, you let Peter Obi to go, you could not bring back the G5. So they split all. We know that Southeast will traditionally vote PDP. We know that. At least, even if it is 60-70%. Look, if you have removed Peter Obi from the equation and Atiku had gotten another 50-60% of Southeast vote from what Peter Obi had, Atiku will have coasted home. So the allegation of rigging is because people don't have anything to hold. What made them to lose that election was the fact that PDP was not able to reconcile their people and bring everybody together. It was a terrible failure on Atiku.
No, but if you ask me, right, what really happened to Atiku that he could not, because Wike was saying, let the national chairman come to the town.
Exactly.
Why can't it's something you can do? So for me, I looked at the whole thing and I said, is it that Tinubu was doing juju or what?
They used to say the God where Tinubu they serve. I don't know that God though, but that God must be. And they used to say something in the Southeast. I don't know how they say. I said the ones that the gods will kill, they first make death.
Yeah, because for long, why can't you just say, okay, you know what?
I was saying that thing here all the time, that look, if they should reconcile, and I was thinking that he will be able to reconcile. Go to them, what are the things you want?
You can change your mind in any time. You can change your mind.
What Wike and his team wanted was the easiest of them all. What do you want? Just let the chairman step down. Let it start down.
No, they want more, but they just want him to, first of all, let that man come down first.
So they gave her that election completely. All this running around, rigging, looking. Look, they couldn't prove anything in the election itself. We're not looking for. He's a Guinean. He no get certificate. He get 460,000.
No. Obi dealt with Atiku.
Obi dealt with that. It was Obi that cost Atiku that election. It was Obi that gave that victory to Tinubu.
Exactly.
That's the truth. That's
He
the truth.
dealt with that.
Just Obi. Ordinary to reconcile Kwakwaso with almost 1 point something million, almost 2 million votes. You couldn't do it. That's Atiku. Ordinary to reconcile Kwakwaso in the north.
No, I think Tinubu was sponsoring Kwankwaso.
That's right.
I think Tinubu was sponsoring Kwankwaso.
That was how Reno Mokuri also said that Tinubu was sponsoring.
I think he was sponsoring Kwankwaso.
That Tinubu was giving Peter Obi money from underground. He was using some powerful people. And that's politics. If he actually did, I'm not saying he did, but I'm saying if he actually did, then that means that man was smarter than them.
No, but your theory makes sense. So, have you seen Patotome criticize Tinubu?
Patotome play all the one way they talk na politics just to make it look real. I don't know.
He has not criticized
this guy said, you go and look for the thing Omokuri right there when he wrote that. Omokuri said that look, he mentioned Obasanjo and Patotome and some powerful other people, and even this guy was one that started the job. This one that is sick now, what's his name? Doyokupe. That look, that Yokupe was being used clandestinely to push Peter Obi to go out of PDP and go and run. That he was doing that. So after that one, there's some people that even Aki Oshitokun, Aki Oshitokun is Obasanjo's boy. They were part of it. Is a conspiracy, it is a theory, but there are some conspiracy theory. By the time you put them, and they look so real, and the outcome kind of justify exactly played out that way. I'm not saying it is true, but I used to say something. That I mean something resembles something. Or say if you look at where you go be like say like this. So for me, that was what cost PDP that election. It was not any rigged game.
I choose to agree with you because the way the election played out, some things were not just clear eyes. Some things did not go. You just wonder, what is going on? You want to win an election or you don't want to win an election? What are you up to? And then you can see Tinubu saying there was a statement he made during when he was talking to the Lagos business launch meeting, and he said, "If you don't know, please know it now. I'm going to win this election." I was like, what did this man eat? What did this man eat that you have this kind of huge confidence? And it turned out that way.
It was a very bitter, how do they call it now? Fourth election. But honestly, that was how the election happened. There were no widespread, those widespread rigging, writing of reports, this, that. It didn't happen. They did not put their house in order. They did not reconcile. They did not come together, present one front they were supposed to. How could Peter Obi, after obtaining from PDP just 2 weeks before, after he has just pulled out? Just pulled out.
And went to Labour Party. Paid money to enter Labour Party. Who gave him the billion that he paid?
Atiku even said that he did not even inform him and that they were together 2 days before he pulled out. He did not even tell him. Now,
Bishop, can I ask a question?
Go ahead, please.
If Wahala boss for Labour and Obi goes back to PDP, in the primaries between Obi and Atiku, knowing what we know right now that Obi is a formidable force. Does he have
it in 2027? In 2027?
Yeah. Like
Obi will not win.
Obi will win. I agree.
Obi will not win. And I will tell you why. I'll tell you why. Obi will not win. Even if this last election, if they have given the Obi the ticket, Obi will not have won. That's the truth. Obi will better off.
I believe that too. He would have struggled in North big time.
Exactly. We will have struggled in the North seriously.
He won't get all that Northern vote.
But if he picks a credible, the VP Pete was not. It was a nobody. That guy even lost his word.
Of course, that VP.
But if he has a PDP now he has least people to pick from.
Even if they put him now as the president, look, let me tell you something about building off. So that thing that this man said, I know a lot of people don't like him now. I don't know how he's performing. This Anambra governor, what's his name? Charlie. That thing that Charlie said, you build bridges and not walls. our politics in the Southeast still requires a lot of fine-tuning. You cannot stand on one leg. You can't stand on one leg. You see, there is an adage in Yoruba that 3 people can actually stand in 2-2 if you have wisdom. 3 persons, say 3 persons. Now, how can 3 persons stand in 2-2? There's that, I don't know, I don't want to speak to a more Yoruba, but if there is wisdom, you apply wisdom, 3 people can actually stand in 2-2. And that is it. So you cannot stand on one leg. It's not possible. Either you align with the North or you align with the Southwest. You just have to do one. After PDP lost, after Jonathan lost in 2015, Southeast took it on their head and to be too personal, and the kind of attack on Buhari and how the thing played out eventually made the North look like, oh, you really hate us this much. And everything that played out eventually, when we could have healed from the election and move on, we did not move on. That
is the same thing they are doing now. They are just burning the bridge between the Southwest.
That is exactly what is going on now again.
They literally look at the way they are going after Sri Lanka. It's almost like they are just offending a lot of Yorubas. Now you are burning the bridge just because you lost the election. You are burning the bridge between the Southwest.
Bishop, hold on. During the election, when they were singing "Hand They Shake," I'm like, that you're actually gaining votes for Tinubu in the Southwest. The way you're singing this song.
I was not a Tinubu guy now.
I don't know that you're actually winning in vote because in your back culture, you don't make fun of 2 groups of people in our culture: the sick and the elderly. When somebody is sick or allegedly sick, and when you start making fun of them, people will gain sympathy for them, even if they don't like them. So the more you are thinking, people are even getting them votes. I'm like, what are you guys doing?
Exactly. Vote for him now. Exactly. So sympathy, some people out of sympathy, shaking the election law only. So that was exactly, what happened. Please permit me to chip in something that I wanted to say earlier on, that one man deferred to the end. On this retreat, am I all right? Can I go ahead, Mike?
Yeah, go ahead.
Good. I want to take us back to this. I have I have a very strong, how do I call it, reservations about Gbajabiamila. And I've said it here several times that I don't see him as a good pick for that position of the chief of staff to the president. And with a lot of blunders that has been committed, you will see that he does not have his hands on, he's not in charge as he used to be. Now, what the president said 2 days ago was very instructive at the venue of that retreat. And what the president effectively did was to reduce the power of the chief of staff by more than half and give the responsibility to Hadiza Bala Usman, because the coordinating, we said is the gatekeeper of the president. He is the one that is supposed to be playing that role that Hadiza will play now, supervising. Even the one that president was talking that everybody cannot just be coming in and going out, and that even the son keeping, you will do like he's passing through. He will just pass. He's supposed to be a no-go area. It is a failure of Gbajabiamila. I don't know if anybody is understanding what I'm saying. So bringing Hadiza Bala Usman and saddling her with that responsibility, doubling. It was supposed to be a policy coordination something, but that the coordinating.
Question real quick.
Go ahead, please.
That directive of people not going and coming into the chamber, is it that was he actually talking about his son, or how did his son name come out?
He just used it. He just used it as a. I think just said it in passing that anybody cannot just
mention his son names, right?
That's what he said.
Oh, okay.
That's what I said. That it's not supposed to be just like that if you don't have anything to do there. Okay, the state house is like this. There are people that have offices there. That is their offices, so they don't need pass to come. There are other people, even ministers. When it is not cabinet meeting and you have not been summoned, you are not just come to and be loitering. You don't have any business in there. Don't come there. So he was talking generally to ministers and some very senior official. You know, we discussed something here before that they are moving federal executive meeting from Wednesday to Monday. Then from Monday to Thursday, the president is not going to see any visitor.
Just cabinet members only.
Only just cabinet member that has appointment with him.
Okay,
Bishop.
How much? You know, they had them sign the KPI thing.
Yeah.
Do you think that they will force it if you don't truly perform?
They will enforce it. I believe so. And that was why I was saying then that one of the good things is that they have now involved the permanent secretaries, because those are the accounting officers, not just political, of the ministries. The permanent secretaries, you see, when you shake the head, let me give you one story that Tinubu did under social in Lagos. I don't know if anybody was in Lagos then. For teachers, when they said they should not collect something from teacher, and if teacher, that the woman give out a phone number that students should call her, the commissioner there. Do you know that social was sacking primary secondary school teachers on the radio program? And people will call and say, we are calling from so school, and that the principal said, and the woman will say, look, the so person, principal so school reports tomorrow at the secretariat. You have been deployed from now on the radio, on air. You see, also paying it by the time you use 3, 4, 5 persons, permanent secretary that has spent 35, 40 years as example, other people will sit up. Other people will sit up.
Because Bishop, this is why I'm coming, because so far I've only seen maybe 4 or 5 ministers doing something. Everybody, why are the remaining 45, 42? What happened to them?
Okay, let me answer that. You see, it is not all the ministries that can operate, that you can be seen visibly. What they build underground is just like an iceberg. When you see iceberg, what you see is just a tiny bit on top. The real one that is building up. There are some trees. There's this tree. It takes it like how many years before the thing will even come up, because it is the root that first goes down. It is not all of them that their work can be visible immediately.
I'm saying they should be giving updates. Don't make the same mistake Buhari
Yeah,
made.
but yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Why nobody knows what you are doing until you leave? Like, okay, the guy did this. You must update people so that they know.
I agree with you, but hey, let's take it. Some of them are just, I mean, the ministers are just about 2 months now. Are they up to 2 months? Just like 2 months, less than 2 months. I'm trying to calculate the, so
almost 3 months.
Almost 3 months. Okay, it's more than 3 months. Okay, almost 3 months. I'm going to 3 months, 150 days. Yeah, the president spent almost 2 months before he appointed them. Okay, less than 3 months. And I believe at least more than 50% of them are really working underground. Just a few, because of the quick low-hanging fruit, are the ones that I seen, and because of the pressure. But the ones that are like the new ministries, like the Ministry of Blue Economy, I'm sure they are setting up things from the ground. Okay, we are seeing a little bit of the Minister of Communication and Digital Economy. That one is doing, because even though there's no fruit yet, but we can see the groundwork. So a few of them, 50%, like I said, I said it in one of our conversation on this platform, that if 50% can be exceptional, then let the remaining be average. I'm satisfied. Just 50% of the ministers of critical areas, especially in the economic front, if they are exceptional. And I think this guy is doing some yeoman's job. What's his name? Dele Alake, in the Ministry of Solid Minerals. I think he's doing some very good job. In fact, the German chancellor that came a few days ago, about last week, one of their key something, because they are going to be deploying some, what do they call this, technology to discover metals underground. So let's maybe by December, we can begin to say, okay, look, honeymoon is over, that we should be able to see. And with this, their first retreat, which I believe was deliberately delayed till after the court the court verdict. Maybe they should have had it if everything has settled. So now that seems to be like the kick-off point. So when they sign those key performance index and the things that they can use to evaluate them, some people will fall off by the wayside. That is natural, which will now give others, the impetus at local. You see that you sit up, or you shape up, or you ship out. Is that you shape up or you shape up? Everybody don't want to be disgraced, because if you are thrown out, you are disgraced. People that want to go and run for governor, they will tell you that you couldn't even hold a ministerial appointment, that they have to throw you out after 6 months. Because I really want Tinubu to begin to show people the door since after 6 months. Don't wait until the year is over. No. I don't think we have that patience. So for me, it is, but it is the appointment of the Adiza Bala Usman. I support it, but I see it as a big indictment, and a vote of no confidence on the person of Gbajabiamila, because Gbajabiamila is not holding that fort. He's not acting like the gatekeeper to the president that this used to be. We had this debate here very extensively. Now, I don't think this guy can give a different opinion to Tinubu. He doesn't have that. Get that liver. Fashola would have been a far better person for that position. But I don't know why the president chose him. But now he has reduced his influence. He's not coordinating the ministers anymore. So if it's just to keep and there's the principal private secretary, there's the secretary, and there's the secretary to the government of the federation. So if all of them cannot hold that Aso Rock secretariat, there's shame on them. But as far as I'm concerned, they have stylishly want to bar Majabiamila segment to a great extent. Thank you.
Bishop, can I push back a little bit?
Go ahead.
Okay. What you said to an ordinary person like you and I, we can read meaning to that and say, well, it's possible. Like, okay, he's the chief of staff. But as the things is, sometimes internal politics also comes to play. Okay. I don't think it has lost its relevance when it comes to, as far as this administration is concerned. At times you want to take away the heat away from, because that position that is occupying is a very envious position. Anybody will want to be in that position, because more or less you are like the de facto commander-in-chief, because everything passes through you to the commander-in-chief. And I've said it on this show before. As things stand right now, Tinubu needed to have, build that foundation in Abuja just to establish himself. And having an administrative person, so to say, it's not going to work well for him, because he's still navigating the politics of Abuja. So, and Gbajabiamila that have been in Abuja for some times now, he knows every nooks and cranny of that town. He knows who is who there. And sometimes you need somebody who could easily reach across politically. Having someone like, what is his name, Fashola and co, is more useful for administrative purpose. That is when you've already established yourself. Now you want to start running things in the way you wanted it. I think that's when the likes of someone like Fashola will come in. But as things stands now, Tinubu needs Gbajabiamila more than Gbajabiamila need Tinubu.
You should have just made him number one, like the liaison officer.
Yeah, but he needed him to be close to himself and serving that as a capacity of chief of staff in such a way that he'll be able to relate more. These positions have, apart from the title, it holds a lot of weight. Now, people relate more with.
Do you know the on a lighter note? Do you know the office of the chief of staff is not constitutional? It's just a personal creation.
Oh,
just
really?
on a lighter note, just from where we were coming from before. Go and check it.
But the chief of, well, I don't want to argue, because
it was a creation of Tinubu, and Obasanjo copied it when he made what's this the guy's name that time. It was a creation of Tinubu then.
So who was heading the personnel in his office then?
There is the SGF, Secretary to the Government of the Federation, and there is the principal private secretary to the president. So the SGF was.
I might need to look into that, because I want to believe it's recognized by the Constitution.
Okay.
Now, apart from the private secretary, personal secretary, what do they call them now? Is it personal secretary or confidential?
Principal private secretary.
Yeah, and all that. Apart from that, those who control all the personnel around his office is headed by the chief of staff. But besides, the chief of staff has number one grade A clearance. right? Security
Of course,
clearance.
of course.
So for that to have happened, that means the constitution must have, you know, have a say in the establishment of that office. That's what I want to believe, not just somebody who just say, you know what, this is I like this, it looks fancy, maybe I should just incorporate that into this administration. But I want to believe that it's backed by the law, other than just looking at it from that fanciful angle. But nevertheless, that position hold a lot of weight as when it comes to administration of any government. But the role that Budgetary Miller is playing now, he will continue to play to the point where Tinubu will no longer need him. And I make a good example then when I said that when Tinubu is appointed Lai Mohammed, of course, Lai Mohammed was an experienced politician, at the same time a journalist. So he needed Lai Mohammed expertise. And when he didn't need him anymore, he appointed a technocrat, somebody who is, a greenhouse, somebody coming from a private sector who is about the result oriented. So I just want to believe that is the game that he's trying to play, so that by the time he establishes himself, then he will be able to look for somebody more vibrant that can, help him do the job properly. But by and large, people, like you said, nobody is infallible. People make mistake, but sometimes this is at the beginning of the administration. You don't want to make too much of costly mistake that people will begin to look as if you're a joke. Can you imagine this yacht of a thing that has been included in the even though it was already been prepared before this administration? I believe that the Budgetary Miller and other officers, principal officers involved, should have looked into it before it becomes, because the media nitpick, on things that fancied or something that they can hold on to in order to use it against the government. And I'm glad that the National Assembly is striking it down, because it doesn't really look well or sound well. So some mistakes like this, it may look to them may not be significant or make much impact on their political, point, but at the same time, ordinary person on the street like vulcanizer would say, "Oh, even though I can't afford a 4 square meal a day, now somebody is trying to buy a yacht, and gallivanting around." So I think Budgetary Miller will serve his purpose, and when it is time for him to go, I don't think it will be hard for him to recognize when his service will no longer be needed in Asura.
Well, I agree with you, Jake. I mean, to a great extent. It's not what you just complimented a few things I said, not really push back per se, but I totally agree with you. Number one, my position was biased because it was my position. Because right from the time we were just linked about the nominees for the office of the chief of staff, I had maintained that I did not see Budgetary Miller as a proper fit for that role.
Bishop, we all wanted the Fashala, but I think he has issues with Tinubu or something like that.
Yeah, I agree.
Do you even know what's even more shocking? Femi is a former speaker of the house. You know how this thing works when it comes to bill. All this yachting, you should not be making that mistake now. You know how this thing works.
Exactly.
Yeah, do you guys think Fashola doesn't want any of his, because at this point maybe he wants to rest, he wants to
even what do you call it, Budgetary Miller, the mess about the nomination of the ministers, the cancellations, the changing, and what happened to El-Rufai, Budgetary Miller, it was a Budgetary Miller's failure. Look, last week the president had to be coming to be defending Budgetary Miller because they said there was a rumor that he was collecting money from this. That should not necessarily happen. So for me, now, why do I have problem with Budgetary Miller? On 2 occasions, he really forced my hand. Number one, we could have started this journey of fuel subsidy removal under Buhari. All I expected them to go and negotiate is that, okay, don't remove everything. Let's do it piecemeal. Let's remove 25% and have a slight review. The shock will not be as much as we are. But because of, himself and Lawan went to president, which they have already promised that, they are going to be president. And the president had to bow, and they moved forward that that subsidy something there. Now, secondly, you were there when ASU started their strike. There were quite a few things that he did, even under him in the house. You were there when ASU started their strike. You did not intervene. You did not do anything. You were just talking. Everybody was just going. ASU was on strike for how many months? Now, it was when federal government now went to court, industrial court, and they have argued the case finished. They were going to deliver. They now saw where you were. That was when you now intervened. That was when you now wanted government to let me finish 1 second. 1 second. That was when you now want government to and when the whole thing now fair, you were still the one that was now going to beg government to pay for the 8 months when the teachers, the ASU was not even remorseful in any way. How on earth, where on earth would you go on strike for 8 months? And you expect to be paid? And they were now saying it is not only teaching. The argument was so illogical. I know it was part of his pressure and his intervention that made the president to say, okay, we are going to pay you for 4 months out of the 8 months. Let's meet halfway. But that's not my problem. But look, why can't we just have one single front? Okay, we agree on this thing. Let us implement it together. Why are you always this wishy-washy on the bad things? Even when there was one thing they were discussing that was very germane in the house then, and they were interviewing him, and the way he was talking, oh my God. I said, look at, there should be some level of vibrancy. So for me, that was when I just gave up. So when he was being rumored that he was going to be the chief of staff, I really felt that, man. Well, and when he became, I made it clear that I really don't think it was a good decision, and it's playing out exactly that is not really a good choice.
Bishop,
Yes,
imagine you saying that somebody's on the list, only for them to find out when they are already in the Senate House. How does that happen? How does that happen as the chief of staff?
You couldn't pass every through.
But Bishop, let us take a second look at this. Sometimes there's no absolute power. Even the presidency, sometimes they have to negotiate, right? And sometimes when you have, I'm trying to weigh the power of the chief of staff now and how it can truly influence outcome of everything. What if things didn't work out the way it's supposed to work out? Number one, the name was included, but somebody reneged. Maybe some of the allies decided they're going to pull the plug at the die time, and it was something that happened spontaneously, not something that's been planned. And of course, it will be so hard to, correct the wrong thing. I'm just trying to play the devil's advocate now. Sometimes when things are no longer in our hand, or the control is no longer in our hand, we just let it, flow, right? But there's some things that will happen. I don't think names will be included on that list that will not have been vetted, or perhaps say that, okay, it's halfway through, if possible, they're going to push it. But you see, some people, some power blocks are actually hell-bent in ensuring that El-Rufai would no longer hold any political position in that country. And they really seriously meant it. Look at the embarrassment that he was subjected to when he was going for the confirmation. Not somebody who had been a governor, a director, or also a minister previously. So when some of them were still in their own private sector and all that. So I want to believe there's a power play involved in that case of El-Rufai, to the point that the likes of Majabir Amina could not have influenced the outcome. Perhaps even the president himself was handicapped. Let me just put it that way. Maybe that's what actually happened. But of course, he has to take the blame for the fact that they should have foreseen that happening in the first instance. And for the lady that the name was included and was already present at the National Assembly before she was recalled. I think in that situation, like I said, it could also happen. Maybe at a die minute, somebody flipped and they said, okay, this is what's going to happen. But he had been in parliamentary before, and he knows that you don't go to the floor if you don't have the vote, because that would be the biggest gamble anybody can. And him being a former speaker. But I want to believe there's some power game going on that he himself could not have control, the outcome or change the outcome to their favor. That's why this was happening. But they're just starting. I want to give them the benefit of the doubt that they know the team generally now. They know what they are doing. But you see, when you are trying to establish your authority, it's about give and take, right? So him also being a power broker, being in Abuja for some time as number 3 citizen of the country, understand that the negotiation aspect of the job. So maybe that was what actually played out. But at the same time, they should have done their homework before things degenerate to the point of being subjected to that kind of ridiculous and embarrassment situation to the nominee.
I agree with you totally. That's groundwork, on the groundwork. I mean, as you were saying that this title, An Heir to the Grand, came to my mind. James Hadley Chase was Inspector O'Brien, the short black man, An Heir to the Grand. Now, if there was somebody that should be Tinubu's eyes in Abuja, where he was, that person should be on me. And immediately he came in, he should have had in fact, what happened to Tinubu, to El-Rufai in that house, if not for 12 a.m. or 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. or 6 a.m. in that morning, somebody should have given him a brief. He should have had heads on if he actually has his ears to the ground as it was supposed to be. There was nothing that should happen in the National Assembly that he should not know, that should come as a surprise, because what played out was perfectly hatched, like it has been rehearsed, and he was caught with his foot in his mouth. That's the way I see it. It was a great fork pass, as they call it, on his part. That's me reading it, because the fact that you have been in this National Assembly for almost 20 years and you have that position you are holding as the gatekeeper for the president, you will be able to predict the move and the outcome of every move. It's like the president sending a letter to the National Assembly and they are throwing it back on his face. It's a slap on the chief of staff. And they say they reject this. Before they present anything, you'll have been able to go through it line by line with them in the National Assembly.
Bishop, let me repeat again. A former Speaker of the House that knows how it works.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's why he should know how it works better than anybody.
But that's the beauty. That's the beauty of democracy, though.
Well, okay, I agree with you. The beauty of democracy is what Tinubu showed Article 2 when he sponsored Peter Obi.
I mean, when you have the legislative that are actually trying to assert their own authority, as you are saying, as you are making your submission, Bishop, my mind is also trying to okay, what if the lady in question, I think she's from Southeast, correct?
Which lady?
The lady that was recalled.
No, she's from Kano.
No. The lady, the woman that was that they withdraw their
nomination.
Yeah,
she's from Kano.
Not. Oh, she's from Kano.
Yes, the ministerial nominee that was withdrawn when she got to the assembly.
What if presidency actually wanted to play an ostrich by trying to pretend as if they have no idea what was going on, but they purposely send that name so that it would look as if the National Assembly rejected it, then they cannot have their person.
No, what happened was this. No, you kind of mixed it up. Now, what happened was this. That lady was actually anti-Tinubu and technically anti-APC. She had postings. She had posting. She was on the other camp. They were in APC before, but she had left. She was on the other side, and they were giving Ganduje a serious problem. They were part of the people that made APC to lose Lagos.
Oh, yes. I remember, Bishop. I remember.
Ganduje was fighting truth and aid. So it would have been a slap on Ganduje with all the things that Ganduje did and the way he was ridiculed. You are not taking somebody in this opposite camp that was saying terrible things about Tinubu, and you now ignore Ganduje. That was why when that thing broke and there was a video that leaked when Ganduje and his family were laughing and people were saying, I said, what are you telling me? Politics is politics. Winner takes it or me. How can somebody suffer and labor? Look, it's a reward system. How can some people suffer and labor and fight? And the people that fought against you that you should not get, you are not the one that they are giving the trophy to. But the thing is that they shouldn't have even nominated that woman in the first instance. Now, having nominated her, they should have removed her and let her know. Not that when she now got to the Senate, even though they said they told her that she was the one that still insisted on going out of Stonegate.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that was what happened. They said she was informed that she has been replaced, that she was informed. She has been replaced. But she just maybe out of fear.
Maybe she thought maybe she could convince them to.
And maybe some people just get fed out and just go, So, but I don't have that clear picture. But the truth of the matter is that nominating her in the first instance was because there were footprints on the social media of the terrible things she said about Ganduje and the president. So what are we talking about? But how did you get to nominate such a person in the first instance?
I mean, I think it was trying to be inclusive and just to extend that olive branch, just to make it, just for the optic, make it look like, okay, you know what, you can come in.
Let that inclusive not be at the expense of people that look, they are still doing it now. There are lots of appointments they are making now.
But I don't think the presidency, Bishop Ni, would the presidency select a nominee from a state without the governor or the party involvement from that state?
Well, it depends. If the state, if you don't have a governor there, you depend on the highest ranking officer of your party. But you know, some people, because if there is anybody we're supposed to look up to in that Kano, it was supposed to be Kwakwanso, or because at least the deputy that was running, Gawuna, did not win, at least. So it was supposed to be Kwakwanso. So it was not Kwakwanso that nominated that lady. Definitely not.
Or the party structure in the state itself.
Party structure is supposed to be in Kwakwanso's hand now. You know, a lot of people like this guy fought.
Kwakwanso was in the APC. I'm talking about Ganduje.
I mean, no, Ganduje, Mufeso, sorry. Ganduje and this guy, Shekarau. You know, Shekarau now left. In fact, he went first to ANPP. He went to ANPP first.
Then he left. Went to
then he left. He got the ticket for the senatorial in ANPP. In fact, he won. Despite the fact that he had left, he won the ticket. Despite that, but he said he was not going to take it because as a honor, because he has already joined PDP, because he thought, and that was the mistake that this guy made. Atiku, instead of Atiku wooing Kwakwanso, he wooed Shekarau, believing that Shekarau is as equal because there are three forces: Shekarau, Kwakwanso.
Kwakwanso wouldn't have forgo his ambition for that.
And Ganduje, no, if they played it well, he should have. Kwakwanso know that he cannot win that election.
So why was he so?
I'm surprised. No, Bishop, I'm surprised that Atiku is such a terrible politician. I thought he was skilled enough. Like even the five governors that he let abandon them. Like come on,
he was a terrible politician.
Even if you lose Wiki and Ibadan, that you know that they have this leading towards Tinubu. The Abia and the other ones, that one you have to hold on to their life now.
But still, do you notice his media team are full of immature politicians? The likes of Dele Momodu,
emotional.
And that guy from Edo, what's his name?
Yeah,
Frank Shaibu.
They wanted something
abusing everybody.
Like a propaganda machine.
Shegun Showumi. Just thinking that abusing everybody with turn to election, with turn to vote.
They are young politicians. No, that's not the word I wanted to use.
So pretty much the difference for what lost the vote for Atiku was the south east and south. That was it.
Yeah.
If they are putting more effort in that area, we'll have won.
Definitely.
It's not difficult.
Definitely.
When I tune into Dele Momodu's social media profile these days, I wonder why
he has blocked. You are lucky yourself. You don't block me, DT.
Okay. What question I'm trying to ask is this: who taught him politics? Who under whose did he learn his political.
You mean Atiku or Dele Momodu?
Dele Momodu.
Dele Momodu no be politician. No.
Ready.
Alagbafo.
Ready.
Rice and Dele Momodu.
I know
Rice
he's
a
Rice kind of
and Rice and
he's a Rice, I know. Yeah. But I wonder what kind of politics he's playing. I mean, looking at there's even at the point I was doubting Tinubu that maybe when he said I will still win this election, I was like, the luck, they take the fuel, they take the money, and everything is dry. And that means 2027 is locked and loaded. Everything is set. You know, I stumbled on something, Bishop, recently on who is the publisher of Daily. What is the title of this newspaper? Something Daily. I think it's from Southeast.
Daily Trust.
Daily Trust, yes.
It's from the north.
From the north.
Yes.
So I stumbled on one interview that was granted by Obi in 2015 or so. It was, and he said that he would no longer contest for any elective position in Nigeria. And I kept reading it on and on. I was like, this man said it, let other people. So what now changes between that 2015 and 2023?
There's something about Peter Obi is not consistent. Forget all the people that are just turned him to a messiah, a modern day messiah.
Do you know what is happening? In my opinion, I think some of the people that are voting for Obi, it's not because they care about Obi. It's because they are anti-establishment, they are anti-APC, anti-PDP, but they can't find that guy that they can rally around.
I don't think so. Don't forget Obi was a PDP guy.
Not with the majority, but there's a group like I said, Obi they are in 3 places. There is the religious sect, there are the tribal sect, and there are the anti-establishment sect that just don't like establishment.
Right. No, the anti-establishment part, I disagree, because Obi is very much a PDP man. To me, I think main reason behind that whole thing is just those people feel like it's the turn of the Southeast. They just want new regions.
I mean that they can't find anybody. No, not just about I like you, but you cannot win. Remember, everybody was playing with that tag, like we like you, but you can't win. Like look at the Edo area now. They were mostly Showore guys now, but they left the Showore movement to go to Obi because in their mind we love Showore, but we don't think he can win. So they have to find somebody. They don't like
the main reason those south side, those that doing Obi is because they just think it's the turn of the Southeast. That's what
Babati, how would you classify someone like me who felt that Obi should have won the election at the beginning, simply because I was thinking, okay, we've had Yoruba, we've had Hausa, we've had Fulani.
Let me reply you.
Can I respond to that, Adewale?
No. That was my stand.
Hold on. That changed. Even on the one-man show, if you remember, at the beginning, the obedient space, the people that first joined that bandwagon, they were very persuasive, very welcoming. They want to convince you with actual evidence, introduce Obi to you, blah blah blah. It was when the Ipobians joined that movement that the whole thing went down the drain. If you know, Mike, do you remember now? Even on the one-man show before, people were like, "Okay, who is this big guy? I don't really know him that much." But once the Ipobians that they had to say, "Oh, forget Pop, don't this Obi train, he can win."
But it's their fault now. They went to convince the Ipobians to join them.
Mike, they made a mistake. They cautioned them, guys, you must mellow down. Don't bring that wala into this movement. But they did not do that. So they brought that way with them to the movement. That is when everything went down the drain. Once Jacobian joined that movement, people like you were seen as anti-Igbo, anti-whatever. So it kind of went down the drain.
I was just being sympathetic to the fact that people
we want to
have identify.
Go back on the one-man show, Dewale, you will see people like, okay, let's give them the chance. We were even trying to be open-minded about the campaign. But once these crazy Akuban people joined the movement is when everything just went down shit. Like the abuse just began. Like you are mad. If you don't vote for Obi, you hate it. I'm like, what happened to you people? You were nice before. What happened?
I remember very well. One day I made a comment. I said, "Oh, you guys from Southeast have putting more effort to market this guy as if he's the second to coming of Jesus Christ." I was attacked on that day at Dr. Damage's show. I said, "No."
Yeah, I think I saw you now. I saw your face at the show that time. You came
I
on.
said, I frequently no. I was it was no, the attack was subtle. It wasn't that like in your face, kind of like, no, it's not about tribes, not about the region. It's about capacity and all that. I was like, look, show me that person in Nigeria who has the capacity. There are millions of Nigerians that have capacity that can turn this country around. But we have a system that it will turn the entire thing upside down on your head as soon as you step foot into that office. Because the same people that will tell you, no, you can't do crap, and the same people that will come in and tell you, this is the way you are going to do it, you have no choice. So even if you paint this man like the saint, like, it won't amount to anything. It's still going to be the same cycle.
Can I also interject, please? Sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry to butt in like that. Good morning, everyone. This is quite an interesting one you have been discussing for the last few minutes. From day one, I never believed that Obi can win. Because if you analyze simply, you will see that it cannot win. My deepest fear is probably the Northwest. And the reason I would say is that because I think they might jeopardize the chance of Tinubu by voting for Atiku. And if Wiki and the rest cave in to Atiku also, then it's gone. Then Atiku will win. Because I know that Osun State is a toss-up. It's a swing state between PDP and APC. And in the momentum of Adeleke at that time, I've already gave Atiku that state. Lagos State, I think he will win Tinubu, but unfortunately, because of Yoruba liberalism and answer something, he lost that one. I never gave him any chance. I mean, Obi, and I'm right in my analysis that it will switch all the Southeast state. But when they now bring the issue of religion into it, and then some people in the Northeast, they started playing that stupid politics of Muslim, and he was able to, that shows you that in Nigeria, everybody is not doing whatever they want to do because of money. It's not because they love God. So you can see how all these churches, they gang up together, and before you know it, they use that religious sentiment also. I never believe in him. Out of the three, I think the position, at the end of the day, is the number three, and that's what he really deserves. And Showore too does not play his politics very well because he lost a lot of his people that he has galvanized for years also to follow Obi. Obasanjo and the rest also play a big role. So I never.
Do you remember the reason that they gave for abandoning the Showore movement? It was because they thought they could not win. If you remember, the Edo area, that's what they were saying, that we love Obi.
The reason, some part of Edo, they also have this sentiment against Yoruba people. And they also don't want Tinubu to win. Some people also look at it from just like Adewale's simplicity way looking at it.
Well, Remy, who's giving you all this? Who's giving you all this formation?
I
just understand.
Can I finish? Can I finish?
You haven't gone home in 20 years. And
let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Hold on, you finish. Remy, before you came in here. Sorry, you will finish. You will finish now. Before you came here, we'll give that direction. Not like I'm stopping you. Before you say, you are making a general statement. A very serious one. That's from part. Hold on now. Please hold on now. It's your statement, Catherine. For you to say that, make a social allegation. Some part of it don't like Tinubu. Let's put like that. Let's remove Yoruba. Tinubu. Okay, you said Yoruba. I said let me remove Yoruba because if I want to go on that trajectory, it will become tribal war. So let me put that Tinubu. Say the politics. Hold on now. I want to just tell you this before you finish. Go and look at the trajectory and how people vote. They never voted Buhari 4 times he came. They never voted when the PDP is winning, PDP will be winning. Who don't vote, we don't vote, not because of sentiment, we don't like you. If Tinubu comes there tomorrow, they will still not vote. They don't like APC. Simple. That's how I do put. They don't vote. They don't vote because of sentiment. They vote Obi because they felt it's the time of the Southeast. Go and look at the Southeast.
But I don't like APC when they voted for Shomole to be governor.
Remy, hold on. Remy, I told you earlier, anti-establishment voters. Like I'm telling you,
but this same Edo State voted for Oshiomhole and slash.
That is the state level.
That is now. No, not then.
Okay, let me finish. This particular dispensation we are talking about 2023. Maybe they voted against anti-establishment. I think the influence of this activism and the rest also play a big role, like the NSAS movement and the rest. And we can see the vote from, is it Edo Central, is Benin City or whatever, major part of it. Still, Tinubu was able to get that 25% he needed from Edo State because of the Edo North vote. So I'm not generalizing it the way you are looking at it, what piece. So that is what pans out. And I think Tinubu is a strategist, and also he knows what he's doing. Like they said, if you want to win an election in Nigeria, you have to cross the bridge, not just stay in your cocoon. And I think in the next 4 years, PDP should come together and probably find a way to kick out Atiku finally out of that party. No influence. If Obi go back, they are not going to give it to him. They're a big player in PDP than to give it to B, because giving it to B, that means you are also spiting the North, because Obi religious statement already reverberated against the North. And
sorry,
then the South
is weakest still PDP.
Yes, it's still there. It's still there. He went to their meeting.
They won't allow Obi come now. Those ones we don't allow.
Even if Obi go back, Obi can never be their presidential.
With what is happening between him and the governor now, things are.
Mike, if somebody want to come into the studio, check the backstage. One guy, Bob, EOB, is chatting that you should allow him to come to the stage.
It's going to be hard though. With what is going on between Fubara and Wiki.
No. Look at what would transpire in Rivers is very simple. Those people that Wiki planted there, Fubara should wash it. If you make another move, they will impeach him immediately, or they will make that seat ungovernable, and they will use the Obasanjo.
You mean for Fubara?
Yes, they would have impeached him. Simple as ABC. They would have impeached him since maybe this week. So if he raises his hand or play his hand again, he's gone. He's gone. Because he is going to be fighting against Wiki and Tinubu. They know what they are doing. They have won him, and I think they would have signed another undertaking. If he make any move again, he's gone. They will impeach him. It's nobody. All the big players in Rivers, Odili, Wiki, and some of them, they are together. And I don't think this guy that lost election, the SDP, I forgot his name, in the last gubernatorial election, that one is still in the camp of Tinubu.
Remy, it's similar to what happened in Edo now with Obaseki. With Obaseki and Oshomole.
Obaseki is different, though.
No, it's not different.
What I will tell you is different. Obaseki has been in power for how many? It's the second term for Obaseki now. It's not first term.
It was within it. No. It was during his first time that he had issue with Oshomole.
No,
and he still won the election.
It was second time. It was second time.
Wait.
I do not be Lagos. It was second time.
It was second.
It was when he was running for his second election.
Yes, this one is just came in not even how many months ago from.
That's what he was doing. Yeah. No. The point I'm making, it was during his first tenure. This guy is also during his first tenure.
Ending of his first tenure.
Where he considered the ending of his first tenure, but it was still his first tenure. To the point where the guy had to join PDP. So run for
Yeah,
the
yeah.
second.
But Mike, please borrow me a microsecond. Let me clear Remy some certain stuff. You know, this
Remy's in trouble.
Don't let us talk about that one every time.
No. You use a very strong you use a strong language. You don't know how it goes. You are competing something.
If I know you are here today, I wouldn't have mentioned something.
No. Even though I'm not, even though I'm not here, when I come back, I will trash with you one man. That's me. You cannot use that such a language. That language. Do you know how far we go? No. Listen. Just no. Oga, please listen. It might be funny, but anything you say here carries weight in some people's mind. This is how obedient brainwash people. I cannot fight obedient and I allow you to do the same thing. You cannot come on an international platform and say, Edo people don't like Yoruba people. Do you know the message you are saying to people like that? I don't want to educated now. You know what that means now?
I said Benin Acid did not vote for Tinubu. What?
No, you refer to Tinubu. Hold on. Listen, I'm not stupid. When I first came in, Mike, you hear me clear. I said, let me remove it from Yoruba, let me put it to Tinubu, so it be politics. He doubled down and said, no, Yoruba. I said, if I go on that trajectory, it will become a tribal fight. Did I say yes or no, Mike?
I am not on a tribal fight here. You are the one.
I know. I'm not saying you're a tribal fight. See, listen, can you just listen now? You always want to put the cart before the horse. If you listen what I'm saying.
Listen to the state. Can they play it back? If there's a way they can play back, and then you listen to it. Let them play it back, okay? All of these things, I'm not.
See, for me, when I say something, I hold up.
Please, let's move on.
You cannot tell me to move on now because you cannot hold up to what you said. Okay, let me clear what I want to say is not even about the tribal politics. You don't even let me land. You keep just jumping on my tongue.
You can be on it.
What's the same? How was the same? What was the same literature? How was the same? Like whatever you want to say? Stop this, man. You always putting the cart before the horse. Stop it. You're not in my mind to know what I'm going to say. Let me say what I'm going to say. Let me say what am I going to say. It's politics. It's Edo politics. I'm just saying it so you know. So next time when you are addressing Edo politics, you know the angle you address it from. It's not about wait, hold on now. When you were speaking, I'll allow you to speak. Now
Hold on. Now what for you? Now only be you.
No, now what for me now? Yes, I agree, but I don't like when people don't own up to their word they say.
You own too much, sir. Now what for you?
Good, but let me have my say. You can have your way. It's simple now. You will come back to the floor now. Now what I'm saying is this: in Edo politics, we don't vote based on tribe or settlement. That's the other thing you have to understand. 4 times Buhari came voting election. We never voted Buhari. That is clear. PDP has been winning Edo State. Not only Edo State, Edo Delta, Port Harcourt. If you know the point of that South is one way. They have one way of voting. Either they vote their party or the person they like. And if they want to vote against you, they vote against the party they don't like or the person they don't like. So it's not about hating Yoruba people or hating Tinubu. That election, the South believe, you look at most of the South voted Labour. They believe it was Igbo's turn, not because Obi was the best. And the opposition you are talking about, go and look at it critically. If you look at it by senatorial district, APC in 1, then we have 3 senatorial districts, APC in 1, 2.5 for that matter. Then 2 senatorial district, north and central, and then 3/4 of the they won of the south. The south with the biggest side of it. They won 3% of it. They brought back a House of Rep member. Just that the bulk of votes stay in the south. That gave Obi 400,000 votes. Go and take APC vote. They got almost 200,000 votes. So you have to check it. APC has not fought behind never since Edo politics started. Even when Obaseki beat Ize Yamu, go and check the gap. was just 80,000 votes. Obaseki got 380 or something. Is there almost 200,000 votes? So don't take it like that. You have to look critically before you say things. Don't just come out and say things like, with this, that. APC is not a pullover for. It's not a walkover party in Edo State. Just that the bulk of people, they vote according to who they like. Obaseki vote was a protest vote. That's why he won. Because what Oshomole was doing, not because he was an APC, leaving APC. Because Oshomole was doing this confederalism and they didn't like it, they voted against Oshomole. That's it.
All right, well, please, let's hear from BQB, man. New
Thank
partner.
you. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mike.
All right,
Am I
Mr. Tika,
audible?
let's move on.
Let him talk. Go ahead.
Am I audible?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Thanks for
You are not
allowing me
new on
to.
this show. You are a son of the show. You are not a new person.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you for the compliment. So
no, it's not compliment. It's a fact. I've seen you on this show.
I remember BQ that
yes.
was giving us live
yes.
during the election.
Yes, thank you for that.
Dr.
Thank you for that. In fact, I'm going to make a reference to that election period. Luckily for me, I was in Nigeria during the election period, so I witnessed some of the campaign physically on ground, the election itself, and the immediate period after the election. So I just wanted to share my own little experience, perception and feeling about the election. Truly, if you ask me, I live in Alimosho local government. If you know Lagos State very well, that is the largest local government in Lagos State, and I stay in fairly middle class estate in that local government. And in my estate, we had 2 polling units in my estate with a combined voter number of about 300. So, but I can categorically tell you that estate is a Lagos State government estate, and the population of Southwesterner Yorubas in that estate is about 99%. In fact, I have the list to back up the names, to back up that statistics is about 99%. But I can tell you that the 2 polling units we had in my estate, Peter Obi, Labour Party, won the presidential election. But APC won the Senate and the House of Rep election on that day. So what was I driving at? We middle class people that are doing well for themselves, that are not the poor people that can still get by. So they have the perception generally, these people are Yorubas people, like most of us say, that maybe the appearance of Peter Obi, the way he presents himself, they feel that maybe he can be a better candidate to actually lead Nigeria better. That is who we are as Omoluabi. We have this kind of different perception. We don't necessarily sleep on the same side of the bed. So I feel most of those people have that perception and they follow their path. But now translating what I feel to the general space for the little percentage of people that genuinely believe in Tinubu and his style of leadership, that we now have some form of belief and perception that was going around to want to condemn and harass those people into like, how can you reason this way? That if you reason this way, you are definitely an enemy of the state, you are an enemy of the country, you don't wish the country well. How can you be supporting this man? To be sincere, I'm one of those people that fought against that beliefs and narratives, which if you follow even Dr. Damage's show, which I regularly join at that point. So anytime you are trying to paint Tinubu's narrative or trying to give him any benefit of doubt. The way Dr. Damages manages the show, all animals are not equal. We are not equal. He gives the platform to me is pushing this obedient thing subtly, but he's trying to present it that as if have your say. No, it's not have your say. It's mostly obedient. Obedient voice is usually the one that is the strong voice there. So if you come with something contrary to that, you are either
He
going to
will
be
tell you
shut down.
have your say, but if you are not obedient, before
Yes,
you
it's
talk
not.
1 minute,
Yes, it's not have your
before you
say.
talk
Yes,
1
it's not
minute,
have
you
your
start
say.
ringing bell.
They will harass you. Yes, they will harass you. They will curse you. In fact, that was one reason I was asking for this woman. I was surprised it's no longer on some of these obedient platform again. That normally abuse and curse people all the time.
Oh, the
This
one that
woman,
always give a generational curse on people.
physically challenge woman like that. I've
Am
not
I
been
hate you?
seeing her. Yes, I've not been seeing her on all this platform that will be cursing and
No
abusing, and it's just how can you, because of you have a particular opinion, you have a particular position, somebody that is presenting another opinion, you now begin to curse, and the person doesn't like the country. So it's not really a very nice situation. Like that, there was a day they were saying that they were killing Igbos in Lagos, and that was immediate post-election. Now, I said I was in Lagos. Now I went to the traditional Igbo dominated business, which is spare motor part business in most places. I said people were still doing business now. That is the situation around me, but I was shut down. I was harassed. This guy that normally has this network issue all the time, is from
CM.
UK, said his brother was shot and killed, and all those kind of sentiments would just. Then again, the moderator too has an alignment with those belief systems, so it's going to give them more
to measure PR
audience, and it's going to give them more audience and some form of power to harass, and then if you don't share their opinion, you don't say anything. So that's why some of us, we just have to withdraw gradually, because there's nothing I want to say that anybody will listen to. So let me just be in the comment section. Let me just be in the comment section and put up my comment on the post, so that I'll just be looking at them. Then concerning this statement that somebody made before, that Edo did not like Yoruba, I don't think that is what he meant to say. It's not like Edo did not like. They did not like maybe they did not like the candidature of Asiwaju Tinubu. And if you look at it very well, it's not only even the percentage of votes that Tinubu won in the Southwest is a reflection of the fact that we have a divergent view even about his candidature. So if you look at states like Osun State, there are Yoruba, I didn't know Yoruba people that voted for Atiku that won the state. So now, like I mentioned my own estate, I don't know any other place. So most people there voted for Obi too, for him to win those 2 polling units, which I know. I'm not in any other polling, but those same place that I know. So it means that there are still some people too that either voted for Atiku or voted for Obi, that the support we so-called Yoruba still have for Tinubu is not that overwhelming in a way. But the point I want to make to close my submission is that now that he has been confirmed now, there's nothing we lose now by just giving him our support and trying as much as possible to give him our support and contribute in our own way, rather than seeing almost everything negative. So I just think that's the only point I said I should make now. Then
Thank you, POB.
Yes, let me just quickly make this one. Then the voting pattern, I don't see any voting pattern anywhere that maybe Edo people vote in one way or somebody votes in another way, or it's just the way it is sometimes. By the time governorship election came in Lagos, the sentiment, the APC people have changed the sentiment. That was why it was extremely difficult for GRV. He was not going to win. Even those same people that voted for Labour Party and Peter Obi, they were saying they knew they were not going to vote for GRV, because the way the campaigners are taking it, they are taking it more to be like an ethnic something against Yoruba. They are trying to push that narrative, and if you don't support that narrative, they want to bully you to believe what they are saying. So everybody knew that no, this guy was not going to have it anyway.
BQB, can I ask a quick question? Do you think that if Rose Viver, that he fell for the trap that they set for him, they forced him to play that tribal game with the, do you think that if he had not fallen for that trap of, trying to, not by his own doing, but by his supporters, do you think he had a better chance if he hadn't, fallen for that trap of who is a real Lagosian, it goes for everybody, going against traditional practices, calling it diabolic and fetish, all this kind of poking at that Lagos tradition? Do you think if he had avoided those spaces, he had a better chance?
But if he avoid those spaces, he will not have a strong position in his followers. His followers are basically obedient, usually mostly non-Yorubas Lagosian, staying in Lagos. So if he avoid those sentiments, he's not going to stimulate them. It's those sentiments that the guy was pushing through that is stimulating the obedient camp.
Yes, because it works in presidential election.
It works in presidential election, so he feels that he can.
Whatever they can do also.
Yes, he can use that same trend and euphoria feeling at that point to just push in and possibly use that opportunity to cash in.
I think when you look at this whole election, most of the surprises is from the north, a little bit of the north central, and then the play in the south. That's all. That is the surprises that was there. Because in the north central, because of religion and everything, so votes were allocated because of religion, and votes were also allocated because of a little bit of tribal. But when you go to the southwest, it was all about my principle. And some people see honest, so bully their way something, all of this kind of stuff. Yeah.
Yes, I wanted to say something that before the election, this PDP guy was actually having a better standing than GRV. It was that Peter Obi's push that just gave the guy some automatic promotion, that he was now looking as if he was the one competing. But if you look at the ratings just before the election, the Jandor was competing, was much more visible. Let me put it that way. Jandor Funke, Akindele, they were much more visible than GRV. But because of that Labour Party push, he shifted Jandor automatically to the third position to now make the guy look as if anything other than APC. So, which is the politics, which is the voting pattern sometimes I see in Edo. Maybe if they don't like you, if Tinubu came out to say, I implore all Edo people, vote for. So they see that one as a slight on them, like, how can this man that is controlling Lagos now came to tell us who to vote for? We will show him that we are not, this place is not Lagos, that we are not going to vote for him. So they are like setting a particular score. They are not interested in the candidate, whether the candidate will perform. I'm not sure whether Obaseki performed based on the promises he made. I don't live in Edo, but they are not just interested in anybody Tinubu supports or Shiomole support. They don't want them to feel as if they are one superwoman, godfatherism template. So I think that's just my perception about.
Thank you. You explain it better. Even when Yaradua and Buhari, during Yaradua Buhari, we voted Yaradua now. We didn't vote Buhari. First time PDP is losing Edo State in this election. They never voted APC, neither did they vote PDP. PDP is a stronghold. They didn't vote Atiku because they said Fulani cannot want to Fulani, APC cannot take over power. They said no, that was the document campaigning against. Not that they hate Tinubu or they hate Atiku. But at the end of the day, the vote Tinubu got in Benin, Edo State, is more than what APC in Southwest got. And you don't know? Southwest altogether, the South vote APC got there. Edo State APC vote is more than their 5 states. Edo State got, APC Edo State got almost 200,000 votes.
That is no. Do you mean the whole of Southwest or one state? I don't think so. In Edo State.
So, see, APC in Ebonyi got 50,000 votes. Go and check it.
Okay.
APC in Anambra got 20,000 votes.
You mean Southeast?
Okay,
right. Sorry, Southeast. Southeast, I'm saying. Sorry, Southeast.
Yes, of course. Now, so it means that, yes.
APC in Edo State got almost 200,000 votes. That beat almost.
You should be calming down. If you calm down, listen to people. Sometimes you listen to where they are going for before you conclude your every opinion about what that guy is trying to say. Be calming down. I know what I was talking about, but don't let us go there anymore. So I just want to talk about Gbajabiamila. I think first and foremost, he is inexperienced, and two, I would have preferred that Tinubu chose Faleke ahead of him, to me, because that one can organize very well and can reach out politically and more reasonable than the other. You can see that there's a little bit of pride in Gbajabiamila. I know him very well because one of my best friends, his name is Ayo Gbajabiamila also. He's in UK. It's his uncle. So I know him. He has a little bit of pride and sometimes he thinks that he can handle everything. All these mistakes are coming from him. And Tinubu have indirectly withheld his power down. And if care is not taken, he might remove him if he wins the second time. Or if he continues to make a lot of mistakes again, he might change him. So don't be surprised. That's what I want to talk about
him. But for me, I feel that Fashola would have been a more better chief of staff, but I don't just know why
Fashola is
Tinubu decided that he was not going to use most of Buhari's minister.
Is not interested. It's not easy. You know what? This kind of position for you to work 24 years without no stop, it's not easy.
Fashola is exhausted.
Then to
that's I think so. Yeah.
And then to minister.
You see how many projects the guy performed under Buhari's government. Hold on. You see second Niger Bridge, Lagos Ibadan Express Road, so many projects Fashola had to take on during the guy's exhausted.
It's not easy, but I see him coming back. It's not really as a minister, but I wish that he can just post him as maybe as an, if you like, as an ambassador to United States or UK. That or maybe keep him as just a kind of inner caucus, like what Baba Konde is doing in the villa. Maybe just like that. I think it's not bad. Just to check the SSs of Gbajabiamila too, because all those accusations against him, although not everyone is verifiable, but I think because he has pride in his blood, and sometimes this kind of people, they are prone to unnecessary mistakes sometimes, and that is what is happening to the guy. And we shall see what play out. But the most important thing is that he has laid his card on the table. I'm talking about the president now. It's time to work, and work. Pump in as much money you can pump in. Try to curtail the excess of the dollar and continue on infrastructure development. And then I kind of like that student loan because it's also good for Nigeria. So if you don't have money to pay, then we can tap from this. And this will also check the excesses of the lecturers also. Because the lecturer, they want the status quo to remain. So if it remains, they will continue to teach in different university and at the same time be a public servant. I think the way it goes, maybe in the next 4 years, most of this university will be totally autonomous. And by so doing, don't be surprised. Some major in Nigerian university might attract more higher school fees. I'm talking about medicine, maybe nursing, maybe pharmacy, and one or two of the engineering. So if you are going for that, you must have the money. And if you don't have the money, then you can get a student loan to finance it. So because everybody already know that if you're a medical doctor qualified from Nigeria or nurse, there's opportunity for you all over the world, especially where the West.
I think that school loan is a waste of money, to be honest. Because if
No,
you would have put
no,
that money on
no, I
maybe
don't think so. I don't
hold
think
on.
so.
That
I
money
think
should have gone on loan for maybe
it's a
going to
good move.
learn. Hold on. Let my point. You understand? If you put money into more like people going to learn technical trainings, loan for technical trainings, because those, you know that after you get trained for those things, you get a job. You understand? Most graduates in Nigeria, they don't find jobs. They just go drive a car there. They just become intellectuals, but they're not productive. They really can't find work. That's one thing, most of them. And many of them will jack by anyway. So it's just a waste of money. I'm not saying education is bad, but that's not area I should be pumping money into. It's rather put that money into job trainings and things like that, loan for
I agree with you, Mr. Mike, absolutely. Because I will always give an example of Lagos. Now, the technical work in Lagos State now, at least I've been able to be involved in one or two constructions in recent years. Tyler, bricklayer, POP design. You can believe that all those guys doing it in Lagos are from Benin Republic. And all our guys, you will just see all our guys. You will see that what they are doing. They are not doing anything.
So
but for you
problem has to
do any construction, any building, they are dominated by all these guys, and they are making a living. I even know some of those guys from Benin making a living in Nigeria, living very well than most Nigerians. And what are they doing? It's just
not only Lagos, so all the south side is
yes, of course,
building houses, screeding, plumbing. They are the one doing it.
In fact, all the houses they are building in Lekki side are done by those guys. Tiling, POP, and interior design. They are the dominant. In fact, they are living. I know some of them now. They are living more. They are living comfortably. That's in Nigeria that people are saying Nigeria is not good. Those guys are living comfortably. They have their own cars, they have their own houses in that same area.
BQ. We have in Nigeria because you must wear tie to make money in Nigeria. Everybody wants to get that for you.
BQ, I want to ask you.
That is the mindset that we have, unfortunately.
Yes, now they are in Nigeria too now, and they are making money.
BQ, I want to ask you a question. You said if I get you right, you said you live in a Limosho local government, right?
Yes.
Majority of people there are middle class to / wealthy or upper what do you call it, level, right?
Yes.
So my question is this: if you poll out of every 10 parents, just like out of every 10 parents there, do you think 5 out of these 10 parents would like to send their children to technical college in Nigeria?
Yes, I agree with you. I know your answer. But they will not want to. But what I'm saying is that the work available now, you don't need to go to university to do those work and still live comfortably well, live better than a banker that will resume in the back by 6 a.m. and leave by 7 p.m.
What I think the government should do is a new orientation whereby we start from secondary school. Once you finish your JSS and you think you want to go
learn one-hand work.
Remy, they will still not do it. You got to understand. Doesn't matter.
Some do. Only few. At least there's technical school. There's technical school in Alimosho. Few of them, there's technical school there. Few of them.
I'm saying that even if you bring secondary schools, it's hard to tell. Oh, your kid wants to learn at this. He must finish. It must be like his mate. It's a Nigerian thing.
Especially when you yourself, you went through the same university.
Baba lawyer, Baba doctor.
And now, let me give an example. In my secondary school days, which you have technical school, so in this study you do an exam to go to senior, right? I had one of our neighbors. This guy, once he did his first 3 years, he did technical school. He was doing cobble and shoemaking after school. Before we finished SS3, because he dropped out to focus on his business. Before we finished our senior secondary school. What you call it? Face by face, we
absolutely. I said all these guys from Benin, they have house in Lekki.
You already built a house at 16 years, 17 years. We already built a house.
They are small boys. They have house.
It was making money.
Yeah, so I think there must be a new orientation in Nigeria. The word has changed from certificate to
yes, from this certificate. Most of them just finish.
Please,
will just finish.
Let me chime in. This technical school issue started in the 80s.
Hold on. Let me clarify. Okay. But his parents came from the village to the city, so they were more open to him doing that. Is my point. But if you come from most families in Southwest or Yoruba land, they are mostly educated individuals in the cities. So it's harder to do those things in the city than in the rural areas. And to see somebody should go and learn technical schools when all these friends go to UI or go to
the university.
It's harder for them.
I have a brother that went to technical school. When he graduated from technical school, he went to Yaba Tech, studied accounting, graduated, did HND. Work in the bank. Guess where he ended up at?
He will go back to the work.
There was a time they were sending people out of banking because that was when the bankers people.
This Sanusi period now.
After that, they gave them their severance, and he was contemplating of what to. No, he was thinking that okay, he needed to get out of the system.
He should jump.
He just went to technical school. He doesn't even know how to put a nail on the wood, but he have an idea how this thing works. Today, now, that's what he does for a living. Woodwork.
Yes.
Furniture and joinery. That's what he's using.
It is when I get abroad that I understand that, oh my God, if I have known, I would have learned how to be a mechanic or anything.
Plumber. Make money. Plumber.
I fix my own car. I cut my own hair. I can't.
Let me give an instance. My second car, it's my baby. It's my I have this under.
You have an attachment to. I know what you're talking.
Yeah.
about.
I'm like so the car could not start. It could not start, right? So I said, almost said this car. You don't need it. I'm like, it's my baby. I can't say that. So I called this mechanic. It's a Kenya guy. It's a Kenya. For him to come and even look at the car at home, it's $100.
So it's the same thing here.
So he came and said, "Oh, your key, whatever, is not functioning, whatever. He's going to buy a new key for me." The guy looked up the price. It's almost $250. He said, "Don't worry, buy it on Amazon for $70." I bought it. It came the second day. It came back. I gave him an extra $150. So within 20 minutes, he already made $250, and does it all day, making money every hour, $250 every day.
Yeah. Thank God for YouTube. I changed my own suspension, changed my own.
Plumbers in America, they make money. They make more money than the pharmacists themselves.
Babati, yes, instead of money, instead of pumping money to produce a bunch of graduates that are going immediately.
Yes, they should focus on this technical aspect.
I will put out. I'd rather establish.
Babati. Nobody will teach you before you go. You learn by fire, by tulasi, especially when you have property in this America. Which carpenter you will call to come and fix.
Basically,
will charge you more than
your AC
will be, your
AC be like $5,000 to even repair or leak.
My brother, recently, one of my boys said, "Oh, if the bed is messed up," I said, "Let's go to Home Depot. We'll go and buy wood. We will fix it."
Wood,
If I joined the show, I joined this one-man show one day. That was when I was fixing the bed. While I was doing it I have all the tools. I went to the Freight Harbor. I got all the tools you can find in any workshop. I have it. So that alone makes my life a lot easier because that's basically the amount you will spend to even fix it is enough to even build a bungalow in Nigeria. Why bother?
Mike, to even hang TV on the wall is $100. Just to hang TV, and people will pay that. They will pay that money just to hang TV on the wall. Now they will pay.
It's very funny. You buy something, they'll just bring it to you. Go and fix it. They don't care.
Yes, to hang TV on the wall is
to hang TV on the wall, maybe 3,000 naira in Nigeria. I still did one for 65 inches. Maybe you just give the guy 3,000.
Babati, you remember the day I showed you guys cameras box of camera. See, I called this man. It was a Nigerian guy. I invited him to help me do the wiring because it was pre-wire but with a different wire. So I wanted something more stronger that came with the camera. So I called him. We were negotiating. The price was going to 1,000. And I was like, and the man said, I will climb. And I said, okay, if that is the case, help me hang this television on the wall. He said, that would my money. So I said, yes, sir. This is what we're, because despite that is a Nigerian, we were still arguing on the money. Eventually, we now settled for a price. And he left. The camera messed up. I returned it. So for me to call him back to now redo the camera and all that, I said, come on, dear, carry my drilling tool. Started mounting camera myself. Because if I had called him back, I would pay the exact amount that I paid when he was doing it newly. So what is the point? Honestly, if I see any Nigerian coming to America or saying they want to Japan, go and learn tailoring.
Tailoring, yes. Or any plumbing, anything.
Remy, hold on. Even the women that are making hair at home, they are making money. Just making hair at home. They are making money.
They can't afford to make it every day, every week. They can't afford it.
Are you kidding me? That Lagbaja in Ibadan that I will just do for 20 naira.
Apart from that, the people here in abroad, they can't afford to do hair every week. You can't do that.
One of them just go cutting low and dye it any color they like.
There you go. And there was a lady in at my office. That woman just went ahead and cut her hair.
My ex in college. Do you know how she made money through college? She would drive to people's houses to make their hair.
Hey,
that long whatever.
My mama sabi to do. My mama sabi this thing. The minimum for
she's make there's money. I'm telling you.
That
African look, shuku, whatever.
If I have to put my wig like Bobrisky, you know, my mom told me, because my mom does it for a living. She said, don't price your haircut, or if you ask the barber or you ask the hairdresser, and she said, oh, this is the amount you're going to collect. Don't price it, because that is for your head. I say, Mama, we will price this thing. No, so don't price it. I say, you know what? I remember those days when I've done dread on my big head. I say, you know what? I'll start cutting. I've been cutting my hair myself, even in Nigeria.
Let me make you laugh. When I came here newly, there are two things that happened to me. I got a car, and after about some week, that car has a little problem. So I went to a company, it's a mechanic. I went there. They told me before they would start, they would touch my car first. I need to pay 120 euro. I just said, what? For what reason? Well, that is how they do their work. And after that, then they now said they will now check the car, blah, blah, blah. Immediately said that one. I said, okay, I'm coming. I will come back. I ran away. Because 120 euro, for what reason? Without doing nothing. So I ran away. Until another friend
Remy, they will deduct that 120 from the final charge. But the problem is that would not incentivize them to charge you more.
I did not give them that chance. I ran away. That is the first thing. The second thing, I'm about to change my license to the finished license, but you need to go to the hospital to do a body check and everything. When you get to the hospital, they said they have 5 or 6 doctors. It depends on the doctor that check you, that the doctor that will charge you. One of my friends has been there before. That one pay about 115 euro for just to check your height. Everything just under 6 minutes. In China, it's just about 30 RMB. I'm talking about not up to.
Why are they checking? Why are you doing body check to change that?
That is their law. Yeah, now that is their law. You must do it. That is it. That you do check your eye, check everything. So by the time the doctor checked me for like 6 minutes, the doctor checked me for 6 minutes.
Money. I have due for you. Do you know that I have a friend of mine?
Let me finish. Sorry, Babati. The doctor just checked me for 6 minutes, and when they brought my own bill, they said I'm going to pay 145 euro. I said, Nigeria, I par out. I said, la, I will not take it. How come that my friend I do it for 115? I said, no. I changed it. I said, We did for one of my friends yesterday, and he paid like 90 euros. And that guy started telling me, no, it's the doctor, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I should go and meet the doctor. I went into the doctor. I just parked for the doctor straight ahead. It's only 6 minutes thing. What did you do? Just for me to look at that thing on the wall, E to the west, E to the right, and press my tummy and check my eyes. I'm blah. I said, no, reduce it. You must reduce it. This is unbelievable. He said, welcome to Finland. You don't know this is how we do our work. And they like to speak like slowly, calm you down. At the end of the day, I got to know it. I pay about 90 euro for everything. So,
okay, pay your money.
It's only eye check. It's only eye check we do.
Eye check.
You go Specsavers, you pay 15 euro and they do eye check. And that's...
is Mike still on, right? Mike, are you there?
I think he's there.
Okay. You know,
let me
I'm here.
I want to. I have a friend. He's open his store.
I'm here.
He's open his store there place now. Do you know what he does all day? He has a place. It's a drive-through oil change. So you are in your car, and they will be doing. You just drive to that place. You sit in your car. They will do your oil change while you're in the car, and he also does car inspection. For your yearly inspection now.
That's a champagne
all day. It's just money. Like
is it as cheap as a Walmart oil change?
No, it's cheap now. It does come with
there's nothing like having skills.
Why are you changing oil without servicing your vehicle?
Guys, listen to me. It's convenience. You are in your car while you are getting oil change.
American is like that though. You call it champagne oil change.
I'm telling you,
why would you be changing oil without servicing vehicle?
You can change it.
Maybe after about 15,000 kilometers, you can discuss. You can.
And America, we do yearly inspection. Yeah, you must pass. The car must pass.
Yeah,
of course. And those people,
if you drive,
a simple problem. They ask to go and fix it.
If you drive like me, somebody who drive a lot, you don't really have to do services every time you do oil change, but you need to change that oil. I do my oil change myself. I have the pan. I have.
But you can change the oil filter, the fuel filter, just the oil, like half service.
That's the main component of servicing now. What if you change the filter? What test
guys, let me clarify.
Yeah, what does it there to do?
Don't mean to brag, but people like that, like us, that would drive some particular cars that have to go to the dealer to, if you know what I mean, the
electric car.
It's still engine totally. Everything.
Because do you know why? Because if the car is under warranty and you go and do something, there's no record of.
Babati, even if you carry that one, convince him.
No. Let me clarify. If it's under warranty, they can see everything that happens to the car when you change the oil, everything. If it's not on that list,
apart from that too,
you don't want that. You can't be adding stuff into.
If once you started going above Lexus, forget it. Don't bring it to private. You take it to
you know what I mean. Once you go past your
only Toyota buy Amarawa. We just organize at the backyard on the drive-through. Put the canopy right there. You know that sliding stuff is $25 in the affordable. You slide under, jack the car up, drain it, and then remove the filter. Boom.
You know my Honda is don't laugh for my baby cat is 99. This car now. What is the meaning of all this?
It's always hard. It's always hard.
It was my first car. It was my first car now. That's my
sometimes you take interest. Now I'm beginning to have interest in all these handwork stuff because I see it more fun to do than before. Before I don't want to be saying
flexible. They have flexibility.
One thing is that when American and Europe, they don't like to inconvenience themselves, so they want to make sure that they have enough tools. You see this Christmas light that people are hanging on their houses, right? Mm-hmm. My neighbors use the professionals. They brought their van. I saw them go and said, "Look at this year, people. The lights that I bought 3 years ago, I still have it in my garage. It's only the ladder that I don't have. I'm seeing it online. They're selling it at this cheap price, $99 at the freight table. I will go and buy it towards this. I know they will do what do you call it? This sales Black Friday. I know there must be sale. So what I intend to
do you know your garage floor, the flooring for your garage?
I know who can, but I don't need to do
almost 3K to even that floor. 3K.
But when you see it, you would know Ishewa and you want to see the finishing. Forget it. In fact, you put mattress on there, you sleep there. Oh yes, for some those who actually use
the guy. The guy making the most money in your area is in that Cypress. You know, Cypress is very close to you. Cypress.
I know.
It's a Nigerian guy, yo. The guy, he is making money with this Oyinbos.
It's a good. But you know, I would love Tinubu to tie that student loan to the technical studies.
But don't forget that people who goes to college of people who go to polytechnic also they're also entitled to those loans as well. So it's not
technical school. Yeah, but you know what? You see, also it's going to be hard because I also have a bias. You see, not all fingers are equal. You know, some people find it really easy. I know some people, myself included, it was tough going to school. My first tuition was really hard to even gather together. Now, in a situation where we have students that are struggling that way, it's just that to identify them is going to be hard because everybody.
But the states, but most states, sorry, Mr. Adewale, but most states, as at least I finished university not quite long, like more than a decade ago. Most states has a bursary program now. At least in Southwest, I know.
Hey,
we in Lagos, we collect bursary, we collect scholarship, so it's like a loan. If I want to analyze it for you, it's like I did not pay throughout my my medical school because statutorily, as a Lagos State indigene, I'm getting.
Guys, I'll put the show in the background now. I'll just end it. I'll put us in the background.
Nobody's arguing about the school, but what are you studying?
What I'm saying is that one too is like a loan. It's like a loan in a way.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Almost all the states to have something similar.
Hold on, they gave you a loan to go to school to go and study what? History, all these irrelevant courses that nobody cares about.
Psychology.
Yes.
And all this, you know what I'm saying? At least go to school and study something tangible that you can make money of. All this zoology or whatever that nobody cares about.
Honestly, if I had known him,
and they expect the person to pay the loan back.
To not pay back from where?
Well, that excuse makes point, and it makes sense anyway. You don't take a loan and go and studying government or religious knowledge. You can take a loan to study polymer engineering, space sciences. That makes